Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Eric Bird, here at StopStrugglingNow.com. And today I'm in Cali. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, at a friend's home. So you may hear a few pets every now and then. You may see some people walking by, but it's okay. The show must go on. And welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream, the MLK edition. Still doing your New Year's resolution? 21 to 23% of the people are not. But beware, getting left behind financially is going to be a thing in 2024, just like every year. And welcome. Stop Struggling Now gear. Check. And please like, subscribe, and click the bell below so you get the latest updates. Now, let's get to it. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, let me know, mic check, if you guys can hear me clear enough, because I'm not usually going to talk my loud voice, even though the mic tones it down. But nonetheless, let me make sure, mic check. First things first, make sure you guys smash that like button. And also, please share the videos because it's Money Making Monday live stream. And get your pen, pad, and paper ready because you never know who you're going to be talking with. That's right. The people here in the SSN Nation, they are entrepreneurs. They're business people. They're professionals. They're investors. And not just one genre. It could be many businesses, real estate, stocks, bonds, gold and silver even. They're in the house. Startup investors are in the house. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the MLK edition. And once again, I'm not going to appropriate any MLK, but I'm just saying today is January 15, 2024. And again, let's see who's in the house tonight. I have some special announcement here shortly. E. White, welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. He has the icon next to his name. So I want to thank him so much for that. And he brings his tagline. Good evening, SSN family. It's cold out here. I wish it was May and we were all in the DR for the Takeover 2024 edition. That's right. Thank you so much, E. White, an investor, a superstar investor in his own right, is here. And what he's referring to is the SSN Nation, SSN Lifestyle Takeover 2024 Music, Real Estate, and Business Investors Forum, May 9th through the 16th. Tickets go on sale next week, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. Be ready. Forewarned. If you like music, check. If you just want to come for the music, fine. If you want to stay and only come for the business and real estate investment portion, you have tickets for just those days. If you want to stay for the full week, why not? Then that means you will be there for the music, the real estate, the investors, the lawyers, the inspectors, the developers, the brokers that are going to help you make decisions, ladies and gentlemen. They will all be in the house with some special projects coming down the pike. And welcome again, E. White, and thank you so much for your support with that icon next to your name. Another investor also in the Dominican Republic is Laverne Penix. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream with that icon next to your name. And I appreciate that once again. And in this YouTube street, he's known as Mr. Cool, ladies and gentlemen. He's here. And like I said, he's been making business moves. He's not getting left behind financially because he's thinking about his future, and he's not giving up like 21% to 23% of the population. over their New Year's resolution of all things. If you can't even handle New Year's resolutions, you damn sure ain't going to be able to be wealthy, because it takes more than just 1 year, more than just 2 years, more than just 3 years. You have to start putting years together and then reap the benefits of what you've been planting. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's no secret out here why there's a top 10% in every business, every genre of life. There is a top 10%, and there are people who get there different ways. But the one thing that they do, they have been putting in work. That's what it takes. All right, let's see what Laverne Penix bring in his tagline this evening. Hello, SSN Nation. I hope everyone is doing well. Thank you so much for that. I received a notification and saw the trailer. That means 2 people this evening. And oh, by the way, we're going to start doing some Instagram live streaming for the SSN Nation Monday, Wednesday, and Friday nights. Oh, it's going to be hot. Okay. Thank you so much, Laverne Penix, for being here once again. Joe Nay, another investor, is here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream with that icon as well. Thank you so much for that. And he says, what's good, SSN fam? It's always good in 2024 when we're doing the takeover. It's happening. It's going down. No barrier to entry. Nobody's stopping us. I have an important meeting tomorrow, and it's going down, ladies and gentlemen. It sure ain't cold or snowing in Punta Cana. You got that right. 80, 85 degrees. In fact, I might be over there in about 3 weeks. I have business to attend. All right. Thank you again, Joe Nay. Victor Marrero is here. A soon-to-be retiree is joining that financial freedom that he richly deserved. He put in the work. He didn't sit there and give up like the New Year's resolution crowd. He said, I want to be rich. I want to be wealthy. I want to be able to travel the world after I put in my 30, 40 years and not have to deal with anything because I'm buying assets. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He did the damn thing, and he's here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream with that icon next to his name, which I humbly appreciate. He brings his tagline, hello all, let's do this. And that's what we do here, ladies and gentlemen. We've come out of the slumber. That's me. I've been chilling because I could. Now it's Takeover 2024 DR edition. And everywhere else around the world. Hide the women, hide the children, hide the men, because it's Takeover 2024 worldwide. I keep talking smack because I can, and we're going to make it happen. That's right. With or without people, somebody better block me again. Government, you better wake up. He's coming. All right, Joe Nay, I got the notification and I just smashed that like button. All right, here's the news. Here's the news that I want to break out first. The Takeover 2024 edition has entered into a first phase of takeover. Okay? Listen to me very carefully. We're talking my number 2 project is Vistacana. You guys know what Vistacana is. Now, condos inside Vistacana, very nice. Villas inside Vistacana, some members of SSN Nation own inside who have purchased 1,500, 1,600 square foot villas. They are worth over $350,000. Some people have purchased in Sabana. They have a 2,000, 2,200 square foot villa, and those are worth $500,000, $600,000. That's right. You guys know the numbers. But what we're talking about here is we're talking about 2,000 to 2,100 square foot villa inside Vistacana. Does anybody want to take a wild guess on how much that's going to cost? 400,000, 500,000, 600,000? No, not even. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Less than $2,000 per square meter, less than $200 a square foot, less than $190 per square foot. It's going down, and Yeah, you guys know I talk exponentials a lot. You've heard me talk about it for 5 years. Why have one or two? Why have three or four? When takeover means we need 10 to 15 to 20, we'll move them pretty fast. Oh, and it won't be some chump stuff either. This will be top quality everything. I will not sign on to this unless we are going to be the best. That is the number one goal. The best builder, the best structure. There ain't no excuses. So I'm not going to give you a price just yet because I have to talk to the guys tomorrow. We have a three-way, the engineers, the builders, everybody, the architects. It's takeover, ladies and gentlemen. And I got the teams coming. We coming. Oh my, I'm excited. I really am. You guys have no idea. Paul Castillo, welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. He too has that beautiful icon next to his name, which I humbly appreciate. And he's an investor in the house, ladies and gentlemen. He's caught the fever. He's bought not one, but two properties at least in the DR. He's gotten the real estate game, buying assets now at 0% interest. Yes, getting in, no credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry. He brings his tagline this evening. Good evening, SSN family. Let's get to it. And he says, let's go Bucks. I didn't even know they were playing tonight. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are actually in the playoffs or something. What the hell's going on? He must be talking about something else. He shows a football. It can't be. Who is this? Tampa Bay after what Green Bay did to the Dallas Cowboys. First time ever, second seed loses to a 7 seed. I don't know what's going on these days, but hey, it's a thin line between success and failure, ladies and gentlemen. That's the one thing that there needs to be known. And you guys know here, it's all about putting in the work. All right. So tomorrow on Wednesday, you're not going to want to miss Wednesday night live stream because by that time, I should have put in motion the first announcement that I'll be able to make about the new SSN Lifestyle SRL partnership. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, where we're going to be building stuff. Oh, it's going to be epic. It's all I'm saying is the reason why it's going to be epic is because when you can build quality and you're in the right location and for less than what everyone else is building for, now you have the game won. And now if I have a price, let's just use something very simple. If I have a price of 2,000, or let's just use square feet, because in America we use square feet. If it costs me $200 a square foot, all right, everybody else for the same build type and quality, they're charging $2,500. Even if those people are charging $2,500, a simple 2,000 a square foot matters. So here's the difference. 2,000 square feet at $2,500 means $500,000. 2,000 square feet at $200 a square feet is $400,000. That is a huge difference in price. And if somebody would say what they normally are going to say, they're going to say, hey, that's because the quality is different. But see, therein lies the difference. Everybody has a cement house. So therefore, everybody may not have the same cement mixture. Some would say, some would think. So now all of a sudden you say, well, maybe the materials or the interior will not be top notch. Well, see, therein lies the problem. It's all about wholesale, and wholesale. You set up the terms, you set up the team. And if the team can get wholesale materials, you can get the wholesale cement the best. You've already knocked out number two. And now when you get the guys who are like SSN Nation, who really, really don't care about money, so to speak. We like to make money, but we enjoy helping other people get into things. So therefore they win too. That's kind of like being able to buy a house that's worth 450, 500,000, but you get in for 350 to 375. I think that's called a W. One other thing, 14 to 16 months build time. That's right. Willing to stake on it. We got a lot to talk about. So that is the first thing right there, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go. Hello, SSN Nation from Jawway J. Another investor is here, ladies and gentlemen. He has joined the party. He too has that icon next to his name. And once again, welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. And he says his tagline, hello, SSN Nation. Hope everyone is doing well. Received the notification and saw the trailer. That's 3 people that have said they've seen the notification and saw the trailer. Now, Victor Morrell, no, not a 3K square foot. It can't be done for 400K. Not going to happen. Well, not going to happen. Over 300 square foot for how much at Vistacana? It's not 400K. Victor Morrell, you can't buy a 3,000 square foot pad inside Vistacana for 400,000. Nor can you buy one for 500,000 either. You can forget that. Nor can you buy one for 600,000. All right. Inside Vistacana. In fact, you know what we're going to do today? We're going to do something else. Still doing your New Year's resolution. We're going to get people on that first, because there's a lot of people out here who at the end of December, they came up with their New Year's resolution. And so I have to show people the difference, the stats, the statistics. So when we start looking at things, you start realizing people are not doing. Here it is right here, ladies and gentlemen. Just 9% of adults keep their resolutions all year long. Now, see, this is what I keep telling you. Remember, I keep saying the top 10% are always the top 10% for a reason. Here we go again. 9%, that's in the top 10% of people, of adults, keep their resolutions all year long. On the opposite end of the spectrum, 80% of New Year's resolutions are forgotten by midwinter. Midwinter. But here's the most fascinating part. Many adults, 23% quit the first week of the year. Look at this. Before the first 3 weeks come out, already 23% fini, done. This is no surprise. This is an example of real life, real numbers, when we have a group of 100 people that sit there and say, I'm going to do business. They are done. 23, 25, 30% of the people are done within a week. It's too hard. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, that's why there's a top 10%er. All right. Now, notice the 80% are forgotten by midwinter. Notice that. That is hilarious. What's midwinter? I don't know. Maybe January, February, March. I guess March, maybe. I guess that's midwinter. I don't know what midwinter means. But still, for me, 80% in the first 3 months, let's just call it what it is done. So in the first 3 months, 80% have forgotten about it. That's hilarious, because now you only leave 20% of the people in the first place after 3 months. This mimics exactly what happens when people have to go to work and work out their own financial independence. They have to go and start their own businesses. This mimics exactly what happens. People think that people just, oh, well, they give you the story. I tried to do this. It didn't work out for me. Man, I just ran into obstacles. Yeah, because they only did it like a month. They didn't say, hey, you know what? I worked at this for 2 or 3 years. That's not going to happen generally. The failure rate is higher the longer you go on. But while you're learning why you're failing, that is the key to this. So New Year's resolution is pointing to you in black and white exactly what happens. Look at this. 52% of goal setters plan on using external sources to keep them accountable. That's 50% of the people. This is crazy. People are signing up. Let me go over this. Example of this includes apps. People are getting the apps going, oh, this is my workout app. This is my eating app. This is my business partnership app. Online platforms, memberships, and other similar tools. See this key right here, ladies and gentlemen? You're buying into these memberships. Why? Because you're joining other like-minded people. and you're sitting there going, this will make me do it. Wrong. Each individual is separate. Each business is separate. There is no one way exactly to run any financial independence variables. There's too many variables, ladies and gentlemen. It could depend on, I decided to do something on Monday, you decided to do something on Tuesday. There could be something that happened on Monday that gave me an advantage over doing it on Tuesday. There is no way that everybody can be the same. So therefore, when you're signing up for memberships and you're going, oh yeah, let's do this together, well, eventually it's not together. And other similar tools, 59% of men will rely on this method. A shocker, 60%, 50% of William. Here we go. 85% of people with resolutions believe the impact will extend beyond a single year. Funny. Up to 25% believe their resolution will have an impact lasting 1 or 2 years. And over half see it extending into 5 years. See, ladies and gentlemen, everybody's optimistic. Everybody can talk a big game. Everybody can talk a good game. But as you see right here, 57% felt when they started their New Year's resolution. That's half of the people felt, oh, I'll be doing this for 4 or 5 years. We already know less than 10% can even keep it going. Mimics life. You're not even getting to year 2 and you're less than 10%. Come on now, ladies and gentlemen. This is it. 92% of all adults will not follow through on a resolution. Is this a shocker? Seriously, you guys, a lot of people don't realize this. This mimics real life. This mimics life. This is life. These numbers are legitimate. This is why there's a top 10%. All right. It's not uncommon for people to lose excitement they had in early January. See, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get real. Let's get real around here. Let's get real. They lose their enthusiasm over time because that is what makes you successful, is the time. You can't just be successful in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 5 weeks, 6 weeks. There is no microwave to success. You have to put a plan in action. And that's what we always have here, our plans. And then you have to execute it. There's steps along the way. Not everybody wants to execute their plan. Then other people say, I have the plan, I'm executing the plan. But when obstacles come up, I don't want to deal with the obstacles. I just want everything to be smooth sailing because, you know, in the books, they say it's going to be smooth sailing because I just started my business. That's not how it works, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Mr. Cold Hard Facts, early January in the SSN Nation, in case you don't know, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we do here. We give you facts and reality. We don't blow smoke up your behind. That's not how this works. No matter if we mess up, we can always start something. But even then, we have to reevaluate. Maybe what we thought was going to be great doesn't end up being great. We have to admit it's not great. We have to do something about it. SSN Lifestyle, 2 years ago, rolling out, looking beautiful, doing great, but it didn't roll into what was needed. Somewhat people would say, well, did you give up? No, I'm not giving up. It's coming back out. Everybody who's in is still in. There's not going to be anybody left out. And of course, we coming back with a boom. Like I said, starting in about a week. We should have tickets ready for the SSN Lifestyle Takeover 2024 in the Dominican Republic. Just keep that in mind. All right. Let's see what else we got going on here tonight, because we have some other people in the house. Jawway J, already saw him. Victor Marrero, wishful thinking. Georges Charles, another investor extraordinaire, is here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. He has that icon next to his name, which I humbly appreciate as well, and the support. He was in the SSN Nation, SSN Lifestyle, Punta Cana Real Estate Investors and Business Forum. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He was there. He saw what was going down. He's making moves, and he's going to be very happy putting in work for 3 years. Actually, 2 years he put in work, and he's going to be very happy because he made an investment into a villa that's probably going to net him, I'm guessing, probably $100,000 a year just on this one property. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's that serious, and it's passive. He says, hey, all, and you know what his other part of the tagline is. I smell money. We know what it means. I don't care about the typo. We know his tagline. He's in the house. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Help me, Eric. Georges Charles, I know what you were saying. I smell money. He always smells money, and that's why he's here. Brian P. also, he executed. He had a New Year's resolution last year. He was one of those 9% that kept rolling right on down the line. And now he's a superstar investor. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream. He too has that icon next to his name, which I humbly appreciate. And he brings his tagline. Hello, Eric. I hope all is well with you. Yes, it is, man. I'm excited. I have a big smile on my face, but I already knew it's Takeover 2024. You guys just got to catch up. And I know what it is. Everybody says, I need to see results. I say, it's already results. You guys don't get it. The superstars go, I've already figured out the end. That's why I'm starting the beginning and putting the pieces together to make sure I get to the end. That's how we do it, ladies and gentlemen. We just don't go willy-nilly. We have to figure out how to start something. And yes, hello, SSN family. I got the notification and saw the videos. Thank you so much, Brian P. I got your emails as well. Thank you so much. And that's 4 people today that has received and said they saw the notification or received the notification and saw the videos. Thank you so much. Here we go again. He must have sent me some more emails. Hey, Eric, did you get my emails? Yes, I did get some emails. But if you sent me some more emails, well, I haven't looked at them today. But you know what? It's MLK Day. I got to go look because this might be something that I want to discuss. In fact, there is something I wanted to discuss that you sent me. So we'll get to that here shortly. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you something. All you guys inside Vistacana, I got to go look at this first before I start talking. Hey, Eric, did you get my emails? All right, here we go. Yes, indeed. Tampa Bay Buccaneers are beating the Eagles 16-9. This is incredible. This is incredible, but I love it. I'm all here for it, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? Any given Sunday. That's one of my favorite movies, by the way. It's a game of inches, as Al Pacino said in his speech. I love that speech that he was saying. I don't know where they got it from, but it was one hell of a speech. A game of inches. He's exactly right. All these guys are playing professional football. Just because you finish 9-8, just because you finish 14 or 13-3 or 12-4, you only won 3 more games. That's it. It isn't like you won like 20 more games or 10 more games, only 3. And since it's a game of inches, some of those L's could have been based on the game of inches. But when you're playing tonight, whatever happened the previous 18 weeks is irrelevant. Tonight matters. And everybody that comes on the field, we professionals, we getting paid. Anything can happen. It's just that difference in the professional ranks where now I'm happy to see that teams that could be 9-8, 8-8, well, they can't be 8-8 anymore. They could be 9-9. I'm happy to see that they are actually in the playoffs because of all the old school stuff that they used to do. They'd be like, well, only the top 4 teams can be in the playoffs. I was just like, yeah, but see, the best player or a couple of their best players on the other team was out like half the season. So their record's not going to be that good. But now the teams that won like 5, 6 in a row just to get their record back to a decent number, they can't be in the playoffs. That was always bogus. So I'm happy to see that they've extended this, and I'm happy to see that the football playoffs has been extended as well because it's a damn shame. Teams that are top 12, top 10 should have all been in that bowl process from the get-go. because any given day, you got to be prepared. And that's what you're doing this whole time. Just like in financial and creating your wealth, financial freedom, you are preparing yourself for it. You just don't wake up and have it done. So anyhow, I'm happy to see the score is like that. Smash that like button. Thank you so much for that, Brian P. I appreciate it. So I'm going to get into this a little bit more. But you know what? I am excited because tomorrow around 4 or 5 p.m., I think some sort of a deal will be culminated for the takeover part 1. And I don't mean the business in May. I'm referring to permanent takeover in the DR for years to come if I have my way. And actually, you know what's so funny about this? I am talking with guys that we may be doing business, but the funny part is I'm talking with them saying that is not good enough. That's not good enough. I do exponentials. If we're doing 2, I want to do 10. So if we can do 10, which I'll know tomorrow, I don't really need them. Is the point. I'm a free agent. Always like being free agent. I don't really need them for what I was planning on doing, but our partnership that could be consummated somewhat tomorrow, that could turn into speed up my process, thus the term partnerships. And I don't like having partners. But the point is, in this case, I'm still a free agent. My company is separated from them, but we're going to enter into an agreement, shall I say, which turns into a partnership. But nonetheless, if they act funky, I say, adios. I will do it myself. I don't need you. That's a great position, powerful position to be in, ladies and gentlemen. But we might be able to short circuit. We making money in here. That's right, Brian P. And by the way, tomorrow, dividends are probably coming out for all you Yield Max ETF holders. That's right. If you don't know about Yield Max ETF, I suggest you guys go over there and check it out. All right. Once you get into the playoffs, everyone starts with a clean slate. That's very well said. The regular season is irrelevant. You have to earn it from zero. Exactly, Victor Marrero. That's how it goes. That's what I love about sports, though, when you get into the playoffs. It's showtime. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Showtime it is. Oh, by the way, speaking of showtime, I know. I have stories, but I'm going all the way back. All the way back. You guys know I played college in basketball, but a lot of you obviously know I played in high school as well. All the way back. No 3-point line. To this day, there may be a scoring records. 90-some points a game. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. No threes. State of California. The big boys didn't want to play. We're in a lower division. But these cats evaded us. 2 years of evasion. They're like, oh, we'll only scrimmage you guys. 4A schools, 3A schools said, nah, we ain't playing y'all. That was a wise decision. That was a wise decision. They were like, holy smokes, how do you have 7 guys that average double figures? Is this legitimate? You're damn right when you're scoring 100 points a damn game in less than 32 minutes. Yes, you hear me, ladies and gentlemen, 3 points a minute with no shot clock, no 3-point line. Now, that's something, a sight to behold. We may still hold the record in the state of California. How crazy is that? Crazy, I will say. Preparation, ladies and gentlemen. And speaking of playoffs, and we were juniors for all of us actually. We're juniors. We're on the team. We lost in the finals the previous year. So you know damn well when we come back our senior year, we have a little fire to burn. And I'm going to tell you the end result of the finals our senior year. Here's what it looked like. We're here. We ain't losing. But at halftime of the finals, we are down. Yeah, we're down. It's bad news, ladies and gentlemen, but I want to let you know something. Here's what the character of the team, the character of your teammates was important. I run in, I'm coming in the locker room at halftime. I'm pissed. I'm like, how the hell are we going to do this 2 years in a row? Hell no. I'm pissed. But then I see our point guard, Hawk. He's on the ground, beating the ground like, we ain't losing. We ain't losing. He's pissed. The whole starting five was in the locker room pissed. Instead of going, pointing fingers, acting all like, hey, it's your fault, this fault, that fault. We were just all mad. We ain't losing. That's what the conversation was. We ain't losing. There was none of this. We got to get our acts together. We got to do this. You got to do that. No, it was all like, we still on the same team. We're like, we ain't losing. And that was something to behold. And to this day, it gives me chills because I thought I was the only one that was about to pipe up like, we ain't losing. But to have a group of guys, 17 years old, 16 years old in the locker room, like, we ain't losing. Let's go out here. Coach is like, I guess I don't have no halftime speech to talk about because we were pissed. We're like, hell no, we ain't losing. And of course, after that, we went out and handled biz. But the character of yourself and people around you is when there is diversity. When you know that things aren't going exactly right, are you going to give up? No, you're not going to give up. A little motivational Monday, ladies and gentlemen. Never give up. You just never know, but you do have the skills. A lot of people think, they doubt themselves. They're thinking they want to blame other people. Sometimes you have people on your team that you should not be blaming other people. You should be saying, guys, how can we do this? Let's change up. Let's see what we can do. But we're going to make this a successful mission. That's how you have to think, ladies and gentlemen. Carry it forward. All right. Takeover 2024 is coming down. Let me get excited. Once you get into playoffs, exactly right. You're at 0. SSN takeover. Marlon Jordan is in the house. Another investor is here. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream with that icon next to his name. And he says, the stream has been great tonight. No disruptions. You're damn right, because we're not talking about UMAX ETF. That's why. Let's call it what it is. As soon as we start getting deep into that, for whatever reason, all of a sudden it's like, we got issues. Oh, and in case anybody wants to go do some checkup, yeah, Vanden High School. I'll give you the Vanden part. VANDEN. Maybe you can search it a little bit and then see if you can find us. Again, no 3-point lines and all that means it has to be before 1984. So I'll give you a little more clue. Yes, and other things. You might see ultimately we were ranked number 1 in the state after we won. They didn't rank us number 1 for a while, forever, even though our record, we did have 3 L's. It happens. But 20-something wins, 3 L's, and devastation for most people. But I'll give you those so you guys can go look it up. All right. Northern California, just to narrow it down even more. All right. Because at one time we did have the record for most points by a team in California. But anyhow, nonetheless, and in tournaments, we did get to play against 4A and 3A. They couldn't hide. And I have to admit, we lost to like the number 5 team that's one of our losses. Number 5 team in the state. We lost to in a tournament by, let's just call it, last minute tip in. They were just bigger than us. The guys were like 6'6", 6'7". Their whole team was 6'4" and up. And they stole the ball with like less than 30 seconds. And we didn't get the board after they missed. The guy tipped it in, and they won by like 2 points or 1 point. It's crazy. But they were like 2 tiers up. We're Division 2, so to speak. They're Division 4. They were ranked number 5, and we lost by 1 or 2 points in a tournament, neutral floor. So that's why these guys didn't want to see us in real life on our floor or any other floor, any other game. They were avoiding us. We couldn't get nobody to play us in SAC, In all of Northern California, no 4A or 3A team would play us. It was crazy. But we'll come scrimmage you at your gym and then cut off the clock after the first quarter, because during the scrimmage, we're up by 10 or 20 or whatever it is. They cut the clock off and don't want to play no more. Crazy stuff. You guys wouldn't believe it. But this is real life, because some people don't want to see you succeed, and they'd rather avoid you altogether while still trying to stop you from being successful. It's crazy stuff out here, ladies and gentlemen. So all I'm saying is, don't let anybody stop you from doing what you're doing. You go over, through, under, around. There are no barriers to entry other than the ones in your head when somebody tells you, hey, you know what? There's only one way to do this. Or this is how the big boys do it. This is how IBM does it. This is how Texas Instruments does it. This is how Facebook does it. This is how Amazon does it. It doesn't matter how they do it. It's how you want to do it. You're the architect of your business, of your life. You're the CEO of your life. Don't let anybody stop you, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, the Takeover 2024, which I'm going to be very happy and proud about. Again, it just so happens that this little partnership deal could actually speed up what was going to happen in the first place, because I was going to have to spend time finding the reputable builders and everything. So I might have already done this, two things, and an architect. And you guys already know we have the lawyers all lined up for making sure that paperwork is right. That's not going to be an issue. So once we have the first, second, and third thing done, and today I got some news that, it would just bust everything off the charts. Comfort tour may be included, which may be awesome. What's up, man? So it will be awesome, ladies and gentlemen. So just keep that all in mind. Whew. If I can when I pull this off, because with or without them, it's going. That's what scares people. Even though I'm going to try to make this little deal with these guys, I already told them, if it doesn't work out, it's fine, because I'm coming either way. I've already have backup plan 2 and 3. And in fact, backup plan 2 has already said we're in. And I'm like, oh, that we're in part? See, you guys don't understand. Here's where the big boys don't tell you how they're the big boys. If I can turn around and talk to some people and say, this is what I want to do. I want to get 10. Let's just use what I would do. 10 lots, 15 lots. And I turn to them and say, hey, man, I need how much of the lots? 75 to 100K? Cool. Okay. 10 lots is $1 million, let's say. Now, you guys already set this up. I'm giving you the business playbook. Most people will not have $1 million or access to a way to get the 10 lots because they're $1 million. But what if you had access for the $1 million and now you have 10 lots and somebody turns to you and you figure out, hey, I can build these for $150 a square foot. I can build a villa. Now, all of a sudden, Victor Morero, when he says you can get a 3,000 square foot villa, it might cost you $450,000 inside of Vistacana. Now, all of a sudden, you're like, holy smokes, because he knows inside Vistacana, the Oasis del Lago, Sabana, and a few other, Numida, you know already the 3,000 square foot villas are selling for $500,000 to $600,000 to $700,000. So now you know if you have a 3,000 square foot villa, you know the least it's going to be worth is like $500,000 some odd, right? And if somebody told you that they can build that for you for $430,000, $440,000, $450,000, and it's custom based on specs that you want to do, all of a sudden you're just like, are you kidding me? Now, how much is that house worth when it's a custom job, semi-custom? See where I'm going with this, ladies and gentlemen? I don't think we're going to have a problem. And you have the guys who say, I'm going to give you $1 million, Eric. Go out there and get those 10 lots. What else is going to happen? You guys know what's going to happen. You can't get around it. We're going to sell 3,000 square foot lots, let's say, 3,000 square foot homes. We're going to say it's going to be 450 just to make it simple. You know what's coming next. 20% down payment is coming next. Normal stuff. No credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry. You know what that means? That means you got your $90,000 to $100,000 down. That's reimbursement to the big boys. Even though you got an 11% deal, you owe them $110,000, $111,000 over the course of a year. You owe $11,000 per month, let's call it. All right. You just collected on the first person 90 G's. The second person, another 90 G's. 10 people, of course, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, but 10 people, you've already collected back the 1.1 mil. Your investors are paid off. Do you think they're going to be very happy with me? Hell yes, they're going to be happy. Now, here's the second factor. Do you think the builders are going to be happy? Because anything they build on that plot at that time, as soon as they start building a foundation, they have lien capabilities. What does that mean? That means they built the foundation. Foundation cost 25 grand. We're all saying it's lucky, it's level, all right? It could be more. But 25,000, we got the foundation already set. We got everything ready. He's going to be happy. Why? Because now the person owes their first monthly payment. So now that money comes in. Oh, by the way, this is going to be done in 14 to 16 months. So now start thinking 10 pieces of property. And I haven't ran the numbers, but we are starting to talk about 14 payments. What could they be? I mean, you're going to pay like 40% over 14 months. Actually, it'll be less than that, but we haven't ran the numbers fully yet. Probably 30% if you put 20 down. So 30% of 450,000. You guys know what that number is? It's about 130,000. So now you start thinking, but that's 10 times the number. I believe that's going to be another $1 million. Are you guys getting the numbers yet? Are you getting the numbers yet? All right. Just think it's going to be another $1 million to the house. Just on that. And then you owe 50%, 200 times 10. That's $2 million on delivery. All right, you guys are getting, this is over $4.5 million if this ends up being a number, right? You know it didn't cost $4.5 million to build, right? I'm just saying. Hopefully you guys are following the equation. I'm just doing this off the top of my head because it hasn't been actually formulated yet, but I'm just letting you know this is what's happening. It's going down. It's going down. And yes, I like this flawless that we talked about. And we start talking about Max ET. Exactly. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Paul Castillo, Marlon, you guys know. So I'm giving you guys a heads up. Oh, but don't worry. This is SSN Nation. Some of you are going to go, Eric, man, I don't want to spend $450, $500. Don't worry. Don't worry. You don't have to. Don't worry. I'm going to actually, because this is SSN Nation and actually because it's you guys, I will have a special deal for a 2,045 square foot villa, maybe for 1 or 2 people. If I have everything go according to plan, you guys are going to love me. That's all I'm going to tell you. It's not going to be 2,500 square feet. It's not going to be 23,000, but it's going to be inside Vista Cana. And it's going to be in, Here, in fact, I've been talking about this so much. Let me give you guys some ideas. In fact, I haven't even checked this out yet. You know what? I need to do this. Let me go look at some. Yeah, let me see if I can pull this up. Maybe I'll give you guys a little more teaser because this is gonna be crazy. All right. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. I can't find it. So I may not be able to show you because I never talked about this section. There's a reason. Because I think it was called, hold on a second. Hold on. Let me see what's going on here. The park, it's not called the park. I don't think it's called the park. Well, I can't show you my phone, but here's what I really want to do. I'm going to do this right here. I'm going to Oasis Park. Well, that's not going to help me either. These are condos. No, it's Oasis del Lago. No, I don't even want to go there, but I'll go there. Oasis del Lago, Vista Cana. I'm going to show you guys something. The reason why I get excited about this is because this is what gets you into the money a lot faster, is if you have a plan. So I'm hoping to find Oasis del Lago Villa, because they have condos now that's coming out, which makes it kind of cool. So after we go over everything, I'm going to show you on the screen here what I am talking about. This is exciting for me. This is what we do. Like I said, a lot of people talk a good game, but this is what we do. Here we go. In Sabana, Villa B. This is an old price, I guarantee you. But anyhow, 4 bedrooms, 4 bath, 2,600 square feet, 500,000. That price is not there. Here goes Radiant Villas, 4 bedrooms, 6 baths, 4,000 square feet. That's $110, $120. We're gonna have to find out about that. 3 bedrooms, 3 baths, 6. Okay, these are older prices. I'm gonna disregard this stuff. Kiana Vibes, no. Where's Oasis del? So this is our only Oasis del Lago. Sabana. This is not a price. Okay, I can't even get a real price on this. I can't go to Zillow either. We know Sabana's not these prices. You can't buy in Sabana a 3,400 square foot villa for $378. These things are like $500,000 now. The least expensive one that's in the 2,000 square foot. So I don't know what this is, because you're not getting $100 a square foot anymore inside Vista Cana. That's over with. So here's what I'm going to do. I'll go back out. Well, I can't. Hold on a second. This is crazy. We got to go to a realtor because that is just clickbait. We know you can't buy for $100 a square foot inside Vista Cana. That's ridiculous. You can't even buy condos at $100 a square foot anymore. This is ridiculous. Come on now. You're not going to be able to buy a villa for that. Let's see. Can we find something? Let's go with, no, we can't go with them. Oasis. I'm not going there. Okay, Oasis. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go see what we have here. So let me know what you guys are thinking so far. Again, you're not going to want to miss Wednesday night live stream, because that's when I should have everything in effect. I'm going to have, if this actually goes down, I have to go to the DR, because we're going to have to sign with our lawyers. We're going to have to put this all together. So that means I'm going to have to go to the DR. Okay. Let's see here. Villa C, 180. Okay. These prices are not true. You cannot get these 2,202 square meters in Sabana for $269. Nor can you get this in Oasis del Lago. Does anybody have the latest prices here? Is this what they're doing to people? Make people call up and then they tell them, I'm sorry, it's 500 G's. This is crazy. Okay, let's see if these guys have the right price. Let's see. 500,000. Okay, that's not the deal. Here we go. Oh, no, that's not the deal either. This looks like land. We're not there yet. We're not there. We're not there. Okay. Looks like this little sideshow will not continue because I can't find anything at Oasis del Lago. The right prices. YouTube. Can't find them. Not going to be able to find it. Here we go. Oasis del Lago for sale. Point to homes. Point to homes. I don't want to see point to homes. What's this? Duplex, Oasis del Lago, April. All right, well, we'll go over here. Maybe my last chance. 255. 1,499 square feet. That would be one hell of a deal. But that's not the price anymore. I can't find anybody that's going to show me. Okay, fine. Let's go Sabana. Sabana Residences, Vista Cana for sale. All right, let's see what we're doing here. We'll go one last time. If we can't find it, then we're going to move on. Cana Blue. Let's see what these guys are going to say. And here's the thing. This contract they have, oh, this is condos. That's not what we're looking for. We don't want condos. I suspect those condos will not be selling. Sorry to say. With an open sale price. That's absurd. Sorry, guys. I love Sabana and all, but their open policy about they can charge anything they want in the contract is absurd. All right. 2024. Well, see, this is 2024. Again, these guys aren't giving prices. They're not 281. You cannot buy a villa in Sabana for 281. When they first came out, you could. In fact, one of the people in SSN Nation, Thera, they got lucky. Somebody canceled their unit, and they got the one for 281. It's probably worth 450, 500,000 right now. So they are playing the old clickbait game. They don't want to give the actual prices. They want people to call. This is disheartening, but it's all right. They can play their silly games. It's ridiculous. We all know they're not that price. That's just stupid. Ridiculous. Okay, 4-bedroom, type B, my DR property. Let's see what this is. Let's go. Let's go. All right, let's see what we got. Curtis Davis is in the house. Welcome to the SSN Nation Money Making Monday live stream with the icon next to your name. And he brings his tagline, good evening, SSN family. That's part of his tagline. But here's the other thing. I want you guys to go over to Chili Davis, Chilly. That's Chili Davis. That is his alter ego here in these YouTube streets. Chilly Davis. He gives updates and information throughout the day. So go show some love at his channel. Smash his like button. Subscribe to his channel. Click the all notification bell. He's got over 1,000 subscribers. Go over there and help him out. So make sure he gets a little revenue coming in. That would be greatly appreciated. And his tagline is ABMM. That's Mr. Financial here. Always be making money. That is a must, ladies and gentlemen. That is what you have to do. Don't think about it any other way. And now I see that this thing did not work out. My drproperty.com does not have it. So once again, we're going to have to go searching for property values and see what's going on with some reputable realtors, because nobody wants to give their right prices. They're doing clickbait right now because people are going to call up and be like, I can get a 2,500 square foot villa for 281,000. They know that's not going to happen. All right. Not going to happen inside Vista Condo, ladies and gentlemen. Will not happen. Sick me, but it's okay. I love these games. I love the games because we're not going to be playing any when we go over and take over. All right. Let's go. Now, let's get back to the business at hand. Still doing your New Year's resolution? Let me know if you guys had a New Year's resolution. Are you still doing it? Or are you going to be like 23% of the people who already ended it before the first month is over, before the first week is over? Let me know. Now, the other thing is you're going to have to beware, ladies and gentlemen, in 2024. Things can go either way. The economy can go boom. It could go bust. A lot of people are predicting the bust part. I am not one of those. I believe everything runs around the Federal Reserve rate. The Federal Reserve has done everything in their power to have a soft landing, including not increasing the interest rate like they should have. Now that we are here months later, and they have now found out that inflation has not kept going down, it did go down, but not to a 2% level. I think they are going to do the unthinkable. Well, not really the unthinkable, but I think what they're going to do is T-minus 2 months. They're going to sit there and come up with all the excuses on why they're going to reduce the interest rate. That just makes a bull run on real estate and a bull run on stocks. That's all it does. They've already lowered, not the Federal Reserve, but the mortgage professionals, lenders. They've already reduced interest rate. Can you believe this? I want to ask everybody something. Why is it when the Federal Reserve is increasing the interest rate, their Federal Reserve rate, why is it that the mortgage lenders were increasing their rate? And now that the Federal Reserve hasn't increased interest rates for the last 3 months, how is it that the mortgage lenders are decreasing their interest rate? Is anybody paying attention? These guys are all in on it, ladies and gentlemen. It's so funny. It's acting like they're independent of the Federal Reserve. Because when you really think about it, the guys that are giving you the loan, they can charge you whatever rate they want to. They're not borrowing money from the Federal Reserve, are they? Does the bank really need the Federal Reserve if they're going to give a piece of paper and tell you we're going to give you $500,000 and we want a 5% interest rate on our money, our piece of paper? We're the one giving you the money. Does it really matter what the Federal Reserve is doing? Aha, think about it. You're being manipulated. That's right. So therefore, we play the game. We know what game's going to happen. They'll reduce the interest rates with the federal level. They'll reduce the mortgage lending rate. But they've already started because they can't move homes at the high interest rate. A $500,000 home means you're pretty much going to have to make $150,000 to qualify for that house at the interest rates right now. So what can they do? So they have to start reducing the interest rate. It's funny as hell. That's why I love the Feds not doing anything, because this just, it pulls back the curtain on a lot of people. It's hilarious. So that's why you can't fall prey to these guys. That's why you need assets, ladies and gentlemen, to pay for liabilities. So then this way you're using money that you didn't have to work for to pay for your debts. That's what you want to do. You want to reverse this. You don't want to buy a house first, because that sucks away some equity that you could be buying. That's how they keep you broke, which is another video I made last week. But this is how you get left behind financially as well, because you're too busy buying liabilities. I always say this. we're going to keep talking about it. So again, getting left behind financially is a thing. Prices go up, you get left behind because you're going to start grabbing the credit cards. You're going to start borrowing money. You are going to put yourself in a debt box and no way out, because the debt box isn't charging you 5%. They're charging you 20%, 15%, 10%. That is hefty. And if you have an IOU of 20 grand and you have to come up with $4,000 per year just in interest payment, that's $350 per month that's coming out. Some people would say, well, that's not a lot. You're right, that's not a lot. But the problem is, if you owe your principal on top of it, then all of a sudden it starts to be a lot. And when you can't pay but minimum payments for your IOU, that means you are extending how much longer you have to pay. That is not good combinations. You'll be left behind. We can't have you left behind, ladies and gentlemen. You have to pay attention. You're going to have to grab the bulls by the horn. If you have to reduce your debt load, you got to reduce it. I don't care if they're going to say we're going to reduce the interest rates. You need to reduce your interest rate for you personally. You're the CEO of your life. You got to do it. You got to pay off debts. That's what you should be looking at this year. Paying off debts is a #1 priority, because that will free you up to be able to tap in to this next bull run from all phases: crypto, real estate, even businesses that have existing profit. All of it you should be tapping into. All of it. All asset classes you need to get prepared for. And if there's any dips coming along the way, that is good. That's natural. It should have already happened. The fact that the Federal Reserve and the powers that be was able to extend where there hasn't been some sort of basically 2.0 depression is amazing, because that's where we should have been sitting 2 years ago, quite frankly. So just keep that in mind. All right. Let's see what we got, Eric. It looks like they're building big projects around Larimar and Cruise on Land. One of them is Vistancia Caribbean Residence. Okay. They got a cute name. But again, from what I've seen from Vistancia Caribbean Residences, it's a joke. Again, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why I say it's a joke is simply this. If you want to buy a condo that has a pool and a fitness center, then why are you going to be 30 to 40 minutes outside of town? You can find condo projects with a pool and a gym. All right. From what I've seen, they don't have many amenities. And if that's what you're going for, then yeah, the places out there are 40 grand, 60 grand, 90 some grand for a 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath penthouse. Nice. But it's still only a condo unit. So here, look, it's cheap. You can probably rent these things. Yeah, $40 a night, $50 a night, but they're 30, 35 minutes away from downtown. That's a distance for just coming out to a place that has a pool and a gym and maybe some other amenity, but you still have to leave that compound to go shopping. Yeah, okay, go to Cruise on Land and shop. Go to Larimar and shop. Great. Go wherever. But you're still way outside of town. There may be something else they're going to put on that plateau. This is true. But the bottom line of the story is, I want you guys to understand there's a value with amenities already being present. You are able to rent at first of all, let me put some things in perspective here, because Paul Castillo owns at Cruise on Land and Larimar. Okay, if we're getting in first phase, Cruise on Land and Larimar, you could have a 1-bedroom studio at Cruise on Land. It's a studio, not a 1-bedroom. They like to market their one studio as a 1-bedroom. It's a studio, okay? But if you can buy a studio for $56,000, or 89,000 or 87,000 fully furnished or 79,000 fully furnished. The thing is a person going to spend $79 per night to stay at Cruise on Land that has a water park, that has a go-kart track, I mean, has tennis courts, basketball courts, driving range if you're a golfer, soccer field, restaurants, bars. I mean, or you're going to spend $40 a night. I mean, what are we talking about here? Yes, people are going to pay $40 a night. True. But some people are going to say, hey, man, we have to leave here and we're going to have to use InDrive, Uber, or get a rent-a-car. We could be staying at Cruise on Land and all of us don't even have to work. 2 people, let's say, we don't have to worry about getting around because we don't have to leave. We can eat here. Everything we want to do, we can do here. And if we want to go to town, they have a shuttle. And right now it's complimentary to downtown. So if you're out at this other place, they're probably not going to have a shuttle and they're not going to have all these amenities. So if you want to go do anything, sure, go down to go to Caribbean Lake Park, for instance, and go to their thing and pay $129 per person. Meanwhile, you could stay at Cruise on Land and it's included in your $79 for both of you to be at all these places that are amenities. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. So why set yourself up in that position when you clearly can market for a higher price because all they're going to be staying in is the condo? So that's all I know about Vistantia. And unfortunately, I can't pull it up because my phone is being used for light tonight. So actually, that's why I can't pull it up. But what I can do is I could go look it up, but I have the PDF. Punta Cana Residences is what it's called. I have the PDF for it, but I can't really remember. All I know is it's cheap, but it's just, it doesn't make much sense for, oh, they have a website already. So we can go look at this because Paul Castillo, the prices are true. They're legitimately cheap. I mean, I mean, they're really cheap. They're ridiculously cheap. So when we start talking about this, you guys have to think, why would somebody stay there from a business standpoint? Yes, some people are going to go, okay, I'm going to stay out there. It's $40 a night. But after that, great. I say to them, hey, if you want to buy this and charge people $50, $60 a night, that's great. But in fact, we're going to go over and check this out. Here, we got it up right now. This is what we do here. In case you're new, we go check things out. Welcome to Vistancia Caribe Residences. Here we go. 1,122 units. Whoa, they got 11 pools out there. I didn't know about the 11 pools. Oh, because this is going to, okay. Wait, what is this? Wait. 21 miles from Punta Cana International Airport. It doesn't take 21 minutes to get there. I can tell you that right now. 11 miles from Macau Beach. What are they talking about? Okay, they must not be talking about drive time. But let's just say whatever. Here it is. 1 bedroom, type B, 47,000. You can reserve with 500 down payment 10%. Now, again, you guys know I like the 1%. 2 bedrooms, 61,000. So now we need to see a contract. Who's the developer? This is because if Christopher or whatever the other one was called, no, it wasn't Eden, Epic. If they're the developers, you rest assured this is going to cost you a hell of a lot more money. That's all I can tell you. Now, my phone is ringing, unfortunately, and I can't answer it. So you might be hearing it in the background. That's just the way it's going to be. All right. But nonetheless, you guys can see some of these prices. Oh, look. $39,000 for 51 square foot. That is impressive. And what I like about this is they have the prices here. So here, let me put this in the chat room in case somebody is interested, because just because I don't like it does not mean that another person might say, you know what, I love this pricing. And after they look at the project, they go, I think I can live with charging people $70 per night for a 2-bedroom. I mean, or maybe you can get 99 a night, which would turn this into a monster of a profit maker. But here's a penthouse, 1-bedroom, and now we have to find out, but 1-bedroom penthouse is 71 square meters. That's 56,000. And here's the 2-bedroom, 95.6. That is impressive. Typical living room. Okay, I don't know. We need to know who the developers are, right? Notice they're not telling us. Let's see who About Us is. This could be spectacular. Is it going to be worth it? Could be. It's cheap. But who's the developers? We need to know. And it seems like a secret. It's saying Vistancia Constructora. Okay, that's not good enough. That's not good enough. We need to know who they really are, because anybody can create an SRL if they've already done business. They're not saying anything about how long they've been in business. None of that. That is a red flag for me. I'm not dealing with it. Well, even if they have a reputation of some sort, that's still not going to get them off the hook for me. Let's see. Easy Brokers. People are promoting it, but we need to know who the developers are. It's that simple. I'm not buying it. We're not buying anything these days. I need to know who these guys are. That's how we're operating from this day forward in 2024. We ain't messing around taking people's word for it. All right. So here it is, the 15th of January. Speaking of Larimar that Paul Castillo talked about, it's January, Larimar. Are you guys building anything besides just dumping dirt? I want to know about it. Let's go. All right. I don't want to hear anything. Okay. Let's go with About Us is no good. Let's go with the gallery. And remember, these are renderings, which also means we don't know what that means. Let's go with social area, because that's the most important, one of the most important parts. Here we are. Okay. I have nothing to say. It's just a children's area. That's fine. This is okay. Let's get to the social areas. Is that really like a outdoor? What is that? Somewhat of a stepper. And a seating area. Okay, this so far, this is water feature. Okay, that's cute too. Seating area. Okay, that's nice. We better come up with something better than this so far, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't going to cut it. Somewhat of an amphitheater. I know they're going to market this as an amphitheater, but okay, that's this walking around area is nice and all, but where's the amenities? Is this somewhat of a pool, I guess? All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's not going to cut it. This is really, they say there's 11 pools, but I don't know what that means. They're not showing anything. This is pretty weak. This is not something that I'm going to be overly excited about. The price is so cheap that some people may say, hey, I can get something for 50 grand or less, and it's going to be, rentable potentially, but this is pretty pathetic. I mean, a pool, this is not even, again, people are going to be in the middle of nowhere. Here we go. Alexander, whatever, shareholder, president. Okay, look. Sales representative, owner of Fun Trip, tourist operator, owner Prestige, real estate, SRL, co-founder. This isn't good enough. Figureheads aren't good enough. Who's building this? They're not saying anything here. This is not good. $500, 2 identities. Cool. Makes it easy for you. But you want to see their contract. They have discount pricing. 30% down starts 1.5%. But when we're talking 40,000, we're only talking about $400 or something. Which I guess $400 is a thing. 1 bedroom, 51 square meters. That's nice. 45,900. 1 bedroom, 60 square meters, roughly 53,000. Very nice. Again, 2 bedrooms, 76, 68. Did they have any renderings? Will the apartments be delivered with appliances? Here it is. No. Ladies and gentlemen, appliances 2 or 3 years from now could be anything. Your fridge, your stove, those items alone could be thousands of dollars. What about the air conditioning? No. Well, you already know those are going to be thousands of dollars per room. So that is a potentially $10,000 that you're going to have to add to these prices. Concrete blocks, of course. Ceramic floor, cheap, of course. 2.10 interior panel doors. Okay, sliding doors in aluminum and clear glass. Okay, not cool. Glass panel curtain and bathroom. Okay, you guys can go search this for yourself. Here, in case I haven't put it in the chat room, here's this. And these are not residences, by the way. These look like condos to me. All right. Need to see the contract, E. White. You can already tell what the contract's going to be like. I can tell you already. No AC, no white line, meaning no kitchen. You're going to have to get all the appliances, all the AC. So you're starting from scratch. They're just giving you in a shell. And so therefore, they're just bringing in the wiring. Well, we hope, because once again, need to see the contract. I agree with you 110. Those are residences. Look, to me, those are more for permanent living. Victor Morero, thank you so much for saying that, because that's what I look at it as. I do not look at this for short-term rentals. And you're going to have to spend $15,000 in 2024 money just to have your kitchen with appliances and AC units. How many apartment spaces? Each apartment will have 1, even if you have a 2-bedroom. What the hell? What amenities will the project have so far? Okay, see, they didn't show any of this. Pet park, children's park, they did show. Ecological trail, okay. 24/7, okay. Access, barbecue area, okay. Airbnb friendly, okay. Elevator, great. Gym. First thing that they've said, is it outdoor? Restaurant, they're saying it, didn't show it. Clubhouse, saying it, didn't show it. Spa, saying it. Multi-use court, we know what that is. That is a basketball court with soccer nets in the end too. That didn't say courts, it just said 1. If there's going to be 1,100 units, you're going to need more than this. Tennis court, it doesn't have an S at the end. Commercial area, what does that mean? Didn't show excursion discounts. Who cares? Really? Come on, man. All right. How many entrances? 1 for the moment. Jeez. Good grief. According to 51 units per block, that's 20 units, 20 blocks. Okay. How many blocks will be, it's 22 blocks. There we go. Okay. We knew it was going to have at least 20 blocks. How many stages? There's 4 stages. First stage, December 2020. Okay, stop. Stop. They're going to say they're going to build this in a year and 11 months. Really? This is okay. This is starting to be annoying. Will apartments? Yes, with an X. Oh, no. Will the apartments be under a pool scheme where an administrator is in charge of managing? Yes, with an extra administration fee. Yes, you can rent your apartment. Will the project be pet friendly? Yes. Will I be able to use Airbnb? Yes. Project will have administration? Yes. What will maintenance cost? What is that? 500. What is that? That's like, what is that? $10, $12, $1.20 per square meter. Okay, they can tell me what. Okay, that's not normal. Are the commercial plaza premises for sale or only for rent? For sale, and the size of the premises as per the client's requirement. Okay, how much does the generate? Okay, they're charging you. How much does the generation of the contract cost? They're charging you $70 to generate a contract? What kind of? Okay, this is crazy. That is crazy right there. I've never heard of them people charging for contracts. All right, this is kind of crazy already. Charging for contracts, trying to tell people it's only going to be $1.20 or something for HOA fees. That is not sustainable with 1,100 units, and they're talking about 11 pools. This is sketchy. What I'm going to say is this seems like a Christopher or Epic developer project to me, meaning did I not? Okay, I'm going to go back to this because I can't even believe this is a thing. This last thing that they have at the very bottom, how much does the generation of the contract cost? They're charging $70. The contract is the same no matter who the individual is, other than the buyer's name being inserted in. What is this? $70. What do you mean? All right, maybe talk to a realtor, but I am not going to be talking about this project because this is very, very weak, and you're going to probably end up spending another $20,000 by the time this is built. And on top of that, furnishing for your AC unit, your kitchen appliances, your washer dryer, that's going to cost you money as well as the fridge. And I don't know if you can put a dishwasher in or not, but the stove you're going to need, I don't know if it's going to have to be electric or what, but you're going to have to buy those items. Then you have to buy your furniture. So you might as well just add 20 G's on top of these prices straight out the box, maybe even 25, depending on unit size. So these things do not cost $41,000. In essence, it's going to cost you, if it's $41,000 for that studio, just for your appliances and AC unit, you might as well add 15 or something. So it's really $56,000, which some people would say that's still a good deal. But with the limited amenities that are not shown, again, I'm not going to go with people showing me renderings and they don't even have the decency to show us everything, whether it's stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. They should be showing us a complete project, what that's going to look like. Yeah, I know a lot of people are probably going to put down the $500, not look at a contract because they're going to say, pay us $70 to get a contract. Are they really going to do that? Again, do not send them money until you see a contract. Bottom line, this thing about pay us $70 for a contract is bogus. And I guarantee you, from what I'm seeing already, I'd be willing to bet you that contract is going to have language in there that they can raise the price, whether it's based on them or based on whatever they want to base it on. But I guarantee you that's going to be in there. This does not seem like, to me, if they're charging me for appliances, they're charging me for contract, this is already doesn't bode well for me. All right. I'm just saying, but if anybody wants to go look at it, I do know who's presenting this. Our man Nestor. I'll put Nestor's phone number and information down below. Let him know you're part of the SSN Nation, and let him know there's concerns. Don't do anything until you see a contract. And if they have to come up with this, well, we're not going to give out the information, then you can't buy. Don't even play the game. It's better not to play the game. I'm going to give you Nestor's phone number here. Let him know you're from SSN Nation. Eric sent you. All right. He'll take care of you. But even him, he may say, hey, you know what? Don't worry about it. You don't need to see the contract. Just reserve. Get your spot now. Put down 500. But see, here's the thing. A lot of these guys sometimes are trying to even keep that reserve or reservation when in fact they're supposed to return it. So why even put yourself in that situation? There's no reason to advance anything. If somebody's not willing to give you the contract before you sign, then it's not, what are we talking about here? Don't give them your money anymore. Don't say, hey, hold, you'll be the first one in. We'll take your reservation fee. Don't send any money. Just say, hey, this isn't for me. Because that's what it really is. There's no reason for you to send them 500 and then get a contract and then find out later the contract has all this language in there that is detrimental to you buying. Meaning, AKA, you think you're buying something for 40,000 and before you know it, it's 90. That's what I mean. All right. When you know for a fact you can have a full package at Cruise on Land, studio unit is 89,000. You know, 2-bedroom fully furnished could be 200 or 129,000. Yes, I don't like Cruise on Land's contract. If you can live with their contract, yeah, okay, great. But the fact of the matter is, why are you going to enter into agreements with unknowns? And especially with you saying, send us $70 to get a contract. What is this? I hope that's not the case, but you can't send them money and then give them $70 on top of that to give you a contract. And then you read the contract and say, I don't want this. You don't get the 70 back, and they're going to try and keep your 500 too. Why put yourself in that situation if that's the case? Now, I haven't talked with Nestor about the project, but I know he's dealing with that project. All right. So there you go. It's on the screen. Go see Nestor. Everybody on podcast, WhatsApp, 1 Dominican Republic is +1 809-918-1228, and let them know Eric sent you from SSN Nation. We will see him May 9th through the 16th. He'll be there some of those days. He'll be there. And I'm pretty sure he might be at the concert series as well. So I'm sure he'll bring the wife or family or whatever to come check it out. It's going to be a little wholesome atmosphere. Only a few curse words. All right. It won't be none of that cursing every sentence stuff. All right. I'm not bringing some artists that do that kind of thing. All right. So just saying. Now, let's see what else we're going to get into. Let me know what you guys think about this Vestancia Caribe residences that are not residences. I don't even know why they're using this term residences. These are condos. It's cute just to make it seem like it's something else. And the name is kind of nice too. But residences is not. Residences are usually reserved for either villas or high-end condos because they are 2,000 square feet or something, or 3,000 square feet and condos, and have their own entrances and things like that, that you're going to find at Macau come 2027 because of some of these high-end chains that are moving out there, like the Regals, the Hyatts, places like that, who are going to be selling $1.5 million residences. All right. I mean, come on. So it's kind of cute that they're calling it Vestancia Caribe residences, but it has nothing to do. These are condos, and they're not really that big. All right. So we will see what happens. Are you extending your payment time frame? What's your criteria? How many months are you adding? They'll have the adjusted contract, correct? Victor Morel, what are you referring to? Are we talking about Larimar? Are we talking about the villas? The villas will be set. It won't be, I'm just giving you variables right now because I need to do some things with them. So what I'm looking at is a 14-month. I'm trying to figure out with the engineers and developers and everybody involved. I want to know when they can build it straight up, legitimately, if no deterrence whatsoever, such as hurricane weather, whatever, earthquake, whatever the case may be. So it's all based on what the reality is versus selling people the dream. We're dealing with reality. I'm not going to be involved with delivery is going to be 14 months from now, and now it's 2 years later. Not doing it. And by the way, speaking of this, Victor Marrero, this is also one of my pet peeves because if I'm controlling this, I am going to be dealing with this exact very issue that you're referring to, because I am going to enter agreements with these guys that if you're going to do any business with me, we're doing it properly. So if we have a situation where somebody says, hey, we have it where delivery, let's just say you have a 12-month payment plan. Delivery is going to be 12 months from now. And then in 60 days is the remaining balance that you owe. That's 14 months, right? But let's just say for whatever reason, at around 5th month or 4th month, things are not on track. I want this for people. I don't want this BS. If you turn around and tell me, hey, we can't get this done in 12 months, and then I come out and be like, hey, man, this looks like it's going to be done in about 18, 19 months, 19 months. Well, then that contract's going to be extended 7 months, and the payment plans are going to be they're going to be readjusted. I'm putting those that's going to be in my contracts, because we're not playing this game of, yes, we can build in an X amount of time, and then it's a year later, 2 years later, and people have already put down their 40, 50%, and they're sitting there holding their hands, twiddling their thumbs, and they're going to be pissed. No, you're going to be the beneficiary of some nonsense. So if that scenario happens, and I'll even run some numbers right now just to give you guys an idea. I'll use real numbers. Let's just say we're talking about $350,000. All right. I'll just use a simple number, which, okay, that won't be the number, but let's just say it is. So you're going to put down 20%. So that's $70,000. All right. And it could be 25, but we'll just use that's okay. So then we're doing 20, 30 or 40. So 30% is 100,000, 105,000 actually. 105,000. See, this is where things get crazy. Divided by 14, let's say. That's 14 months. That's $7,500 per month. All right. That's not chump change. Now, $7,500 per month is big time. So if a person is expecting delivery in 14 months, I'll be damned if they wake up at the end of this sacrifice or buying, because either way, it is a sacrifice. You have nothing for 14 months and you're paying this amount of money. You put down 50%. And all of a sudden at month number 4, we find out there's going to be an issue. You're not going to have it delivered in 14. You're going to have it delivered in 20. Well, now what we're going to do is that's going to be extended and broken down, re-sign a new contract, the exact same contract, except we are going to move forward with the additional 6 months, which now means your payment went down. That's what I'm going to do. That's what if these guys aren't going to do that, I'm sorry. But there is going to be a way to do it, because I have a feeling my company will be doing the actual contractual scenario. So I know I can bypass them, but I'm going to make that a known factor, because what's going to end up happening is these guys are going to say, well, we need this money, that money, whatever money. Wrong. That's why I control things usually, and I want to control it because then I can set everything proper. You're not getting no damn money. And by the way, there's going to be clauses in there where your ass is going to be replaced. So thank you for building what you needed to build, and we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Just like draws, just like all that, except we're not going to have a draw. But what we're going to be doing is you're going to have to meet these criteria. We're not letting these guys just do whatever they want. No, not with me. We're going to say in 3 months, 1 month, I need a foundation. 3 months, I need walls and floors. 4 months, I need the roof, and you guys better start figuring out how we're going to start doing this interior. We're going to have set timelines so there's no deviation. They mess up, don't meet the criteria, I am not going to penalize the buyer. And what else is going to happen? The money is not going to them. It's going to the next guy who's going to finish it up. If you can't handle it, we get you as a replacement. Like I said, I don't play with these guys. Everybody else can play games. We're not playing because we want to be the best and we want to have a fair price. So then when it's done, people are like, oh my God, I bought this for $350 and it's worth like $550. That's what we want. That's what I want. And we can make it happen. So far, they're talking a good game. So yeah, Victor Marrero, that's what we're doing. So none of this thing, like, for instance, I mean, I hate to say it, but Victor Marrero has been involved, as with all of us. We've been involved with projects that claimed that they were going to be done in 2 years or 3 years. None of them have finished. So it would have been nice that they're not sitting there going, oh yeah, well, you know, you finished up your payment plan, but we're not going to be done for another year, year and a half. It would have been awfully nice if they would have came up and told people within the first year and said, hey, you know what, it's going to be an extra 12 months. So we're going to just change your contract. Everything's exactly the same, except the payments have now been reduced based on what you owe now, because we added another 12 months of payments. That's what companies should have been doing. You hear that, everybody in the DR? This is why I'm the big dog, because we actually make it right for the people. And that's why the government, and that's why the big dogs up above who control things, they don't like me showing up, because I changed the game. And this game's about to be changed over in the DR. And it ain't going to be one project or two or three. It's takeover, because we're going to do business the right way. And people are going to love us because they're going to go, man, I can't believe it. These guys said, man, they wanted to do it in 2 years like they said, but they had issues, whatever happened, whatever. But at least they came back and said, hey, man, you were paying $7,500 a month, but because it's going to take another 7-8 months, we're going to extend you. So that reduces you down to $6,000 per month. That's fair. Guess what, guys? Who's ever in the DR right now, you're a developer, listen to this, you in trouble. You in trouble. Big time. The game is coming, and I'm about to show you guys how we take over. I'm just talking big smack because nobody can stop me. Nobody can stop me, but you guys are going to try. Don't worry. Don't worry. I know. The same game they pull in America, you guys are going to try to pull over there. You're going to go talk to the congressman. You're going to go talk to your builder department and all this, trying to block me. I know. Don't worry, though. I've played this game before. I changed the game. Don't worry. You might want to start checking out SRLs because you ain't going to know all of them. Sorry. That's right. I know how to play the holding company game. Sorry. You ain't going to know all the companies, but you'll know one. SSN Lifestyle, SRL. You'll know that one. But don't worry, guys. I've been around this party before. Curtis Davis, the best channel. Stop struggling now with the gyms. I appreciate that, man. And notice, guys, I am talking big mess because nobody can stop me other than the government. And that's what they're going to do. They're going to bribe the government going, oh, look at what Mr. Bird's over here doing. He's killing us. He's making all this money and he's helping people. That's what's going to happen. Same thing that happens in America is what's going to happen there. No worries. I've been around it before. They're going to try and stop us, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm going to be helping you, because it ain't going to be fun. I'm going to tell you right now, there's going to be some people that's going to buy at Sabana. They're going to buy 2,300 square foot homes that are going to be $550,000, $600,000. Yes, they have the equestrian center. Fine. But they're going to be awfully pissed when they find out some other people might be getting homes $150,000 less than them, and they're also inside Vistacana in the same size and semi-custom. They are going to be pissed. They're going to be just like, wait, how did that happen? He just now is building now. How could he charge this? It's good when you have friends that love you. All right, I'm just saying. I'm talking big mess because I already know what's going to happen. I am talking Larimar. Yeah, no. First of all, the guys, okay, first of all, there's a bunch of stuff going on. They were just down in the Futur in South America. The Madrid Futur event starts January 24th in Spain. So these guys are hard to get to. No, I haven't talked with them yet about that because I've been based on my takeover at SRL. And I haven't talked to Gennaro yet, but he's down. He should be coming back for that South American Futur tourism event they had. I expect him to be back today or tomorrow. So I gave him a day, but I'm working on my own thing. I ain't got time for these clowns. But the point is, I only asked because you mentioned you were going to do that. Yes, I am going to do that because it's clear they're not building into December 2025 is not even a delivery date. December 2025 is not a delivery date. January 2026 is not a delivery date. July 2026 is not a delivery date. Let's just call it what it is. It's January 15th. It's going to be February in 2 weeks. They're not building this thing in 2 years. The first phase is not. Second of all, let's talk Larimar. Second of all, remember the second phase was, I believe, June 2026. I think it was June 2026. They won't even be done with first phase June 2026. This is what I'm saying. I'm like, so how are they going to be done with? Okay, they can't be done with second phase. So in other words, they will not be done. Wait a minute. Second phase is Breeze Towers with the man-made beach, which means they would have to do the man-made beach, Breeze Towers, and first phase boardwalk and everything in less than 2 years. Not going to happen. And now they started selling Paradise Towers. Now, I don't remember delivery for Paradise Towers off the top of my head right now, but let's just say it was December 2026. That ain't happening either. Stacked all the way across, not happening. So therefore, all those people are going to be in the same position. And yes, Victor Marrero, I'm disappointed because I fulfilled my part by paying 50% a long time ago. I know COVID took off 2 years, but damn. Exactly, Victor Marrero. See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. See, this scenario for Victor Marrero, and not only him, but a lot of people in pre-construction that started in 2019, 2020, 2021, that's the fact. And just like in Vistacana, Punta Cana, Panorama Gardens, Panorama Park, they're not done. That was 2020. It's 4 years. Well, they didn't have delivery. It was supposed to be 2023, I think, or 2022. I think it was 2022. Okay, let's just say it was 2022. It doesn't even matter. Panorama Park, Panorama Garden, they're not going to be done for another year. Okay, let's just call it what it is. They're not even done with the gray matter yet, which is the concrete. So therefore, they can't even be done in a year. They're not going to be done for another 2 years. I mean, yeah, they have the Zen place. The gray is being built. The roof is kind of on, the cement roof and all that. But the project itself, the park and the garden, it's not done. They haven't even finished that yet. So it's going to take another 2 years. And everybody has put in their, it was a 1020 or 1030. They've already put in their 40%. So now they're sitting here twiddling their thumbs, and they could be making additional payments at 0%. True. But it's kind of hard to be motivated to make additional payments. I mean, seriously. When you're sitting here going, well, when are you going to be done? And they're like 2 years. I mean, they're not saying that, but it's going to be 2 years. All right. So all of this fanciful crap that's been going on, that's what it is. Everybody has underdelivered, underperformed. And guess what? New sheriff coming to town. There's only a limited amount of people that can build structures. That's another thing. So what do you have to do? Maybe you have to have somebody or another company come in from out of nowhere building structures. I'm just saying. Control. But that's what's basically happening. So people have already paid their 40 or 50% and waiting. And unfortunately, it would have been a whole lot nicer if they would have just said, you know what, just pay 50% of what you owe. Because the bottom line is it would be a winner for all. Because even 50% of what you owe and reduce people's payment, 50%, the price is going to even be higher on the retail side. Once it's finished, the people are going to have more equity every year they delay. As long as you have a contract that doesn't increase the price, which everybody does except people at Larimar, quite frankly. And people that's going to be working with me and my partnership, we're not raising our prices. I already talked to them about that. I said, I'm not involved with any price increases. So I need to know you're building this in 12 to 14 months. Then we're going to give people a 60-day delivery. 60-day after you give delivery is they're going to be there. They can finance it or whatever. I said, anything else deviation of this, we can't be involved. I'm letting you guys know. I'm not like, I don't make deals based on I want to be with somebody. That's not how you should make deals. You should make deals based on what you want to happen, and it should be in writing with your attorney. You guys might see some of this. In fact, I'm probably going to show that because I want you guys to understand. You don't have to be afraid. You don't have to be fearful. You just have to start and understand whatever you're doing, there's outside forces that may try to stop you. And you have to always remember whatever somebody tells you may not necessarily be true, because until we get it in writing, it's not true. Even if we have it in writing, it's not true. You know why I say that? Because you guys will understand one day, even if it's in writing, I still, if there's a dispute, have to go to court to resolve it. And in court does not guarantee just because you're right that the court is going to come and be in your favor either. All of that takes maybe a year. So even if we have it in writing and you say, well, we'll just sue each other. Okay, look, when you get in these lawsuits, it isn't like it's $50. The lawyers, I need a retainer. And then when I show up in court, if you want the better attorneys, they're going to say something crazy like that's $1,200 for me to be in court per hour. $1,000 per hour. Okay. So you guys, it's not that simple when people use these terms. Oh, just sue them. You got to come out of pocket. You just don't get to go, oh, sue them. They're going to say, well, if you want to sue these guys, it's $25,000. And then if I got to go to court, it's $1,000 per appearance per hour. And then, so before you know it, You gave a retainer. Then these guys go to court because you want to sue people. Next thing you know, he's added up $10,000 on top of it because not only did he have to show up, his paralegal shows up, and maybe an assistant that's not a partner shows up. Next thing you know, you're up at 50 G's talking about suing people. Again, you guys got to understand, this game is cold out here. Wow, 2 years delay in building. Exactly, Curtis Davis. It's crazy out here, man. That's too big of a project to be finished in a year and a half. This sounds fishy to me. Paul Castillo, it's not fishy. What's going on is, well, okay, T minus 15 days before I really start. I know there's some things that I don't want to talk about because it's not 100%. Because Larimar is silent. But as far as I'm concerned, 100% will mean we will see what happens in the next 2 weeks. We need to see some video of them pulling up trees, clearing hundreds of yards of acreage. That's what we need to see. If I don't see any of this, I don't really care about a 120 foot or 200 foot by 300 foot clearance space where they have the pavilion right now. I don't care about that. We need to see hundreds of yards of movement. I need to see jungle being cleared. You can't burn it. So that means I need to see some trees being uprooted. I need to see whatever's out there because there's rocks and trees and whoever knows what else. Fences, because some of this area used to be farming. So again, we need to see something like that. Yes, Paul Castillo, fishy is a key word. Also, let me explain something else. Speaking of fishy, only because Paul Castillo and a lot of other people own at Cruise on Land and at Larimar, here's the part you guys have to understand. Last January, or actually it wasn't January, last November or October, Cruise on Land goes, we are going to have a model built. Okay. And they said starting in January, we're going to start building a model. So, okay, fine. So at first, the model was going to be done in the summer because we're thinking it's just going to be a model, right? Nothing big. Then it turned into almost like an administrative building. But again, keep in mind, an administrative building, what is it? It's bricks, a rectangular brick. The interior is one thing. All you have to do is a roof, 4 walls, and then you put in your white area, meaning the walls and whatever you want to do, the size of rooms and all that. And then you need your models. It is now 1 year. And all they did was one little building, 2 models are inside that building along with offices. So there's a studio unit with a 2-bedroom unit with a door in between. So it's kind of like shows their 3-bedroom model as well. Still, as far as I know, have not finished furnishing the models. 1 year to build this small little 1-level square rectangle building with 2 models inside. Now, does this sound like somebody that's going to be able to do 4 or 5 levels of 2 buildings for sure in a year and a half? Come on. I think not. You see where I'm going with this? There's definite things that you can do, but when you show that you can't even build a rectangle 1 level with 2 models in it in less than a year, you really think you're going to be building 200 units inside of a 6 or 7-story building? Are you serious right now? I think not. Okay, let's get real. They're not going to be doing delivery to September 2025 either, nor will Larimar either. And Larimar's even worse because it's Claire HP. Sure, they have, I don't know how many cranes on the island. It could be 10, it could be 14. But here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. Claire HP is actually over at Oceana right now. You guys may have seen in the back. Well, no, I didn't show a video where I was showing Coral Village and all that. I never presented that video. They haven't finished Oceana structure yet. So they have to do that. They can't be at Larimar. They also have a year from now, like I mentioned before, they're supposed to be doing Wave Garden was delivery 2025, first quarter. They were doing Wave Garden structures. Wave Garden doesn't even have one floor built. They're not going to finish that in 1 year either. So not only that, Atlantida, they're doing some of the structure. I don't remember if it's River Island or Atlantida, but they got a structure situation at River Island. River Island is supposed to be, some of it's supposed to be done in the first phase in 2025 also. So now 3 projects is where Claire HP is supposed to be. And 4 is Larimar. If everything at Larimar was proper, which I'm saying it may not be. So they haven't started doing anything. So they're supposed to be on 4 projects that are all supposed to be done in the next 2 years. We'll just call that impossible. Where are they going to get the extra manpower from? Magically show up from where? So let's call it what it is. We look at reality here, ladies and gentlemen. So your fishy thing, all of them are fishy. Nobody has built 5 stories, 6 stories, 7 stories high condo complex in 1.5 years. Nobody. Not Christopher, not Epic, we're not the Woods, nobody. So you expect me to believe these guys are going to do it? No, they're not. Let's get real. Not going to happen. So yeah, Victor Morel, that's why I'm going to be talking with Larimar saying, hey man, can we all renegotiate our contracts? And I'm going to tell you something straight out. Larimar, when I initially got in for my contract, I tried to push my dates past September 2025 for payment plan. You know what they said? No way. We're going to deliver. Don't worry. We're on the stock exchange. Don't worry. We're going to have to deliver on time. I'm like, that ain't looking too serious right now. Their contract does not have a penalty, which, so what? All the contracts that do have a penalty, they're not paying it anyhow. But nonetheless, they said, oh, we don't need that in our contract. We're on the Spanish stock exchange where we do this down in South America, Central America. Yes, they do. But we build on time. Okay, that was great talk. But here we are a year later, and it ain't such great talk now. Because you ain't delivering in 2025 September. That's in stone. That's for sure. Anybody want to take me up on any bets that they deliver 2025 September? Because I'm taking them. It ain't going to be done. The first phase is not even going to be anywhere near done. All right, so let's just call it what it is. I love those guys. I had them as my – first of all, re-ranking is coming up. They can't be number 1. Vista Cana may first – okay, Vista Cana, even though I just named some projects that are behind, Vista Cana, though, have projects that are being completed. They do have their beach club. They had fitness bikes in their beach club. They actually had a restaurant opening in December at their beach club. They actually have the lake and they have their pool area at the beach club finished. People were swimming in the beach club pool. They already had lounge chairs. It's going down. So these guys, even though projects within Vista Cana are being delayed, they are moving ahead. So I cannot fault them for what the developers are doing. They sold the land. Fair enough. So they're not going to be responsible. So these guys are progressing along. I'm not showing any love to Primavera. Again, if you miss my videos, they're not getting any more love from me. Because again, a lot of people will say, why? I'm going to tell you why. in December of 2020 and before, they had a brochure. Their brochure said social areas. The social areas, basketball court, pool area, gazebo, pools, and tennis court, fitness room, game room, and whispers of a soccer field. Not in the brochure was the soccer field. 4 years later, no fitness center or room, no game room, no tennis court. They said they will not be included. Now I cannot trust them for anything that's in their brochure and anything they're going to tell anybody that's buying at any of their projects. You don't get any grace on this, because now they have number 4 and they're listing all of these amenities. They're showing you on the master plan, here's where they're going to be. Just what they did in 2019 and 2020. That means 0 to me. Now there's word that they're going to build some of those amenities first. I don't really care about the kids' playground area. I don't really care about none of that. I want to see all of those amenities, the tennis court, the volleyball court, the restaurant with bar or whatever they're building. I want to see those in the next 7 to 10 months. Build those, because otherwise, no credibility. It's out the window. You can't get no love. You're no longer in the top 5 for villas or number 1 for villas, because that ship has sailed. Not going to happen. All right. So I'm just giving you guys, I'm laying down this stuff now. We can't play with these guys anymore. They're playing games out here. 105,000. That's for the lot inside Larimar. But again, okay, Curtis Davis, I have to talk smack. Larimar, you guys know I love that place. Number 1, but it can't be. They're not delivering on time. So they can't be number 1 anymore when my new rankings come out in a month or so. 105,000 for a lot. That's real nice. A 450 square meter lot. That's overpriced, quite frankly. The reason I say it's overpriced now, you can still buy lots inside Vista Cana for less. And they're bigger. Oh, so all I'm saying is this is kind of crazy, right? So this is what I'm talking about. You still have to build. And the problem is, where are you going to find a builder that's going to build in the jungle that they might have to clear? Because I don't know if they're going to clear, if Larimar would clear the land itself. But now most people aren't going to be fortunate enough to find a reasonable priced developer. Is it going to be $200 a square foot? Is it going to be $250? Is it going to be $300? Because we're getting in Cap Cana, they're getting $350, $400 per square foot, $3,500 per square meter, $4,000 per square meter to build villas. That's where we can go if the place is considered upscale. So are you really going to be able to put a 4,000 or 3,000 square foot villa at $350 or $3,000 a square foot or square meter, which is, I'll translate to square foot since we're in America, $300 per square foot, and you want a 3,000 square foot villa in this cool ass place? That's going to cost you $900,000 to build, plus your lot was 105. That's $1 million. Not many people can afford to do that. All right. So let's call it what it is. So, and that little ship clearly cannot sail for another 2 years or another year or whatever, for sure. So all I'm saying is it's going to cost you more to build in 2025 than it does now. So if you can't build now, the $105,000 price would be, that's fine. But my building cost is going to be astronomical. But once again, we're putting ourselves in position to where if I decide that we're going to do business out with Larimar and they actually complete what they say they can complete, well, then I'll be able to help people. Like I said, people aren't going to be very happy if this thing goes like I think it will, because they're going to be like, look at this. How are they doing this? I'm going to be like, hey, man, you guys could do it too, but you guys are being greedy. We're not going to be greedy. We're still going to make profits, but we're going to make the best product and get people what they need. All right. Built-in equity. Yes, I agree with that, Mr. Financial. I called them Friday and they told me they are now up to the 4th floor, my floor level. My building has 5 floors, penthouse. They are sending me pictures and videos this week. Victor Morel, you're talking about, wait, do you have a penthouse now? Is that what you got upgraded to? Where the 5th floor is the penthouse level? No, I thought they did another floor. So you mean the 5th floor is where people live, and then the 6th floor is the penthouse? Let me know. But Victor Morel, here's the thing. So here's how you have to look at this. What I believe what you mean is they are going to be the cement that they're on the 4th floor, because now they have to get on the 5th. Let's just say, well, let me know if you have the penthouse first, but let's just say you don't, and it's the 5th floor. So they have 2 more floors to go. How long is it taking them per floor? So let's just say it takes them 4 or 5 months. So we still have another year for them to get up to the 5th floor plus penthouse, plus your 4th. So another year to do that. Then to do the interior, it's going to take them another year. So we're looking at 2 years. I mean, seriously, there's just, I just don't see how this is happening. A year and a half, possible, but there is no way they're delivering this in 2024, and they're damn sure ain't delivering it. Well, December 2025, maybe. It depends. Depends on when you say 4th floor and what they're talking about. But again, we will find out. Larimar and Cruz on Land should tell owners straight up that the project won't be built in 2 years and lower the payment plan right now. Paul Castillo, good man. That is what you should be talking about with Cruz on Land and Larimar. But I'm going to be talking with the guys this week about that, because clearly renegotiation on it. But here's the thing. They have no incentive to do that, unfortunately. I just have to say it like it is. The reason why they have no incentive is because, remember, that piece of paper is a derivative. Like Claire HP is on the stock market. They get to wave around their contracts because that has a value. This may have something to do with the price increase for their stock, because if you, I don't remember how many units are in the building, but let's just say there's 200 units in that tower. And you say the average price is $140,000. So again, we'll break out the calculator. Each building, let's just say 200 times 140,000. That's $28 million. 28 times 4, that's $100 million. $112 million. Remember, we have Paradise. So you're talking about $336 million to build the 4 areas that we're talking about on paper. So they could go on this, they have financing that they could get and go show people, hey, we have Prime Towers sold out. We have, well, it hasn't sold out yet, but all I'm saying is it's close to sold out. So again, it's worth $300 million for them, or what was that? 28 million for Prime Towers. So they can go to somebody and get 10 million, 9 million, and still have people making monthly payments to them. 200 people times the average a month. Let's just say, I don't know what that would be, but 200 times, let's say, probably 1,400 maybe. That's $280,000 per month. So that's over $3 million a year. So that starts adding up. That should help them build, right? But unfortunately for them, any delay would indicate to you it has nothing to do with building. They have the money and they can get the money. So it's not like, so there must be something else going on. Does that make sense? Paul Castillo, speaking of fishy. Okay. It's pretty simple, ladies and gentlemen. They moved me from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. The penthouse units used to be the 4th floor. Yes, all right, that's what I thought, but they're now 4 or 5. Basically, everyone has moved up 1 floor. Okay, and then they still have to build the 6th floor is going to be the penthouse. So they still have 4, 5, and 6. They will not be done in a year and a half, Victor Moreau. It's not possible. They haven't even finished the gray yet. So, and they're not, I don't think they're going to be foolish enough to start doing the interior on the bottom floors without finishing all of the whole structure itself. That would be kind of risky. So that wouldn't be very wise. So yeah, they're not going to be done in 2 years. I mean, they're not going to be done by December 2025, I don't believe. Oh, speaking of that, Victor Moreau, did they have in their contract 4% penalty per month or whatever it is? 4% annual penalty, I guess it could be too. Let me know. Larimar has no penalty. Cruise on Land, I don't think they had penalty. But yeah, everybody should be asking. In fact, everybody that's still making payments and your project hasn't, well, is not going to be completed in the next 6, 7 months, 8 months, whatever, you should be asking, hey, can I get my contract renegotiated? At least ask. Just never know. Just ask. That's what you should do. You're the CEO. You got to ask, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this has been my reality check for a lot of people, because getting left behind financially is one thing. We don't want that to happen to you. We're not here for that. That's why this is SSN Nation. Stop Struggling Now is to help you, ladies and gentlemen, with the tools that are at your disposal or not at your disposal. We try to provide those. You need financing for a hotel, apartment complex, you can get it. As long as the numbers make sense. You can get it. Hit me up, support at stopstrugglingnow.com. You want to get a fourplex? Okay, that's fine. But FHA only requires 3.5% down. 4% down, what I like to say. You have to live in it, but hey, FHA approval, sure. That just opens the door for thousands of other people looking for the same type of deal. But only certain people can get a deal done when you start talking about $3 million for an apartment complex. Now, putting down 20, 25%, are they going to have the $500,000 to $750,000 down payment? Now they have to borrow that too. It's a lot better if you know somebody that's going to give you the 3.5. Welcome to the party. Come through me. You're going to have to pay 11, 12, 13% interest only for 1 year. And then you're going to have to give the investors their full money or give up your project. You don't want to default. They don't really want the project. So that's why the numbers have to make sense. The NOI has to pay for the loan that's already currently in play. The development itself, the hotel, the apartment, anything else has to be generating enough money for you to pay back the investor, plus have profit in case something comes up. 11, 12, 13%. You can get financed. No money down. Oh, by the way, no money down. No credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry, because the qualification is based on the revenue and the net operating income. It's not based on anything else. Now, skills may come into play as well a little bit. You know, they might feel a little comfortable. But if you can give them reasons why it's 80% occupied, the occupancy rate in this city is really 90, we can get an extra 3-4 units. Now we have the extra revenue coming in, which means a few more thousand per month. And we already have profit from what we owe you for the interest-only loan. That's why they don't need your credit. You want to be a big boy? You can play big boy, but you're going to have to do the big boy financial evaluations. All right. So it can be done. We're here for you. I just don't like looking up hotels and these big apartment places. The reason why is because you're not going to be able to just do one or find one. You have to look at many before you find the right one that's going to fit the investor criteria. Unless you do want to put down 25%. That's up to you. If you want to put down 25% and you have that type of money, then you can go to a bank and get the funding anyhow, as long as you have the credit, because they're going to run your personal credit. But if you want to do no credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry, not on your credit report, you don't have to worry about that, and you still want to get millions of dollars, well, you're going to have to go search for that property that's going to qualify for their criteria. It might take you 2 years, might take you 3 years. I'm just saying, but it could be worth it. But you're going to have to deal with the time. Are you willing to take 2 or 3 years? I'm going to give you the story one of these days, which I might give you right now. My boy Willie, my man, you guys know he used to come on. He owns multiple hotels, not one, even though we only talked about one. But he studied, he listened to me, he listened to other people, and he went down a path listening to other people. Some of it meld together, and then it turned into, wait a minute, I can do this. I always told him there's no barriers to entry. He figures out no barriers to entry. He's able to get the funding for his first hotel, which involved, because of the funding procedure that was needed, he had to take on the guys that funded it as partners, which is fair enough. You have the NOI, why not get a piece of the NOI? And they are partners, so they take their portion out of the overall thing, overall profits anyhow. Win-win. Everybody gets paid. Everybody wins on the refi. Or no refi and keep taking in profits. Beautiful deal if you can get them. Right? Okay. So he studied for years. It wasn't 1 year. It wasn't 2 years. It wasn't 3 years. It wasn't 4 years. It wasn't 5. Just saying. So now you understand. He watched. I'm going to tell you guys something. I've told you guys before. Me and Will are like this. Because Will was always one of those people that had to kind of see things. He just, he had to, study and evaluate and figure things out. When I went down to the winery to invest in a winery, I took Will along because this is crazy. I wanted to show him something. When we got to the winery, the guy says, how much are you going to be putting in, Eric? And I told him, I'm putting in this X amount. He says, really? So you have a cashier's check, you have the bank, you're going to have to wire the money in. You know what I did? I broke out the duffel bag of cash. Kush. Will's, because I didn't tell Will how I was paying. I just told Will, man, you got to come down here with me to this winery. I'm investing in a winery. He's like, what? You're investing in a winery? Are you serious? I was like, yeah, man, you should come along. You should check this out. So we get there to the CFO's office. I start talking. We get some contracts signed. We get some other things signed. I wanted Will to see all of this. Then I get there and they're like, how are you going to pay? How are you going to get you're going to wire money to us? You're going to get a cashier's check? Yeah, whatever. I'm like, hey, man, duffel bag of cash. Poof, 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 poof. They're just like, what the? I said, Will, see, this is how you catch the guys off guard. So now I want my extra perk. And they're just like, extra perk? I said, yeah, I'm paying all cash straight out, even though it's all cash anyhow. I'm like, I need my extra perks. So they gave me whatever extra perk it was at the time because I'm giving them cash straight across. CFO's like, oh, we got to run the paper through the whatever, the bank, whatever. I'm just like, dude, I got this from the bank. What the hell? So anyhow, he was like in shock because he couldn't believe I actually had all this money at my house. He's just like, what the frick? You actually have a duffel bag of cash like you tell everybody? I said, yeah. But that deal, he was there in the room. So now he understood. We're talking just how we're talking right now. With the CFO, with the CEO. Same conversation we're having is the same conversation I'm having with you guys right now, except we're like 20 years younger. And he's like in disbelief, of course, because he's just like, wait a minute. He's ordinary citizen, lives in ordinary neighborhood, and he's coming in here buying into a winery. So there it goes. Your mindset changes when you realize you can do whatever you want. You just have to be prepared. You have to know certain individuals, know certain people, do certain things. Nobody's stopping you except you. And then when you have a person like me who can help you, there's no reason for you to sit here idly by going, you know what, I wanted to buy this business over here, but I can't. It's a hell of a deal. It's already making money, but I can't do it because I need 25% down and they want $2 million and I don't have the freaking money. Don't let that stop you. You need to call up Eric. Support at stopstrugglingnow.com. That's the call number. Support at stopstrugglingnow.com. No reason to stop you. You can get in. Sure, you might have to have concessions. You might have to sit here and say, well, they might have concessions for you. But you don't have to come out of pocket nor worry about credit. So your credit, that's no excuse anymore. Now it's all about, are you willing to work? Because you have to work for money you earn. You don't get to go, oh, yeah, I got $25,000 a month profit coming in. I get to go rest on my laurels and sit in my house. Go party. Where's Lambo and all that crap? Sorry, you are actually going to have to show up and go to work. Understand what's going on. You're going to have to look at financials. You're going to have to deal with management. You're going to have to deal with tenants as well, not directly, indirectly through your management company. You're the boss. Any overages and costs, you're going to be responsible because if the investors don't get their money, your stuff is yanked. You're going to have to turn it over to them. So you better stay on top of it. They're giving you money so you run it. They're not giving you money so they can run it. They're happy with keeping their money and earning 3% or 4%. Not really happy. They're not happy about that. But all I'm saying is they're not giving you money so they're running anything. You're running it. They're on the yacht. They're on the boat. They're in their luxury locations. Wherever they want to live, they're go. You're running it. And any problems, you ain't calling them up. You're handling it. That's why they gave you the money. Getting it yet? But who wants that responsibility? Not many people. That's how they get left behind financially. All right, I'm talking big boy stuff right now. All right? So here we go. They are supposed to be paying me a late monthly fee now, according to my original contract. They're not. However, their lawyers got online and used COVID and last year's hurricane as the getaway card. Exactly. Exactly, Victor Moreau. See, once again, I'm coming. Okay? Dion taking my words from 20 years ago when I used to tell people, 30 years ago, I'm coming. When I was at the my favorite land auction that now I have video on that you guys can see because I didn't have that video for a year or two. That's so funny that I found even the original. I'm in 2 videos. I find that awesome. But the fact of the matter is, when I showed up there for land auction, I had a plan. And I said, I'm not just going to get one item. I'm going to get 2, 3, or 4 in the same location. So then this way I can control. If I sell one, I have my money back plus profit. I figured out a plan to sell it on eBay within 7 days because I knew if I buy it at this low price, I can sell it at that price. So again, not everything is all roses, but I'm going to tell you something right now. If I can buy something for $3,500, put it on eBay today, in a week, somebody bought it for $7,900 or $7,500. Is that a win? In 8 days, from the time I raised my auction paddle up, I made $3,500. Why is that major? Because I did it one time, but if you're smart enough, you go, I got 3 lots. So now I have 3 lots where I made an average of $3,500. So I have 10 G's in 1 week. And all I did was raise my paddle, sign some contracts, go and take pictures of the lot, because I already went there. I have the pictures because I already know I'm probably going to win the auction, because I know what the prices are. I've studied the previous auctions, and the first one I went to, I was studying. So I knew I can get it for $3,500 or less. I know what I can sell it for if it's in a certain location. So what do? I study and I say, I can do 3. Where can I get more of these? Wait a minute, the next auction has 3 or more or 4 of those for sale, but it's now going to be down in LA. 2 of these, 3 of these are great. Let me go get them. I know they sell for $7,000 to $10,000 in Clear Lake. And I know I'm going to have my money in 8 days. Is that really high risk? What's the worst thing that can happen? Somebody reneges and doesn't pay, but everybody's going to pay because the $7,000 or $8,000 they bought it for, the lot is really worth 11 to 14. I'm not greedy. I just got 3 of them. So I got 10.5, 10 G's in less than 8 days in my PayPal account. So I download it to my bank, which used to take at that time 2 days. I go back, and now we got 24 G's in my bank. You don't think my bank loves me? They love me. You don't think PayPal doesn't love me? They love me. You don't think Land Auction doesn't love me? They love me. Because by 2 weeks, I just shipped them 10 G's to 3,000, 3,500 on average. I shipped them 10 G's, 0% interest cost to me. And because you can do double, well, actually it didn't matter about double closing, because at that time, they haven't even sent it to Chicago title yet. So, hey, put it in John Doe's name. Here's the 10-5. I wired it to you. Less than 2 weeks. Before the ink can dry, it's already paid off. The lots are paid off, and I've got 10 G's extra in my pocket. Does that sound like somebody better be stopped? All right. I'm serious. What do you think I'm going to be doing over in the DR? A similar situation. If I can construct or be involved with construction that is below the construction average price right now, if I can sell below and well below the price other people are charging, I win. You win. Because that means now the other guys have to start going, what the frick is going on? How is this guy building 2,500 square foot pieces and they're custom or semi-custom? And he's actually doing a payment plan too. Actually doing contracts that say the price is fixed. Like Larimar, we're coming. All right. No price increase. What the frick is going on? We can't have this, because if we start having people doing no price increases, we're going to lose money, because we already are doing the price of building at a high level, too high of a price. Now here we have this guy's doing wholesale pricing and giving the people buying it the equity that they deserve. And in turn, who do you think is going to be the top dog where people are going to go, where's that company that has no price increase and they are building within 14 months? Delivery in 14 months. Where are they? Here. Semi-custom. We want them. Because we know after it's built, we have equity. We know the numbers. So let me ask you guys something. If you know inside Vistacana that right now, which doesn't show on point to homes, if you know right now that you can buy a 2,000 square foot house inside Vistacana and it's going to cost you $350,000 in 14 months, but you're going to have to put down within 12 months, you might have to put down like 50% because 20% down and 30% during construction. 350,000, 2,000 square foot. When you know 1,600 square foot homes are selling for 375,000 right now, would you take me up on that offer that delivery in September of 2025? You have a 350,000 villa inside Vistacana. That's 2,000 square feet. I think the guys that own the 1,500 square foot and 1,600 square foot, they're going to be like, what the frick is going on? People at Sabana, they're going to be like, are you serious right now? We paid $450,000, $500,000 2 years ago. People in Oasis del Lago, they're going to be sitting there like, what's going on? We just paid $600,000 for our 2,200 square foot villa in Oasis del Lago. What is happening? And all the builders are going to be like, what is happening? We got to stop him. I keep saying this because this has happened before. They're going to try and stop me. Don't worry about it. It won't happen. But they're not going to be paying you that late fee. And nobody actually that I know of has received that late fee, no matter if it's in your contract. So again, what's going to happen? You're going to get a lawyer. You're going to try and sue them, or you're going to try and get the money. The lawyer's not going to be able to do anything either. Just warning you now, we have this situation at the beach where people are trying to get a lawyer that's trying to get that 4% or whatever it is. They're wasting their money. Not happening because the developer already is sucking wind. Remember, they sold you a property for X amount of price. Once they start giving you, even if it's $500 or $400 or $300 back, that is out of their pocket. And it's already costing them more to build now than it did in 2021 or 2022. So it's a double L for them. That's why they don't want to pay it. And if you say, I'm going to sue you, they welcome that because they know most people, $10,000 in the DR for an attorney to start the lawsuit. And then you know you're going to have to wait 5, 6, 7 months. And even then you might not win. So that's where we are. So we're going to avoid all that. We're going to be fair. If we can't deliver it in the 14 months, we're going to know by, well, I'll put it this way. My responsibility, I'm going to know by the 3rd month. There's no playing games. There's no, oh, we're going to wait till 10 or 14 months show up and then be like, oh my God, what happened? We have another 8 months to build. No, you're not going to have that luxury out there, developers. Not if you're working with me. Because otherwise, you don't work with me, I don't really care. I'll just develop my own. My SRL says I can become a developer, so it'll be F you. It's still getting done. I'll just have to take a little longer to make it happen, but it'll still happen. Can't stop a superstar, ladies and gentlemen, when they know what they need to do. So I'm just going to keep talking smack because nobody can stop me. See, this is the difference between Kanye talking about nobody's going to drop me, I can be Semitic, and me talking, I'm coming. I'm controlling the whole thing. I don't have partnerships to deal with. You see, that's the big difference. Anytime you have partnerships, they can drop you. Just like if I enter into an agreement with these developers and partnership with them, they can drop their portion. And now I'm sitting here left out. But don't worry, we've ran this rodeo before. I am going to have partnerships with them, but I'm not exclusive. I'm a free agent. You don't think I'm going to be building up my own development situation? That's what's going to happen. So if they decide to F me, because I know that's how partnerships usually end. I'm already in set up another section where I'm going to be like, no worries. Let's go, guys. This is why I built this other sector over here, because I know partnerships and I hate partners. I told these guys I don't like partners. I really don't. I don't like partnerships, but I will enter into this because I believe they have enough credentials. That's why. But I know how this is generally going to end. It's going to be like a situation is going to come up. I won't agree with it because it's going to F either me or it's going to F the buyer. I'll be like, sorry, bye-bye, F you. And then they're going to think, oh, he can't do anything. I'll be like, damn wrong. I can do whatever. Because while we were doing our stuff, I already had other things in place because I already know you guys are going to mess up. Let's just put it this way. Contingency plans is what superstars do. The top 10 percenters, the successful people, they just don't go with one plan. They go, I have 3 backups because I know what's going to happen. If I have to get in a lawsuit with you guys, fine. Great. That's going to stop this situation. Fine. Guess what? Backup dictates, hey guys, you were going to buy from these guys. I'm going to honor the price because I'm going to deal with these guys on getting money or whatever. How about I move you to another lot over here? Simple. There's always going to be contingency plans because let's call it what it is. When it comes to lots of money, people play games. All right. Especially the guys that are more established, they're more probably gonna do games because they know their reputation. They'll get a little leeway, kind of like what's happening with Noval right now. The lagoons inside Vista Cana, where are they? Who's building their structure? Because it's still looking like it's 2022 over there. Nothing is happening. It's insane. I mean, come on now. They're reputable and they're even slacking. But again, there's a reason they're slacking. They don't do their structures. See, they've put themselves into where they have the name. They are known as developers, but they have other people build their structures. Just like at Wave Garden, somebody else is building their structures. Oceana, somebody's building their structure. Ocean Bay, somebody's building their structures. Atlanta, somebody else is building their structures. See, after all this time on the island, how is it that they're not building their own structures and doing everything from A to Z? How is that possible? I know how it's possible because there's going to come a time when you have to figure out where's the cement coming from, right? And when there's a lot of building booms, all of a sudden, if you're not in that business, then you're going to have to buy at a certain price and you don't have the cranes and everything you need to do multiple projects like they have. That's the thing. So you have to go hire Claire HP or somebody else. So this is where we have the problems. Just like at Victor Marrero's property, Cana Rock. I don't know who the developers are over there, but I do know this. I think they're the same people that have to finish their Blue Marina project that's sitting there vacant for the last four years. 2020, the ground was already dug. They already had rebarb in cement, I guess, pylons in 2020. And in 2024, all they have is 5 levels, I think, maybe 6. And it's just gray. It's just cement. That's it. All open. No walls all the way around or nothing. 4 years later. And I have a feeling it's the same people that's building Victor Marrero's Galaxy is why they don't have enough manpower to go over and do Blue Marina. See, all that comes into play. So when you do it quickly, if you're able to do villas, I'll give Punta Cana Realtor, the guys with Primavera, that's what they do. They build those little 2-3 bedrooms units fast. Because that's what they do. All right. So they get to sell those fast. Great thing for them. Bad thing if they don't put the amenities in like they said they were going to have. But the point I'm trying to make is When you have a combination like Primavera guys building their units, they're building them rather relatively quickly. All they have to do is do what they said. But then again, maybe they can't build them as quickly if they actually put in all the amenities that they said. Just saying. So that may have something to do with their timelines. But again, this is what you need. So once you have cracked the code, and if this happens where I crack the code where we say 14 months delivery, it's in. We say price doesn't go up, that's golden. We say, because I'm going to do something, I'm going to have a talk with them, but at 4 months, 5 months, we need to have a set. You got to know where you're at. So at the end of 4 or 5 months, I'm going to have in contracts. If they don't agree, I'm going to have in my contracts or theirs, ours. It's going to have to be a readjustment. So that means everybody's going to have a lower payment. I'm not going to hear anything about, hey, man, all we have is a foundation and we're 4 months in, 5 months in. That ain't cutting it. I'm not hearing, hey, man, we have the exterior of it done and not the roof at 4 or 5 months. That ain't cutting it. Because we need to start be doing the interior in 4 or 5 months. I don't need to hear nothing about the exterior of the building ain't properly done, isn't finished, whatever the case. I don't want to hear excuses of any sort like this. You're the professionals. You've been talking all the mess. You better be delivering. And if you're not, we are getting penalized, which is not really a penalty. We are going to do an extension and do it right. You're going to say, okay, I need an extra 4 or 5 months. Then they get an extra 4 or 5 months for their payment of 50% of the extra 30%. So that's how it's going to work. If that doesn't work for you, then we ain't working together. That's how we're doing it. I'm just giving you the superstar stuff, ladies and gentlemen. That's what I'm calling it. The SSN Nation Takeover 2024. We can't be pussyfooting around. All right? That's how we got to do it. Now, I've been having fun and games with you guys for the last 5 years. We've been talking nice. We've been talking all cool. Everything is sweet. But now when people wake me up and be like, oh, you don't know what you're doing, or you can't do something, or don't know who I really am, I'm like, I'm going to take over. So now I have a different mentality where I have to be the top dog that I'm accustomed to. All right. So forgive me if I all of a sudden start talking a lot of mess. That's because I know what I can do, and I know that I'm taking over. T-minus a week. It could be T-minus 24 hours, because contracts will be on the table when these guys get back. Let's see, they're going to the Madrid for tour. They're going to be back on the 28th. So that means I may be in the DR signing contracts like February 1st in 2 weeks. If we can have a good conversation tomorrow. I'm hoping I can get this all wrapped up. And then they're going to tour on then 4 days from now, because tomorrow's the 16th. They're going to be on flights to Madrid. So that means they're going to have to be packing up in the next 2-3 days. So I'm not going to the DR in the next 2 or 3 days, whether we came to somewhat semi-agreement or not. But when they get back on the 28th, fine, they can chill out. But February 1st, I'll be trying to get to the DR, if in fact, and we'll be sitting in either. I think I'm going to be. I think I'm going to be using Johan. I'm not sure yet, or I might be using Glennie. The only reason I don't want to use Glennie is because it's a double-edged sword. Glennie is an excellent lawyer, but her husband Gennaro has a real estate. He's a real estate broker. So there could be conflicting things, and Johan doesn't do real estate. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I might use him for this setup of my contract, because she could be compromised, not really compromised, but she could be thinking how it works for real estate broker mindset versus strictly the deal that I'm doing. I don't want any gray area, because ultimately, when we build these projects, I will have Gennaro potentially as one of the brokers that can sell the villas, right? So it's kind of weird that I might have his wife as the lawyer. So that's what I'm saying. So that would be kind of weird. I already signed my contract, or I still have time to get a lawyer if things doesn't change. Yeah, Paul Castillo, you could always contact your attorney and ask him, because most of us have our contract signed. Once you do your reserve, put down your deposit, put in the 10%, it's pretty much, it's rolling downhill at that point, because you generally have signed a contract. So, yeah. In fact, it's going to be normal if somebody signed a contract with a project and 6 months has gone by, 7 months has gone by, and they haven't started building, and they're talking about it's going to be delivered in a year and a half. I would think people would start questioning, not just one, when you have 300, 400, 500 units sold. I would think a few people might start being like, hey, what's happening? There's no groundbreaking, really. There's no foundations being, so people naturally, it's going to come to a head. This came up with the beach, quite frankly. Again, the beach is the first prime example when people started getting a little in 2023. It took them 3 years before the owners group and people started. Before that, everybody up until 2022, 2021, 2022, delivery dates for the first phase on the beach was like 2022. But because of COVID, people understood 2023. So when the January of 2023 came around and delivery dates were moved back to April or May or June of 2023, people started being like, well, wait a minute, I got to start getting an attorney, because this is clearly not going to be done for another year, another 8 months, 9 months. So wait. And that's when they found out about the 4%. It's not coming. They're not getting any kickback. So all this comes to play, but usually it's later. You guys know how I operate. Well, maybe you don't. In case you're new here, I did own at Panorama Garden. Panorama Garden, because at the time, the guys at Vistacana, in case you don't know, was saying Vistacana beach clubs, they have 2 of them, because they're going to have 2 man-made beaches. The golf course, the sports complex, those weren't going to be included in amenities potentially. They were going to charge owners. They were going to be third parties. So I was like, hell no, I'm out. Give me my money back. Panorama Garden, Epic, to give them credit, they issued me back 100% whatever I put in. So no issues. But just so you guys know, I was like, give me my money back. So they gave me back my money. Primavera 2, they're not giving me back my money. Okay, that's being dealt with right now. They're trying to hold my money, knowing they fraudulently told people they had amenities and now they don't. Certain amenities they're not going to include, which is now in my favor, which is like, wait, that's fraud, man. So nonetheless, we'll see how it all plays out. But all I'm trying to say is you have to go with what you feel. All right. And yes, I contacted Johan with the Panorama Garden, and Panorama Garden said, yes, we'll give it back. So I have no problem. Again, Larimar, okay, first of all, Vistacana was #1 on my list in the first 2020, 2021. I had no problem moving them down the list when Larimar, Cruise on Land showed up, things like that. But now Cruise on Land lost their status. Larimar's about to lose their status as being in my top 5 list. So Atlantida, that's a no-vol property. At least their land is cleared. But I know Claire HP is building some of their structure. I just don't know if it's Atlantida or River Island. I just don't know which portion. And I didn't see any cranes or anybody working over there December 15th. When we were leaving, the door was open. There was trucks going in, but it was still pretty much level out there. There wasn't any structures being built. There's no rebar down in the ground. There's no foundations or footings anywhere. It was just dirt. December. There's no delivery coming in 2024. There's no delivery coming in 2025. You can forget that. Not happening. Oh, and by the way, somebody did send me some pictures where they actually look like they put the circles in or something, whatever. It's dirt. There's no footings. That's nothing. That's just show. That's zero. Moving dirt around. Seriously, that's nothing. All right. We're going to be moving dirt around, but who cares? But yeah, that's why you have attorneys. You make association with attorneys. That's why you try to get the best attorneys. You know, being new, you never know who the best attorneys are, but you can only go by reputations. But you hope that they can actually get things done when things go a little awry. And it's all in the favor of the business, just like in America. You always have to sue the business or go to the business. And then the business is like, all right, sue me. And that puts you at a disadvantage because it costs you to sue somebody. And it's usually not cheap. So all I'm saying is that, and they know that. So that puts you at a disadvantage. Now, one of the advantages are when we have we have Johan Confidante, Glenny Hachicuevas. When we have these type of people working with us, then we get special, let's call it, I don't want to say favors, but that's kind of what it is. We have a relationship with them that gives us a little leeway where they might listen to you, might be able to do things at a lesser cost, a much lesser cost. So just like if you want an SRL, then you go see Glenny Hachicuevas. All right. Because you get an SSN Nation discount. That's why. Let me see if I have Glenny's number because I don't have her number. Maybe, no, I don't have her number in here, so I can't give it to you right now. But all I'm saying is this. We get discounts. And if E. White was here, he would tell you if other people might say, yes, we got discounts. They helped us out with things where they could easily charge us. When we're doing our banking, because we have Johan as our attorney and because other people, SSN Nation has went there, if you're trying to get banking done, he was kind enough to send his assistant. So we would give him our passport, our IDs, our tax returns, in my case, if you have your own business, 1099s or some other things that they need. But if you're just to work for someone else, you have a W-2, your tax forms, your 2 forms of ID, things like that. They get it. Then they go to the bank. And while you're out here doing whatever you want, they're getting the approval for you. So you can go in and open up your bank account. Otherwise, you would be in the bank for like 5 hours. Or you would be waiting to hear back from the bank, and then they would be telling you, well, we'll get in touch with you, like BLH, for instance. I did BLH on my own without the attorneys, just to see what would happen. December 15th, I gave them all their paperwork. Here it is, January 15th. They finally sent me something a week ago, Saturday. I get something saying, okay, you have a USD account sent. Here's where you wire the $500. Now, on Monday of last week or Tuesday or Wednesday, can't remember, I get a call because I need to do my online banking. We finished the online banking. I go into my account and it says peso. I'm like, wait, I don't have a peso account. So as of right now, I can't send them 500 USD because according to my back office, my online banking, I have a peso account. I don't have a USD account. So now I had to send her a message via email last Thursday or Wednesday. I haven't heard back from her. So now I'm in no man's land. So I'm going to have to I'll probably bypass. Nestor's office is right next door. I'll probably have Nestor go in and say, hey, Eric he has a, just talk to them there. But normally I wouldn't have that advantage, and most people wouldn't. But I'm probably going to ask Nestor tomorrow if he can go next door and say, hey, Eric sent you an email talking about online his peso account, and you sent him over to wire instructions for a USD account. So you need to figure out something. And I told them I want a peso account, but I don't know what the wiring instructions would be for that, because I just want to transfer USD into peso. So it's probably best I send whatever it costs to open a peso account. It's $60 in some areas, it's 50 in others. But I'll just send $600 USD, so then you can take money out of that and open up my peso account. But right now, I can't do anything. I still have no BLH, and it's a month later. So this is the kind of thing that happens. But if I would have used Johan, Grecia would have went to BLH and actually got everything in order. And all I would have had to do is show up, sign some paperwork, take 30, 40 minutes, get my PIN account, have my PIN and my debit credit card, all within an hour. It would have been done without me having to do all this. She would have handled everything. If there was any discrepancies, it would have already been known, and everything would have been done. Is that the worth? That's what we get when we are dealing with Johan, and Glennie actually helps out as well. I'll put it to you another way. I'm doing my SRL with in the DR with Glennie Hachi-Cuevas. Here's the thing with an SRL, I don't have a business. By the way, I've been talking all this time. I forgot. Smash the like button. And down below in the description box, please sign up for the newsletter. Because like I've been telling you for the last 3-4 years, YouTube does not put out our channel. Okay. So, and they don't like sending out notifications. So just make sure you sign up for the newsletter. It's down below. And there's other things down below that you could use. Opus Virtual Office is what I'm about to talk about right now in the DR. I signed up my SRL with Glennie Hachi-Cuevas. She's handling it. She's a lawyer. The benefit that I received with her was she's acting as a virtual office for me in a commercial area. My office is Punta Cana Village, which is Beverly Hills, let's say. So that's what makes this so special. So they're helping me with that as well. My mailing address is Punta Cana Village, which is one of those great places, great names. All right. And they're doing that as part of handling my SRL. So that is the perks that we get when you work with these individuals. And that's why I work with these individuals. So again, we will see how it goes. All right. Johan Confidante could be the guy, or anyone you might recommend. It's going to be Johan Confidante or Glennie Hachi-Cuevas. Those are the two I'm recommending. And let her know. Unfortunately, my phone's turned around. I don't know Glennie's number. I can't believe I never put it in the chat room. That's strange. Let me see if I have Gennaro. This is really strange. This bugs me. I usually have their information, and I put it in the chat room. I know I've done that before. I keep everything that I copy. That's why I'm like baffled how this has happened. Really, really baffled. Because that shouldn't be a thing. Should not be a thing, but it is. You know what? I think I can do this. Since I know her name. Right? We can lawyer, right? I think it's pretty easy. I think we can Google. Sure, we can. Okay, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. Her number. If you want to use Glennie Hachi-Cuevas, she's sharp as well. Let her know you're from SSN Nation. I don't, so you can check with both of them. I mean, you get your free advice or whatever. But here's the phone number within the chat room. It's Dominican Republic +1 809 285 4291 +1 809 285 4291. All right, that's Glenny Hachi Cuevas. And here, I'll just, Glenn, it's actually like this. Glenny Hachi Cuevas. Okay, let her know you're from SSN Nation. First words out of your mouth. Eric said call you if you decide to go with her or talk to her. But let her know, all right? She'll take great care of you, give you great advice and information before she takes your money, all right? So just keep that in mind. Johan's the same. They'll go over some things with you before they decide to take your money, all right? Speaking of Johan, let me give him some love as well. Let's go. Johan, let me, I'll put it in a little bit more. His WhatsApp number, +1 Dominican Republic, 809-757-1573. I'm also going to put this in the chat room. Whether you're starting, okay, there's several things. I'll give advice. If you're starting a business and you want to do it in DR, then you're going to use Glenny Hachi Cuevas. All right. That's more along her specialty. Johan, his specialty is not so much creating businesses, SRLs. All right. He'll help with the tax accounting, the taxations and things like that. He has that in his office. But starting a business is not his forte. So you got to go with Glenny Hachi Cuevas. You go with her, Gennaro's wife. Okay. So Hachi Cuevas and Associates. Actually, you know what? I just use that as her name. I don't even know. It's called Hachi Cuevas and Associates, but I just assume that's her name. So, I mean, that's what I call her. Kind of funny. But that's the guys, and you let them know Eric, SSN Nation, sent me. So that way you get the love that you deserve and great lawyers. That's for starters. And so, again, Johan, he doesn't so much do business, right? So this is why I might have to go with Hachi Cuevas, which I don't. I find it a conflict if we're going to do business on a real estate, and then I'm like developer too. She would be privy to information that should not be known, potentially. So we'll see what happens. All right. But we're going to have a nice time. Stay tuned on Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. I should have formulated the deal tomorrow evening. We should have some sort of agreement verbally in place. And then we're going to have to agree on some more things. And then official signing should be in the DR, hopefully at the beginning of February. Just keep that in mind. All right. So you guys coming along for the ride. Once again, we'll see how the big dog makes things happen. We'll see how the successors and how they do. And you guys can do the same thing I'm doing. This isn't like you can't do it. If you want to do it, you can do it too. I mean, it's not proprietary. Everybody can do it. But are you wanting to be in this realm? I have a passion for this. Business, I have a passion for. Challenges, I have a passion for. And it's scientific. I want to see if I can do it. And it's almost a foregone conclusion because I already know I can do it. But can we do it in the DR? I know I can do it. So it's all in my mind. If you can see it, you know it's already done, then you already pretty much know you have nothing to fear. You're going to make it happen no matter what. You can do it the same way. As you can feel it, you can see it, you can make it happen. All right, just keep that in mind. This is motivational a little bit, but go out there, ladies and gentlemen. Don't let anybody stop you. Don't let your coworkers say, oh, well, you can't do it. They're not walking in your shoes and they don't know what you know. All right, so you shouldn't be taking advice from people who've never done it or who keep telling you don't do it and telling you not to do it. People who have never done it should not be telling somebody else they can't do it. All right. That is a crazy situation that us humans go by. you'll take advice from people who are never done stuff, who's never even tried, and you'll listen to them like it's means so much because they're your neighbors, you're your friends, they're your family. When in fact, you should be looking at them like, when's the last time you took a chance? What the heck? Why are you telling me I can't do it? That should be your response. It shouldn't be like, oh, it's my great grandmother, or it's my grandmother, or it's my father, or it's my mother, it's my brother and my sister. They said I can't do it. So, oh my God. You should be going, okay, have you done this before? No. Then why are you telling me I can't do it? Because I saw on TV, because my friend tried it. None of those are valid. If everybody did business like IBM does business, have you heard of IBM? The reason I'm saying this, when I went to college, you guys have heard the story in my book or in our college books, it would say, this is the IBM. Here's their executive level. Here's their junior executives. Here's their management and supervisors. And here's their CEO. And here, I was like, who the hell does this? And they're all like, I told you guys before, I was always, I don't really like talking like this, but I have to give you what the professor says. Oh, here goes the basketball player thinking he knows business. That's his response when I tell him, hey, man, there ain't nobody in this room who's going to be CEO, the second tier, senior executive level, nor third tier, nor fourth tier on this crazy ass BS. They didn't like that. They were like, what do you know? You're just a basketball star. I'm sitting there laughing the whole time. I didn't tell them nothing. But they said, you're late, basketball star. Why you come late to the class, 10 minutes late? I said nothing. Why you think you know something? I said nothing. I just talk. They would say, dismissive. Fine. Everybody in the class, dismissive. Fine, whatever. Because the professor who sits in the classroom talking to me about a book from something that happened 10 years ago, acting like it's real now, wasn't real now. So yes, these guys, they went to go work for maybe Hewlett Packard. Great, because they were just right next door. I almost worked for Hewlett Packard myself. Except, as you guys know, I'm not like a work for somebody else type of guy. So it didn't happen for other reasons. That's another story, another day. But the fact I'm trying to tell you is, don't let somebody else try to put you down and act like you don't know something when you've studied things for years and when you're doing it. So again, moral to the story, the basketball star actually had stuff on TV, doing sales on TV, like what you guys now call the shopping channel. I was already on cable TV. A guy had a bingo show, and his bingo show, he realized he had the vision of like, okay, pulling out bingo things and people are at home with their bingo card or however he had it going. He realized that wasn't enough. So what happens? The best thing happened. He calls me up because he sees an ad in these papers that I have products that I'm selling. In college, the basketball star, that these guys knew nothing about, my professors, my teammates, nobody. This is what I do. So these guys, I'm selling on TV with it's the first pseudo shopping channel. When people are doing their B40 or whatever it is, he has products selling. People can bid on them. So now he has them engaged. Not only do they just sit there, be whatever, he's sitting there going, well, we have this figurines up here for sale. They're manufactured retail price is $99. Starting bid price is $19.99. And I'm buying over from Taiwan or Hong Kong for $5. So see, I've been doing things a long time But a lot of people said, you're black, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a basketball star, you don't know what's going on. Meanwhile, I'm making more than my professors. That's what was funny. When I tell them that doesn't work, that's BS, they're just like, oh, that's how IBM does it. I said, dudes, are we in here talking like we are going to be in the first 4 tiers of a company when we're 23 years old when we graduate? Are you serious right now? Come on, stop this game. I said, you're better off starting your own business. What do you know? You don't know nothing about it. I'm like, well, you don't know nothing about it because there's a company called D Bird Company sitting right over here in our county, Sonoma County, under my name. I'm running it, and I got stuff on TV. While I'm sitting here in class playing basketball, doing whatever, I'm making money. Every 3 days, I'm making money. CEOs of corporations in Hong Kong, Taiwan, Thailand, where else? I'm missing a country. Korea, they're calling my apartment saying, this is the CEO of Yashi, what was it? Camera company blew away. The guys answered my phone one time and I wasn't there. And it was Yashika Camera Company. I think it was Yashika. Yashimoto, Yashika, I can't remember. But anyhow, CEO of Yashika calls my house, calls my apartment. The guys are hanging out. They're there. They answer the phone. They think it's a prank call because the guy goes, this is the CEO of Yashika Camera Company. I need to get in touch with Eric on it based on his order. And they're just like, because I never even told them. And they're all like, what the hell? Because I had my order drop shipped directly to the TV studio. So nobody knew anything. They didn't even know I went every Friday to pick up checks. Every Friday. So all the things that you have to understand, this is for motivational. You have to understand, just because somebody says you can't do it, just because somebody blocks you, just like somebody thinks you're inferior and you are whatever, nobody can define you, ladies and gentlemen. Just because they don't have a vision or they don't see what you see, that's fine. You have to go find out. It's a scientific experiment. Go through the door, find out what you can do, and go for it. There's going to be ups. There's going to be downs. There is no straight line to success. You're going to have issues. You're going to have people blocking. You're going to have people making decisions that you're not going to like, and you're going to have to come to some compromise if you want to continue to make the business work or deal with these people. That's part of business. But nobody's stopping you is the point. By words. All right? Nobody. Just keep that in mind. This is motivational. I went way too long tonight, but I just so happen to have extra time tonight. And it's quieter in here than I thought it would be. And I'm just hoping you guys learn a little bit of something. I motivate you for 2024 because I don't want anybody stopping you because you're getting left behind financially. That is going to be a problem. Your grandkids, great grandkids, and all that. I don't know if we're going to be able to do what the previous generation, the baby boomer generation, is able to do. Leave behind assets that are valued off the charts, right? Because newer, if you're like 2021, the only way you're going to be able to advance exponentially, you're going to have to buy assets early. You can't be buying liabilities because then you can't buy assets. Unless, of course, you're watching and know me and you're like, hey, man, I got this apartment complex that's right next door and I know somebody and they're selling it and they're making this much money. You're in. Or I want to buy a hotel, but I'm only 23 years old. You can do it. Nobody's stopping you right now. You don't have to buy courses. You don't have to go see these crazy dudes saying, give me $5,000, $10,000. I'll show you how to do it. And then you find out they can't fund you. You can do all the crazy, but they can't fund you. So therefore, you're stuck. And that's the dirty little secret when you're trying to do these deals with real estate and financing. And all these guys are saying, I'll show you how to do it or whatever. They don't tell you how to get the money or how to stop giving up or having to pay the 25%. They don't want to give you the secret sauce. That should be the first question you should be asking. When all these guys ask you for that money, you should be saying, okay, how about this? You give me funding sources. So then when I find something, I can get it funded. And I don't have to put down 25%. How about that? Then I'll give you the $5,000. I'll give you the 20. I want you to give me one source that I can call right now. Or I'll tell you this, I'll do one better. This is what I told Will to do with one of his deals where the guy was taking money in, $2,500, $5,000 to come to his thing. And, oh, if you bring me a deal, I'll fund it. I said, okay, Will, here goes a deal right here. Like I said, I can't remember the numbers now, but let's just say it was 200-unit apartment complex. I think it was 3.4. I told this story before, but I can't remember the numbers all these years. But I think it was around 3.4 million, something like that. And I think it was at 20% cap rate. So that means 750,000, something like that, NOI. So it had to be 2 times. So it's 20%. So we know it's 7. Let's just say this is an example, but this is what it was. 21 or 22% cap rate. So that means 700,000 plus is the NOI. It's in Texas, which doesn't mean anything. If you want to know what else, here was the numbers. First, the 21% NOI, cap rate, as they may say now, profit margin. But it was only occupied in the 70s, like 77% occupancy rate. Get this. The city, I wish I could remember the city. I think it was Houston. 89% occupancy rate in Houston. With rehab issue. Parking lot was a little messed up. Management company was leaking money. You can tell when you found the financials. So we not only had an upside from the 720%, this thing had like 14, 15, 16% more occupancy rate that should have been met. And when you start talking about $700,000 plus an additional 14, 15%, we're talking about $800,000, right? So he goes to one of these so-called guru places that touts will get funding. I'll buy the deal if it's one hell of a deal. Will gets up on stage very confident. I wasn't there. I wish I was, because I already told him what was going to happen. Because he was like, oh, no, they said they're going to fund it. I said, well, that's not where they make their money. They make their money from you giving them $2,500 or $5,000, and they got 400 or 500 people in the audience. And now all of a sudden they've made $2 or $3 million that day because they told you they're going to fund things. He goes there all happy. I'll have him on telling you the story one of these days. And he sells them the deal. He's thinking this is a slam dunk. Just by the numbers I told you, it's a slam dunk. Slam dunk, no problem. Potential to make nearly $900,000 if you go up to 89% occupancy. Raise the rent $50 a month. And do a little rehab. We're talking 800 to 900 G's. And if you had funding, legitimate funding, the guys were doing back in the day 8, 9, 10%. So even if somebody told you, I want 10, 11%, pay me $450,000 a year interest, you were still going to be like 300 G's positive as of right then and there, with no improvements, no change in occupancy, nothing. He got denied. The dude's like, oh, I can't do this deal, ladies. No, Will, I'm sorry. This deal is whatever excuse. He came up with some BS excuse. It was funny as hell. It wasn't the fact he couldn't do the funding. well, I shouldn't say that. He probably couldn't do the funding. The fact of the matter was he would have had to come out of pocket 3.4 mil. See, that's the difference. And he wasn't going to go see somebody because they would have probably told him, I need 25% down. So the guru wasn't even in a position to get the 3.4 mil himself. So he was talking all this stuff so he can get that $4,000 and $5,000 per person in the room. But when it came to a real deal to get funded, Will was it broke his heart. He was just like, man, I've been following this dude for 2 years. I was like, what? I've been going around to his stuff. I paid $2,500 for this seminar. I paid him another $5 for this thing I'm going to, wherever it was. I spent like 8, 9, 10 G's. And now I bring him the deal of deals, and he sits there and tells me no go. But yet he takes another deal where a guy has something like $150,000 duplex. I was like, is this a joke? I mean, seriously? A guy takes 25, 30 G's? Are we serious right now? When he told me that, I was like, Will, I tried to tell you, these guys aren't making money from the deals. It's the information. That's where the big money is. String you along, so you keep giving them 2,500, 5 Gs, 3 Gs, 1,000, and they have thousands of people doing this. They're not really interested in doing that. Yes, they do it by default because they have the money. So yeah, they're going to do some real estate deals, but they're not really trying to help you like that. You real? That's crazy. So after that, he got off that horse and he decided to do it himself, like I was telling him. And now the man knows so much that he can do anything. Nobody can stop it, which is what we're trying to get you to be here, ladies and gentlemen. Unstoppable. Over, under, through, around. Nobody can stop you except the government. They've stopped me twice. All right. They changed. Okay. When I say stop you, here's how they stop you. I've talked about this in case you're new here. They change laws. That's how they stop you. So again, you have companies. If you have an Apple, you have a Microsoft, you have a Ford, you have a GM. It does not matter. If you're in their field and all of a sudden you start taking away some of their, well, millions of dollars, billions of dollars out of their pockets, they call up the senators. All right. They say, hey, man, you got to change this law right here. We got a little loophole that we need to shore up. Change the law because we can't have this. This dude, we set people down to threaten him. That didn't work. So now you guys are our last hope because he's sucking up $1 billion worth of our business. We can't have that. Change the law. Oh, how much are we going to spend? How about 20 million? We're going to bribe you. We're going to give you about $20 million. Will that do it? Sure thing. We'll change the laws. Oh, by the way, will you please tell your neighboring states as well? Can you talk to those guys? Change the law, please. This dude is killing us out here. They do that, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not be naive. All right? And you don't know why they do it. But when you start taking stuff that they left on the table and you start saying, you know what? I'll just do it a different way. And you can't stop me because I'm not using you. I'm using your contracts that you have with individuals who are able to do what they want with their vehicles or with what they have. And all I did was allow them to get out of it a different way. Instead of having it repossessed, it ain't repossessed. So they count on vehicles to be repossessed. Once you take that off the equation for them, that means a lot of money for me. That makes ordinary citizens who can't qualify, now they get a car. And the other people have their credit still good. The other people have a car that they're driving around and can do what they need to do. And I get to make money too. Now all of a sudden they're just like, wait, this dude's making money off of our stuff. Is this legal? Yeah, it's legal, sir. Hey, we got to change laws. Mr. Bird is killing us over here. And he's setting up his own network to make it even worse. Call the other states and make sure this does not happen on the West Coast. He ain't setting up dealerships on our ass too. Yeah, I was taking over, ladies and gentlemen. I was setting up dealerships to do what we're doing with other partnerships. So now it was going to be takeover West Coast, New Mexico, Nevada, Utah, California, Arizona, and these dudes freaked out. They were like, he's taking billions off the table already just in California. We count on these repossessions when we charge people 27%, 30% for car note interest rates. We're not getting these cars back. We can't resell them. The contracts and piece of paper, they're coming to fruition. Hold on a second. We have an issue. And he's setting up a network. Stop this man immediately. You guys think I'm playing with you guys a little bit, but that's the actual truth of the matter. Like I said, you guys don't understand. These big boys, they play differently. When they send some tattooed biker dudes to my office, and Chrysler did, and said, you need to stop what you're doing. It's like, who are you talking to? I said, look, you guys, I think you have me misunderstood. You think I'm an actual, just ordinary business guy, white collar guy. You better check my background. Oh, that's right. My dad's in the military. I was just a middle class, regular old kid. I'm like scared of you now. Not. Once you make money, you know bad guys. And because of your personality, always treating everybody nice and fair and, you know, what we call it, with respect, the bad guys are willing to do things for me. When somebody comes to threaten me, why am I going to be afraid? See, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly the problem. So we do good business. I know what's going to happen in the DR already because they have a situation where you can bribe people. So I have to make sure contracts are locked, contracts are right, everything's above board legally, because they're going to try and change things up, try to get me in legal jeopardy of some sort. I know the game because once I take over, this is what's going to happen because I'm the new guy. I don't speak Spanish presently that well. But if I stay there for a while, I'll get it back. And if I actually was able to speak Spanish like I used to be able to when I was much younger, oh, it'd really be in trouble. Right now, I have to go through a translation situation. Whew. All right, enough. We're going to end this tonight. I just want to point out, don't be fearful, ladies and gentlemen. Let them fear you. Go for your goals and dreams. Make sure it's legal with the lawyers, with attorneys. Make sure you have everything set up properly and then go for it. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Now, there are some things that people try that makes no sense. I mean, sometimes, but that's why you don't need yes men around you. You need people that's going to give you their honest opinion and you can evaluate, hey, I think he might be right, but if he is right, let me make sure I can go across that obstacle. That's all. So stay tuned for the ride. Hopefully this gets you a little bit motivated. Hopefully this gets you to where you're not going to be left behind financially. Hopefully you're not sitting there making New Year resolutions and you are one of those 23% who's already given up before the year has started. Hopefully you're going to be one of those 9% that sees through your resolution for 1 year. And that resolution could include, I want to do X. Don't give up. Do it for a year. You'll see how far you have come. And then when the year is over, don't give up for the second year. Just keep doing it. Just like I could easily have given up here in YouTube. Because at first, when I'm talking about credit and getting people in debt, they loved me. There was no problem. Getting people in debt? Yes. But Eric, hold up now. You're starting to talk more and more about people getting their assets and not so much about credit. We don't love you no more. That's the difference. Once you start getting people on a different track versus getting into debt, causing them not to be able to buy things because now their debt to income ratio is out of whack. But when you start talking about getting dividend assets with no credit check, no qualifying, no barriers to entry, and you're going to help fund it too, you got people that'll fund their project if it's legitimate. Woo! Now we have a problem, Eric. We can't let 15,000 people know that you dropped a video. We're going to let about 1,500 know, but we are damn sure not putting out 5,000, 8,000, 10,000 notifications. You can forget that. Start talking about credit and debt again. I'm pretty sure they'll be dropping. They love the videos like that. So again, we're not talking about courses either. We're not taking your $5,000 off the table, which you could use to invest in dividend stocks or any other business startup. InstaVid AI is looking for startup money. Oscar at InstaVid AI. Oscar at InstaVidAI.com. Call or email him in the subject line SSN Nation and you want to invest. Startup. Equity comes back. Okay. I should have went over this earlier, but now I'll go over it now. InstaVidAI.com is coming out in the next week to 10 days. It's a startup. Part of the SSN Nation agreement is this: whatever money you put in, when profits come in, profits are going to be paid out to the first in. So let's just say you put in $5,000. Okay, I might even put in some more myself. I haven't yet. I'll let you guys know. But let's say you put in $5,000. You get, and let's just say, I'm going to use numbers that don't exist, but let's just say the company made $1 million in profit. Based on some criteria, let's just say because it made $1 million in profit, the early investors, you're going to get back, let's say $2,000, right? Then let's say the following month, this is an example, this is not up and operational, we don't have projections, makes another $1 million in profit. You get another $2,000. Let's say the following month, another $1 million. So now you only put in $5,000. So your $1,000 comes out. So that's $5,000. You got your $5,000 back. And then you're saying, that's nice. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, this is not what happened. What traditionally would happen is, hey, 10% return on your money. So now you got $5,500 back. You have nothing else. You got your 10% within a year. You're loving life. You're looking just like a 401k person going, oh my God, I got 10% this year, when you could have been getting 15 to 20. But you're happy because you don't know any better. But now our deal says we don't want the 10% back, because we're going to make more than that, because the following month is another $1 million. What if you retain equity and you get a check for $500? The next month, $1 million, another check for $500. You have retained equity, ladies and gentlemen. You didn't give up equity because you got back 10% one time. It's a limited time that offer's on the table, and it only matters if they reach a certain number. And I should say we, because I'm part of it. When we reach a certain level of startup angel investor money, then that deal goes away. Even if you are part of the SSN Nation, I can't override it. And actually, I won't override it, because you guys knew about it from the get-go. Search the channel, InstaVidAI.com. Go search it. He's been on the channel. Oscar's been here. We talked about it. We didn't talk about what I just said because he can't. He's the man running the show. But I'm giving you guys the idea. He can talk to you. Send him an email, info@InstaVidAI. I'll put in the chat room. Info@Insta. In fact, I might do a video about this, because we're running into a last chance effort, because once we reach that level, which could happen, and I don't have my phone on me. Damn it. I don't know what happened today, because there are people who want to get in that are in the entertainment field, and they're like, hey man, I need to get in this. There's people that are in the church field, the political arena, And they might decide that they want to put in what's needed to cap it so nobody else can get that equity deal. All right, I'm just letting you guys know. This is the Mr. Wonderful deal here in the SSN Nation. You guys know what Mr. Wonderful does in the Shark Tank? His favorite deal? I'll give you the 300,000. I don't really care about that much in equity. But what I want is $1 for every item that sells until I get back my 300,000. And then after I get back my 300,000, I want 5% equity or 3% equity. Ownership. Why is that important? Not only did he get back his 300,000, now he's helping the company become successful as well on some parts. He gives advice. But now, as long as the business is successful, he gets 3%. He doesn't get just back 10 or 15 or 25%. He has equity. So when a company does $20 million and he gets 3%, okay. Some people would go, okay, Eric, that's nice. He gets $600,000. Well, see, that's just it. If the company keeps doing $20 million and he gets $600,000 every year, was that worth the $300,000 that he got back? I think so, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you do it. And that gives you assets. That gives you a passive income. Are you getting it yet? All right. I put in the chat room, send Oscar an information in the subject line, put in SSN Nation. Eric, whatever you want. No, SSN Nation is the key phrase in the title and the subject line. Contact him so he knows that's the deal you're supposed to get and determine if it's good for you. He'll tell you and walk you through other stuff as well. But I'm just giving you the idea that you can have equity in a company that rarely you can get. Normally, you have to do this type of deal at the beginning in Silicon Valley. Again, I didn't get it on the Uber deal. I didn't get it on the Airbnb deal because you guys would go crazy. But here's the kicker with Uber and Airbnb. Uber and Airbnb was out before 2010. That's when they were doing the Mr. Wonderful deals, going crazy. $10,000, $25,000, you would have oodles of stock. But it took them 12, 13, 14 years to get on Wall Street. Imagine you don't have to wait that long because you have the equity deal. Any profits coming in already before there's a buyout, before there's anything that could possibly happen, any profits that come, you're getting paid back first out. Not the guys who come in after this who said, hey, I'm going to give you some money. I just want some shares. And they're just locked with shares. The only way they can make more money is if the company got bought out and then the share value increased. You actually have a percentage of equity. Even if it's 1% or less, it doesn't matter. You have equity. You have checks coming in every month. Passive income. And if this thing blows up beyond what anybody would think, now you start really getting into crazy numbers. Nobody's saying it could happen, but with the entertainment business, with the influencer business, with the pastor business, the church business, with music business, you have businesses that generate out to hundreds of millions of people. So potentially you could, just in one vein, you could have hundreds of millions of people doing business with InstaVid AI by default, because you're going to have people who are the owner, the entity themselves, the entertainer who would be using it. Then you have their fans who would be helping them to promote the latest album or latest news and updates and information. All of that is into a monetary system. Transactional system, which means profits. So you can imagine the biggest star, one of them right now is Taylor Swift. This woman is off the charts. Notice she took a hold of her asset. The record label had her masters. She said, hold up, I'm going to remake all my songs under my label, under my masters. Now what? Now I'm going to get paid for all my stuff. Also, yeah, you guys are going to get paid too. Fine. But now I control my masters. I'm going to go out on the world's biggest tour, billion-dollar tour. She says all this money is coming in-house now. She's her entity. She has fans. Can you imagine the transactional situation, how much more money she's making besides just her music, besides her touring, besides whatever else she's involved with, based on transactional situations with her millions of fans? She's profiting just like the Kardashians profit off of their TV show, turns into millions of fans. They get to post online, one post about a product, 600,000, 800,000, $1 million, all from all the hard work they have put in over a 10 to 20-year period. That is a lot of time, energy, and effort, and they did not give up. How many people would have kept going after year 3, after year 5, after year 10, after year 15? They deserve everything that they've got, whether you love them or hate them. They didn't stop. They kept working. Everybody's mad that they make all this money. They're like, you never did anything. You were on TV. It's true. But being on TV, doing a semi-fake reality TV show, that's hard work. You have to create a little controversy, which may not be organic. You have to create events, which may not be organic. I mean, you have to do things sometimes that's not organic. It's not real reality because you have to stage. You have to have the cameras there. You have to be in position. You have to dress a certain way. All that is hard work. Women right now who have to go to work and dress as a professional, knowing that they can't just go into work looking any old way, because that could create a situation with their job. You're not professional enough. We can't give you a promotion. You don't look right. We can't. Men as well. You don't have the right suit. Why are you always coming here with these shabby suits? Why didn't you spend $2,500 to buy a suit or 3 Gs? You don't look the part. You can't be a partner here. All right, you're not a member at this club over here. How come you're not a member? No partner here is not a member. You have to be a member over there. You have to look the part. You got to be the part. How many people have to go through those eggshells every day? And you think doing what the Kardashians have done over the 20 years is easy? It's not. They deserve all the money they make, all of it. They spent all these years behind the camera. They've been spending all these years with generating drama, with generating happiness, sadness, riding along with them along their journey. They deserve every penny of it. How many of you would want cameras in your face when you're waking up, even though it might be a little waking up and then faking waking up, but nonetheless, how would you like to do that every day, every other day? And then people on TV criticizing you, saying, oh, look at the way they look at the way they did this. Why did they get plastic surgery? Why did they do this? Why did they do this business deal? Why are they going out with this person? Why are they marrying this person? All of that is under scrutiny. How many people can handle that? Think about it. You got to give people kudos when they're out there in the public eye and people are criticizing them, and yet they still say, you know what? I'll accept that. Maybe I can be better. You know what? Maybe I'm just going to ignore you. That's the type of thing that you need, ladies and gentlemen. You don't know everything. You have to be humble and learn from other people at all times. You need to soak in information. I don't know everything. I know what I want to do. I know what I want to do in the DR. But I always said, just like when I started my SRL, I said, hey, attorney, can I do this? Because this is what I'm trying to do. If I can't do this, please let me know, because if anything I'm doing is illegal, unlawful, by Dominican law, I need to know about it because I can't do it. We're doing everything above board. I don't want to be even in the gray zone. So if they say I can't do something that I thought I could do, then I'm not doing it. I'm not crossing the gray line. We'll do it the right way and still be successful. So that is the differences that you have to determine. What are you going to do? Are you going to let somebody stop you, or are you going to let somebody help you with success? Let's go with the help you with success side of the coin so you can get there financially. If you need any help, support at stopstrugglingnow.com. Any questions? I don't charge. I don't have consultation right now. All right. For 5 years, I've never had consultation. Anybody sends me an email and asks me questions, I send them a message back. Anybody people have called me occasionally. I talk to them. I try to help them. I don't charge. And some people would say, Eric, you need to charge. You should charge for consultation fee. And I have always felt a little partial because in my whole life, I've never charged people except for an occasion. When somebody said, I want the whole sauce on what you have done. And I'm going to tell you the sauce was having all of the deed recorders offices in the United States to move and record timeshares, how much it cost, what the taxes were. Here's the number to call for the person at the office. That is worth $1,000 per hour for me to train your staff. And you know what my wife said when she heard me on the call telling the guy, this is 20 plus years ago. When she heard me on the phone talking to the guy and I said $1,000 per hour for me to come over there and show your staff and your office and give you the information, I said, that's what it's going to cost you. He said, how many hours do you think it's going to take? I said, well, it depends on your learning curve. If you don't know anything about the recorder's office, you don't know how to record deeds, you don't know, have any idea how you're going to be processing things with closing and all that, well, that might take you like 3 to 4 hours. If you've done all this already, then it might take you 2. But since I'm going to Napa, it's 2-hour minimum. So you're going to owe me $2K, whether it's 1 hour, 2 hours. And after 2 hours, then it's $3K. So he's like, well, let me think about it. I hung up the phone. The wife is like, what is this? You charge $1,000 per hour? I said, not normally, but for this, I'm giving him the whole shebang. Once I leave there, his whole company can blow up. Because now he doesn't have to fumble through, oh, who do I call? What's the county that records that? No, he has everything. The cost, everything. He doesn't even have to, he can look in the file and he knows if it's, I don't know, Osceola County in Florida. He knows, oh, this is going to cost us, if we transfer this for $10,000, it's going to cost us X amount. We know how much it's going to cost us to send in to the county to record this. He doesn't have to call. He don't have to do nothing. I said, do you understand his secretary is going to have to call. They're going to write down everything that I already have here. They're going to waste 15, 20 minutes. Now the question is she going to keep that information again up to date? What's she going to do? But she still had to waste time. Now he's also going to have to waste time with other things and other factors because he's going to sit there and be like, what can I do if there's a problem? I'm giving him numbers for if he has a problem at the recorder's office. Do you know how much this is worth? I said, actually, my $1,000 an hour is not even enough. But I said, I'm just like giving him a deal because he's over in Napa. And by the way, when we're there, we're going to stay in Napa. So I'm like, he's going to pay for a couple nights. I was like, so it's $1,000 per night. we're going to have $2,000, $3,000, and he's going to pay for overnight. I think that's a win-win. It's the least I can do. So this is the thing, ladies and gentlemen. I've given you guys something tonight that a lot of people have missed, because a lot of people don't really realize the many things that I've done and why I talk the way I've done, because I've controlled my destiny for so long that it's just natural. And I don't ask people for permission to do what I need to do. I just do it. I either ask you, try to deal with people to give me a little shortcut. And if I can't, then I'll just make it happen. It'll just be delayed for 2 months or 30 days or 2 weeks. That's all. It's not going to be delayed past a few months. So don't let this is only a lesson for you to hear. All right? Don't sell yourself short, and don't let anybody else sell you short. All right? And the information that you give out to people, you just never know how they're going to use it. My last story for the evening, and then I'm out. I used to go to a barbecue place. House of Chicken and Ribs in Sacramento is no longer, no longer there, because Dwight ran that business. Let me see. I lived in Antelope, 2003. Yeah, so it's been 21 years ago. So one day in 2001-ish or 2-ish, I go into House of Chicken and Ribs, and I love their food. Oof. I move in the neighborhood. So I go there once or twice, or maybe even 3 times, but probably twice a month. So I'm doing landauction.com at this time. Plus I'm doing timeshare stuff and all this, short-term rentals, all this stuff. Buying real estate. But anyhow, I go in there, and one day, because the 3-way is one of the most expensive. So you have to keep in mind, 3-way has 3 meats. I'd get greens and potato salad, even though you had those combinations of sides. That in 2001 or 2002 was $28. All right. All right, Doobie, I'm glad you're here. We're going to talk about that. Hopefully other people are still here. He says he has a contract that the appliances are $9K. Hey, Doobie, I'm going to come back to you in a second. The appliances, we talked about this. The appliances are going to be about $10K. That's normal. But they're saying, first of all, I'm not bad-mouthing. I'll deal with that in a second. I got to get to the story. Dwight and his wife owned House of Chicken and Ribs. So after about 6 months, I always ordered one of the most expensive items on the menu. I never asked him for a discount, never asked him for a break, because that's not how I am. The guy's in business. I'm going to pay. 6 months, he starts asking me about real estate. I said, Dwight, it's easy. He's like, easy? What do you mean easy? I said, this is what you do. So every time I'd come in, I'd probably see him 3 times a month. We would start talking, Eric, what's this real estate? I would tell him about land auction. I would tell him about I owned the land, and I could go through Brad Evans, I can't remember. Anyhow, Brad Evans, he does funding for land. I would tell him, hey, man, I bought this property for $5,000. The lot, though, that I bought at landauction.com, unbelievably, because of the real estate boom, the lot is worth like $80,000, $90,000. He goes, what are you talking about? I said, yeah, now you hear me. I said, no, you don't really hear me yet. And I explained to him, I'm about to build like a $600,000 house. It's going to be worth $1 million. He's like, what? I said, get this, with no money out of my pocket. He's like, what? I said, dude, I'm about to go in and they're going to give me a construction loan because I'm going to use my land valued at $90,000. They valued it at $90,000. So they're going to start off my construction loan as long as I give the land as collateral for 90 grand. And they're going to start with the draw. And he's like, no way. I said, yes way. Brad Evans. God, I wish Brad Evans, easy Brad Evans. I can't remember, man. But anyhow, you can Google it. You'll find him. He only does Northern California I don't know, California, Northern California. He still does that business. Anyhow, I start telling them stuff like that. I tell him about other real estate deals that I'm doing. To this day, I talked to Dwight like 3 weeks ago. And he still goes, man, if it wasn't for you, I never would have got into real estate. He started doing things where he started buying land, building property, then reselling it, getting hundreds of thousands of dollars. And now he's retired, not in Cali, but in Georgia. Maybe I should have Dwight on one of these days. It's pretty wild. All right, Doobie, good evening, man. I'm glad you're coming in. Hold on, let me get it up for you. Here's what we were going by, Doobie. Here's what we're going by. I wasn't bad-mouthing. I'm about to tell you what I'm about to bad-mouth about, though. Don't worry. Doobie, this ain't true, man. Stop. Hold on, man. Hold on. Doobie, I don't know what you're talking about. First of all, wait, what's going on here? Where's our screen? Okay, we're going to get into the first part, Doobie. Here's what you heard. Here's what I'm bad-mouthing. First of all, on their frequently asked questions, we were just going down the list. And of course, we never talk to anybody. We're going down the frequently asked questions. Where are they? I'm hoping, I don't know where was I? But anyhow, we're going to go find it. So then you can see, here it is right here, Doobie. Your first contention of what you're saying about your contract. This isn't, nobody knows what the contract says, first of all. So I was basing it on this, their frequently asked question. Will the apartments be delivered with appliances? No. So what I said was, appliances are going to probably cost you around $10,000. So the price that you're paying, add on $10,000. And by the way, the appliances, these I assumed were kitchen appliances, whether it's going to be the fridge, whether it's going to be the washer and dryer, the normal white line, right? Whether it's going to have a stove, a range, whatever, white line. 10 grand, traditional, no biggie. Right here, though, it says it's not be delivered. You say in my contract, it says it's going to cost me $9K. Exactly. I'm not bad mouthing. You just pointed out in your contract, they're going to charge you $9K. Great. You have to pay $9K more. Other projects include white line, damn near every project. So you're paying $10,000 more than what it cost already. So if they say it's $51,000, it's really $60,000. I don't see why you would have a problem with that. Let's keep going. Here's what they said about air conditioning. No. So now you're going to have to pay for the AC units. Hopefully that's in your contract too. And hopefully it stays fixed. So if you count that as bad mouthing, I'm just going by their frequently asked questions. All right. What type of finishes? They go down here, whatever. You can like whatever finishes you like, but you're going to be subject to whatever the finishings are. We didn't get into that. Parking space, 1 parking per unit. I said, interesting. 2-bedroom penthouse, 1 parking unit. 2-bedroom units, 1 parking unit. That's not bad mouthing. That's what they said. I'm not saying any different. Most apartments or condos, they do the same thing. This right here, I am going to say I did bad mouth because I will show you in a second. They show a pet park, maybe a children's park, maybe 24/7 security, understood. Barbecue area, I don't remember that. Airbnb friendly, fine. Elevators, I hope. Are these really amenities? Seriously? Elevator, Airbnb friendly, 24-hour security, children's park, pet park, what? Come on. Gym. What I said was, in the renderings, they only show this little stair stepper stuff outside. So is their gym going to be outside like at Cruise on Land? Or are they actually going to show renderings with the fitness room? Restaurant, they don't show that. Clubhouse, they don't show that. Spa, they don't show that. Multi-use court, they don't show that. Tennis court, they don't show that. Commercial area, they don't show that. Is that bad mouthing? No. I just pointed out they don't show that, which they should if they're going to be included, because then they can pull what Primavera 2 has done. Not include it even after they showed it in their brochure. All right. So again, I don't mean to get a little upset about it, but all I'm saying is you said I'm bad mouthing. I'm pointing out we went down there 50. The 50 units was pretty much predictable based on what they said because of their blocks, 22 blocks. That was all predictable. How many stages? First stage, December 2025. That's a year and 9 months from now. I don't know if they're going to complete it, but I mean, be on time, because that's only a year and a half from now. Nobody's built their first phase in a year and a half. So the question I have for you, hopefully you'll go down your list, but I can't see the questions right now. So hold on a second. Yes. Now this, I don't know this wording. Will the apartment be under a pool scheme where an administrator is in charge of managing on? That's HOA, I'm thinking. Can I rent my apartment individually? Yeah. Said it's Airbnb friendly. Okay. Yeah. Airbnb, you can do this. I was skeptical about the $1.20 or something like that for the 51 square meter place. Nobody charges only $1.20. Everybody's at $2. This should have been $100 if the unit's 51 square meters, right? They're claiming 60. So I said, not likely. The 2-bedroom is supposedly like 77 square meters. That's like $1.30 or something. I don't know. So that seems kind of low. Commercial area, they don't show. And so I find it premature. Now, I love conversation. So we'll say. Let's go. All right. The fee for the contract is for the legal fee to notarize it. Everyone charges that. Doobie. What do you mean, everyone? I never had to pay a contract fee. Who's everyone? Larimar, I didn't. Panorama Garden, I didn't. Primavera 2, I didn't. What do you mean, everyone? I didn't have to pay $70 for the contract. So here it is, $70. I don't know what you're talking about to notarize. I didn't have to pay that fee. In fact, they should have had an in-house notary, because you should have signed it, and then you would have had to FedEx it or send it over back to the DR notarized already. What do you mean? I never had to pay. So I don't know what you mean by that. I have to leave the room. Doobie, don't go yet. Cruise on Land offers amenities that you'll need to be a member to use them. They are fishy. Doobie, I don't know if you've known, but I've talked about Cruise on Land's contract issues. But I wish you were still here, because I wanted to know what their cap was. Did they have any language in the contract that said they can increase the price? Or if they go by the federal government interest rate or anything like that, because I'm suspecting that they're going to increase the price because these prices are so low that they're ridiculous. All right. And also, you would know how much is it going to cost to put in the AC units. Maybe. I don't know how they would know that, as well as I don't know how they're going to know a year and a half or 2 years from now how much the appliances are going to cost over there, especially with thousands of units being built. And there's going to be a high demand for appliances. So I don't know. But Cruise on Land offers amenities. Yes, here's how it works. We are adept here at all of the stuff at Cruise on Land. How it works is if you're an owner there, you're going to pay roughly $2 per square meter in HOA. And then you're going to have to pay, well, you don't have to, you have an option. You can pay the member fee, which is roughly going to be like $80 or something per month. So that allows you and your guests to use all the amenities. So I think it's worth it. So let's go around the clock with this. $80 above your HOA fee to have a water park, to have a roller coaster, to have a go-kart track, to have a buggy track, to have a recording studio, to have man-made beaches with volleyball courts, to have a sports complex with tennis court, basketball court, paddleball court, driving range. Amphitheater. If I recall, no amphitheater, no sports complex, no water park, no casino, no amphitheater is at Vistancia. So I don't know if you want to call it bad mouthing, but I'm just going to say you already are going to have to pay $10,000 more than the purchase price. You have at Cruise on Land a studio unit, which, yes, they're kind of small. I mean, they are small. They're probably 350 square meters, 400 max. So you have to go to the next largest unit, which is a 2-bedroom unit. But you have a 2-bedroom unit fully furnished for $127,000, which includes your kitchen, which includes your AC units, 2-bedroom. The 2-bedroom, 2-bath at Vistancia penthouse unit is 96 or 97,000. I can't remember the number. But you already know you're going to have to pay $10,000. So you're at 106. Your AC units for, let me see, living room, 2 bedrooms, that's probably another 12 G's. So you already know you're going to be at 113, 114. You have a penthouse, which I'm assuming is not going to be furnished with the loungers or whatever's up there. So now you're going to be at 115, 120, and you still have to furnish your place. 127,000 fully furnished is at Cruise on Land as we speak. And they pay $80 more per month. And they have water. They have all these amenities, real amenities. Workout outside. So be it. It's outside. Seating area over water, fire pit. They got that. Yoga area. They have that. Commercial zone on property. Shopping. They have that. Restaurant, bars, nightclub on property. That's worth $80 more, my man. Because people staying at Vistancia, guess where they're going to be going when they want to go to the water park, when they want to go to the amphitheater and see the concert, when they're going to go and say, hey, let's go to the go-kart rides, the roller coaster, and all whatever else they got, the little kiddie rides. They're going to be going right over to Cruise on Land. Also, the people at Cruise on Land is going to be able to charge more. You really think you're going to be charging $200 per night at Vistancia with 11 pools, a restaurant? I mean, seriously, come on, man. I love this type of conversation. You know, it's beautiful. I love talking real estate because if somebody thinks that they're going to be charging the same for paying the same amount that you're going to be able to charge at Cruise on Land if they bought it Vistancia. That's crazy. That ain't going to happen. There's no way you're going to get $150, $200, $250 per night, because if you're getting $200 or $150 per night at Vistancia, then how much is Cruise on Land or Larimar 2 bedrooms going to be worth? I mean, that's crazy, because we're in the same ballpark. Damn it, he has to leave the room. I have to leave the room. Damn it, Doobie. I wish you didn't have to. First time here, and I think I made a mistake. Doobie. Oh, that's funny. Okay, hold on. Doobie, you might not have made a mistake, but I'd really like to have conversation with you, because you are a person that has a contract. Everybody else has to pay $70 apparently to see a contract. And I hope you didn't send them $500 and then had to wait on a contract. I'm hoping you were able to see your contract, and I'm hoping you actually gave it to a lawyer to overlook. Okay, I get it. No, wait, hold on. He has this. In the contract does not say it's 9K. Oh, I thought I will pay 9K to, Doobie, you're right. That's what I'm saying. I put it at 10K, but yeah, it's 9K, 10K, but we don't know what it's going to cost in 2025 or 2026, because we're going to have so many more people buying equipment that I think they're going to raise the prices. So I put it at 10K always, just by default. But yeah, exactly. It's not going to be fixed. You're going to have to pay it. But either way, what I'm pointing out is the white line is included in damn near every project. So the price that they're giving us is just, it's ridiculous, because you know you're going to pay $10,000 more minimum. And now that we know the AC units aren't going to be included, $4,000 per or $4,500 per for the AC units. So, and you're going to have to hook them up. So you're going to have to pay people to install. So we're talking a 1 bedroom is going to be 2 units. So you might be paying another 10K for that. So between the white line and the AC units, you could be paying $20,000 more. So if something's 50, it's 70. If something's 90, it's 110. No, it's going to be 120. If it's 95 or 96, you're going to be at 116. So, and I forget what the prices were, but nonetheless, I hope you can stay and let us know what the contract says with regards to an increase in price, because I know that's in there. So, and potentially you're going to be paying more, because there's only one contract that has no increase in price, and that is Larimar's. Everybody else has an increase in price clause, or in the case of Epic and Christopher, no talk of anything about increase of price. And then they increased price 30% after they delivered, and then told people it's 30% more. Now you have to keep in mind, if that scenario happens, what happens? You put down 40%, and then you come to find out you put down 40% of $60,000, and you think that you put down $24,000 and that you owe roughly $40,000. So the bank says, okay, and then you find out that $67,000 penthouse unit is 96, but you only put down 24 or 25 or 30. You are way out of whack. So that's what happened with Christopher and Epic. So your contract, I'm hoping, has some either no price increase, which I now know doubtful, because they're not even including appliances or anything. So I know there's going to be a clause in there. So is it 3%? Is there a cap? Is it unknown like Sabana? We can charge whatever we want nonsense? Or is it capped? Or are they saying we are going to go by the central bank or Apravav? The first time I've heard of Apravav is Macau Hills, which was weird. Or are they going to use the builders, the home builders numbers? Okay, here we go. I have a 2-bedroom in Panorama Garden. I also get just 1 parking, no biggie. Doobie doobie, that's what I was telling people. I said even 2-bedroom units on most, all complexes I know only include 1 parking space. I wish they would include more, but they're condos and there's limited space. So I agree with you on that. That is no biggie, because if you're renting it out, then that gives you an option. Either you can tell people we have a, golf cart or some vehicle there, or you can just leave it blank. But at least you have 1 spot, which is fair enough. The question, though, is going to come up. All right. Okay. First of all, here we go. All right. Look. When Cruise on Land first came out, I haven't been to their website in so long. They only showed roughly 25 or 30 amenities. But here's the difference between Cruise on Land and Vistancia. Cruise on Land showed where their amenities were going to be and showed them. Let's see what they showed. Oh, wait, they changed their website. Okay, so 100 plus attractions. And Cruise on Land is nothing to be played with, because Vistancia is not even in the ballpark. Seriously, man, come on. You're going to spend almost the same amount of money for a 2-bedroom, fully furnished. Well, actually, you're going to spend more because they're 2-bedroom. Oh, wait, maybe not. You're going to spend about the same, 127, 130,000, whatever the case may be, but you're not going to have these amenities. Do you not see tennis court, soccer, basketball? This is their workout area. There's already sports complex is already in effect. We haven't even got to the paddle ball, the tennis court, the driving range. Come on, man. Stop. Look at this. Units over water with the fire pit. I love it. I guess I should just stay right here. Seating areas. I love it. How many are we up to? 5, 6. Kids playground area. Does this look familiar? No, because their playground area is those little stupid plastic things. Man-made beach. I think we're up to 6. Restaurants, bars, another second man-made beach. We're already up to 10. Wedding areas, water park. I mean, this is just absurd. You can't compare to these guys. This is the wedding venue. They have 2 of them, one on each side of the man-made lake. Paddle boats inside. I mean, come on, man. Cycling trail. We're already up to 13, 14. These are real amenities. We don't count amenities as Airbnb friendly, security gates. We don't count that as amenities, man. All right. So we got enough of that already. Let's go look and see what else we got. Yeah. They finally started calling these hotel suites, because I had a pet peeve with them calling these 1-bedrooms. So I'm glad to see they finally changed that. All right. So let's go and see where, here we go. See, they show their whole master plan. Unlike Vistancia, that looks like soccer fields to me. That looks like micro soccer fields. That looks like tennis courts. This looks like paddleball courts. This looks like basketball courts. Sports complex. That's what it looks like to me. These are amenities. Here goes the man-made lake with the paddle ball with the 2 places where you can get married, and this is a restaurant. Okay, restaurants aren't like my favorite, but when you're on site, that's an amenity. Here goes a shopping area around the man-made beach, commercial zone. Here goes another man-made beach. That's the one that this is it right here, with cabanas, with a bar. This is amenities. This is not at Vistancia. None of this is at Vistancia. What are we talking about here? Over here, driving range, casino. How are we even talking? This doesn't even compare, man. You're going to pay the same price that you're paying over at Vistancia when you, come on, stop. Here is, and this is kind of changed, but as you can see, the kiddie playground area, this has changed a little bit. Maybe they've changed their master. Here we go. Here is the go-kart area, amphitheater, roller coaster, kiddie rides. What are we talking? Dude, this is 30, 40 real amenities. And now I'm going to digress because look, I mean, I haven't even got up to the rest of them, but this is crazy. They're actually showing stuff. At least they have renderings. Whether it happens, that's another story. Look at this. Here's their thing. Look at, they're counting excursion discounts as amenities. Not. They're counting commercial area as amenities. Okay, it's an amenity in somewhat because it may be nearby, but again, they're not showing me pictures that it's on site where you don't have to leave the compound. Tennis court, not plural. Multi-use court, not plural. It would be nice if they showed them, but remember, no paddleball court, starters, no basketball court, starters. I mean, what are we talking? Look, spa, which is cool. Clubhouse. Why wouldn't they show any of this? Restaurant. Great. One restaurant. These need to be plural if there's multiples. Gym. This got to be plural. Elevator is not an amenity, man. Airbnb friendly is not an amenity. Barbecue area is. Access control. Now that bothers me because I don't know what access control means. Because access control means to me what Cruise on Land is doing. What I mean by that is when people show up and stay at your place, if the owner did not pay that extra member fee monthly or for that month, then they have no access. So that would be access control, meaning you got wristbands or whatever. So that person can only stay inside of their complex, meaning they got their pool, they got their fitness center, or their fitness room, they got their bar, they got their little co-working spaces and seating areas. But once they leave out of there, they can't go use any of the other amenities. So I don't know if this is what access control means. 24-hour security, that's a given. Ecological trail, big deal. Children's park, big deal. Pet park, big deal. Everybody has these. Okay. Elevator and Airbnb friendly and excursion discounts is crazy to count as amenities. But again, I don't see that. And maybe I didn't look far enough, but I didn't see anything. So when you say that Cruise on Land is not showing their amenities, they are showing a lot. Their master plan, which is interestingly enough what Vistancia should be doing. Why aren't they showing their master plan? So then people know what to expect, right? And at least throw down some pics like this. Look, oh, I forgot. They have an agricultural area with the store that's going to sell fruits and vegetables on site. Come on, man. Come on now. Come on, come on, come on. This is badass, even though I disagree with their contract. But this is badass. Look, seating areas. They can order drinks like they're on a cruise ship. Eat, drink, be merry. Come on, man. Come on, catch up. Look, seating areas. Even if a person doesn't have their wristband and the owner didn't do that, these people still have their own pool, their own bar, their own seating areas with cabanas and loungers. All this is still all theirs. I mean, come on. Come on, man. Look, this is cool. I got to give it to them. Now, here's where we go awry because you have to have your memberships to use to get to this section. If the owner pays the membership, then, hey, they got the man-made beaches, the loungers, the volleyball courts, tennis court, sports complex, and a recording studio's on site, which is crazy. A casino's on site, which is crazy. Guess what? People at Vistancia is going to be coming over to use the casino, coming over to go check out the shows at the amphitheater, coming over to use the water park. I mean, come on. Another seating area. How about the boardwalk that has restaurant? I mean, not restaurants, but little eating places like donuts or gelato or whatever they're going to have. Look, yoga outside, which I'm not a big fan. This right here is cool, though. I love this. I always love this. This is cool. Okay. Wedding venues, another seating area. Does this not look cool? It is cool. Here's that area where the fruit is. That's cool. Look, this is cool. Fruit store. This is cool. I don't know. This is amenities. Look, mirror. They have their mirror thing. Okay, I'm not a big fan, but fine. It's a mirror thing. Mini agricultural center. Cool. Here's the boardwalk where you can walk around, pseudo track. Workout area, which is outside. Fine. Kids play area. Cool. Come on, man. Look. Oh, this is their little flower garden, which, by the way, there's 2 venues for weddings. Cha-ching, cha-ching. Come on, man. Snacks around the boardwalk. Dude, I'm sorry, man. Come on. Come on. This is why these guys could easily be number 1, but their contract prohibits them from being number 1 because it's funky. It's really, really funky, all right? Now, I just wanted to show you. I don't know how many amenities those are, but that's quite a lot. Too many to mention. The amphitheater's not shown. The casino's not shown. The driving range is not shown. Come on. This ain't even in the same ballpark. Not even the same league. But it's going to cost you the same amount. That's the problem. They didn't mention that they're going to have transportation to downtown, which Cruise on Land, Larimar, they're going to have. So again, I don't know, Doobie. I don't know. I can't see how they're going to cost nearly the same price, but you're going to stay at Vistancia. And you think your guests are going to stay at Vistancia too? They might, they will, because you're not going to charge $200 a night for a 2-bedroom. Let's just call it what it is. Whereas at Cruise on Land, they're probably going to be charging $200 plus per night. Because it includes everything. I just can't see how they're not. And remember, if Vistancia owners want to go to Caribbean Lake Park and go to that beach or whatever, they got to pay $129 per person. So just keep that in mind. Okay, Doobie, let's see. Conarock charged me one night. Doobie. Come on, man. You keep picking these projects. Hey, Doobie, I want to know something. Let me know, since you bought it Conarock, does that mean you're with Victor Marrero where you bought it a Galaxy or a Star where it's been 4 or 5 years before delivery? Or did you buy it the condo where that was delivered first? And that would also mean there's no amenities there. I mean, again, I find it fascinating. And I hope you don't leave. I just want to know, why did you invest in Conarock and Vistancia when they have literally a pool, maybe a swim-up bar, maybe a restaurant, and then after that, you have to pay to go to the beach? Because to go into the beach club, you have to pay a what is it, a $35 per person use fee, right? I don't know about owners, though. I just know guests do. But even then, you can go to the beach, you can go to the beach club, you can go to the casino, and you can go to 1 or 2 restaurants inside of Hard Rock, but you still have to pay for a day pass or a partial day pass to go use the amenities at Hard Rock if you wanted to. So that don't count. So that is interesting. Again, that should be red flags too. I'm not paying notary fees, legal. That ain't happening. You can forget that. I'm not doing it. No project. I don't know. I hope you come back, man. I may come back to this chat to learn more about you. Thanks for the chat. I appreciate you address my concerns. No problem, man. I'm glad you came in, because that's what we do here, quite frankly, Doobie. I don't have anything against anybody. I love a discussion because I find out what people are looking for. I learn. Everybody here can learn, because if you say, I bought it Conarock for this, this, and this, other people might say, oh, man, I love what he's saying, and I think I should buy at Conner Rock because I don't want everything like at Cruise on Land, let's say. I just want a nice little condo project that may do this for whatever reason, because this is what I'm doing. Everybody has their reason for purchasing, just like you purchased at Conner Rock and you have purchased at Vistancia. You have your reasons, and I noticed there's 2 projects that you picked, and both of them don't have really amenities. And it's weird to me because I'm not looking for that. And now if I was looking for some other deviation from what I normally would invest in, that's why I can't comprehend it. But for you and other people, you're happy at Conner Rock, you're happy at Vistancia. But I'm saying all the reasons why I wouldn't is because I'm looking to rent only. And since I'm renting only, that means I need as many amenities in-house where people don't have to leave, because now I get to turn that into a value. So when I sit there and tell people, since we're talking about Cruise on Land, and I tell them all these amenities are included, and they're going to turn to me and say, how much more do I have to pay than my $250 per night? And I sit there and say nothing. And they sit there and be like, what? So then they calculate in their head, hey, we were going to go to Caribbean Lake Park. That's $129 per person. And if you're 13 and over, it's $129 per person. We have 4 people with us. That would have cost us $500 just for one day because we got to rent this other stuff. So now all of a sudden that free water park there, it's not like Caribbean Lake Village. But if you have a wave pool, some slides and things like that, the kids are happy. And you have pools, man-made beaches. Kids are happy. It's included. Parents are happy that we don't have to go one time while we're here for the week and it's costing us $500 and the kids go, can we go again? That's crazy. Now you take away at Cruise on Land when we have the buggy rides, the go-kart rides, and the roller coaster. Now all of a sudden, the excursion to go down and do the buggy rides on the beach, or, well, I don't know where you go for the go-karts because I don't know if there's any real go-kart tracks there. But now the buggy ride, you can say, hey, just go on the buggy rides here. They're included. The go-karts, well, they can't be anywhere, so they can't really say, let's go over here to the go-karts. What value is that? Roller coaster, what value is that? The little kiddie rides, you know, what value is that when you have a family? And then when people say, hey, there's a wedding venue at Cruise on Land, it overlooks the lake, one of their man-made lakes, or it's a beautiful garden. We're going to get married there. Hey, how many people are coming? 15, 20 people are coming. Do you not think, well, maybe they will stay at Vistancia, but I'm thinking the party's all going to stay here because they're going to go, there's restaurant, there's bars, there's nightclubs, there's casinos, there's shows. Why are we going to stay at Vistancia if we're having a wedding in Cruise on Land? You're not. Everybody's going to stay there. There's no reason because everybody's going to go, what do you mean? We have shopping, we have restaurants, nightclub, bar, casino, seating areas, yoga mats, places to eat mini. I mean, the go-kart track. I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, there's so much stuff. Basketball, tennis. I mean, paddleball. I mean, come on, man. Soccer fields. Get our own game. I mean, this is crazy. So this is what's going on, and people may stay at Vistancia, but I'm not looking to do Vistancia type properties myself, and I'm not advising people to do that, but I'm not against anybody doing it either because I don't know what you're trying to do. All I'm trying to say is to maximize your money, you being on first or second phase is always best. So there's nothing wrong with that. But if I'm going to pay damn near the same amount as Cruise on Land anyhow, then why am I going to buy at Vistancia? That doesn't make much sense to me. That's all I'm saying. Because, in fact, I'm going to go do this just to be clear. Because they do give prices, I think. Let me go see where the prices are for Vistancia. Yeah, they do give prices. Now that I remember, I just don't remember off the top of my head. Because they say you could, here they go. Here's a 2-bedroom penthouse, $95,000. 2-bedroom okay. 66 units. Okay. Now, The 2-bedroom penthouse at Cruise on Land is a lot more. They are 100 and I think 57,000 right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. That's the fully furnished version. Okay, so that includes a jacuzzi in their terrace. All right. So here we are with 95.6, and that's fully furnished, by the way. So here we are. We have our kitchen that needs to be done up. That's $10K. So that's 105. We have 2 bedrooms that need AC. We have a living room that needs AC. I think that's all we need, right? So I'm just going to, I don't know what the price will be in 2025. I'm guessing entirely, but I've been using 4,500. That's 13.5. So we are at 95 plus 10 is 105 plus 13 is 118. All right. Now, jacuzzi. If I want to add a jacuzzi on deck, what are they charging these days? This is a full-blown jacuzzi. This isn't a jacuzzi. It's a full-blown jacuzzi, heated. All right, that's included. Now, they used to be 10,000 for a jacuzzi, no longer. We're going to go to 15,000. Now, I don't know if a hot jacuzzi is 15, but we're going to say 15. So you already went from 118. You're adding another 15. You're at 133 for the same things. Now, you need to furnish your place. And let's just call it what it is. That's going to be about what, 20 G's? 25 G's maybe? So in most instances, the furniture package, I mean, or you can try and do it yourself, but nonetheless, 20, 25, I'll just say 20 G's. You're up to 153. That's what you're going to do over here at this location. Cruise on Land is 157, I think, fully furnished for everything included. And you can be in the rental pool also if you get their furniture package at Cruise on Land. And your guests have all the amenities and you just paid the same amount. So now the question is, are you going to be renting at 139? Maybe, probably. But I doubt if you're going to be renting at 250 to 295 or more. I don't know how much they're going to rent, but I can't even conceivably think they're going to be renting for 150 a night at Cruise on Land with all those amenities. It makes no absolute sense when you know people have to spend $500 just to go on one excursion, $500 to go to the Caribbean Lake if they have a family of 4. You already know this. So what are we talking about here? So that's the way I look at it. You may be looking at it like I'm going to cut corners here and there, but you're not going to be able to. In 2025, you don't know how much appliances are going to cost. You don't know how much furniture is going to cost. You don't know how much air conditioning units are going to cost, nor do you know if you're going to be able to get them because of so many thousands of units coming online in the next 2 years. You have no way to know any of that. That's a variable. But what you do know is you can lock in somewhat of your pricing at a Cruise on Land for their furniture package. Did Panorama Gardens have a furniture package? I don't know. I wasn't in long enough. But nonetheless, I'm just saying you're almost going to spend the same amount. So hopefully you're still here and I get to learn why you are in there. Panorama Garden doesn't come with appliances either, and I paid $140K. Yeah, it does. What do you mean? White lines included. I'm sorry, Doobie. Hold on. Let me see. Let me see if I have my contract. I'll show you. White lines included it. Well, okay, hold on. White line was included in the first phase. Let's put it a different way. And in first phase, it was 120. $2,900 for a penthouse at Panorama Gardens. So are you saying they only went up to 140? That'd be cool. Let me see if I actually have their. Let me see if I still have my contract for Puna. Hold on. Maybe I do. Let me see. I'll pull it up. Panorama. No, I don't have it. Wait. I might have it. Let's see. I think I do have it. Let me see. If I have it, I'll show you. Oh, and by the way, I didn't have to pay for whatever you're talking about, that fee for getting a notary either. By the way, I think this is in Spanish, damn it. But it's okay. I think I might have an English version. Let's see here. Because back then, it included the white line. So the AC and all that's included. Yeah, I paid $13,067. That's weird. Let's see here. What is this? I haven't even. This is a different contract I've seen. Interesting. Cool. Oh, this is okay. I was like, this is weird. That's not the contract. This was a signed agreement when I got out. Let me see if I can find no contract. Maybe this one's it. Panorama Garden apartment. Then I'll show you, because then you should be telling them white lines included, man. Well, first phase it was. And if it's not, dude, 140. Hey, it's not 140 for a penthouse is still cool. But you shouldn't be. That's messed up. That's really messed up. Okay. I'm trying to find it for you. I don't know how long ago you bought it. Well, at 140, you must have bought in 2022 or something. Let's see. I wish I can find it. That's not it. Let me go. I'll help you out here, because if I have it, I'll show you. Sales, no, I don't. Hold on a second. 18% left. Oh, okay. Maybe you did buy in 2020. I forgot. At Panorama Garden, they increased the price 18% because people didn't have in their for all those who didn't have in their contract a price increase, they had to pay an 18% increase. So my 123 would have cost me 145, I think, 140 or 145 ultimately. So I would have ended up paying the same amount as you if you didn't buy at the beginning, because they did an 18% increase. But me, I had a 10% cap because Johan negotiated, and initially they couldn't go over 10%. So I ultimately would have paid 135 for my unit, including white line and the ACs. Did not have a furniture package at the time, so couldn't do that. But just letting you know, there was an 18% increase for everybody in the first phase. So hopefully that helps you out. Okay, Doobie, for the record, I'm a woman, not a man. All right, sorry. All right, Doobie, the woman. I thank you so much for being here. But let's see what else we got. They don't charge to see a contract. No, nobody does. Oh, you mean, okay, so let's go with Doobie says it's only 1,200. Okay, that's good, because I was like, that's 3,600. So you can take off 10 G's then if you can get them for 1,200. I'm not familiar with the ACs because every project I'm in, the ACs are included. So I don't, and you're saying they're not. which is interesting. But hopefully you stayed here because I want to know why you invested in Rock and Panorama Garden speaks for itself. But when did you invest in Panorama Garden? Are you including that 18%? Or have you got an increase letter yet? When did you buy at 140? And you must have bought a 2-bedroom because there's no way you had to have a 2-bedroom penthouse and they didn't have 3 bedrooms. So hopefully the 2-bedroom penthouse was 140. All right. They don't charge to see a contract. That's good. Excellent. Glad to hear that because I was under the impression that $70 was like a hijack. All right. We will have to wait to see who does what. No, we don't. It's in stone already. It is a 10-year project for sure. First of all, with all the amenities they have, it has to be that long. It has to be a long time. Vistancia, just to give you an idea, they're claiming that they're going to have first phase, second phase, third phase, fourth phase, which is 50 blocks, or what was that, 22 buildings? So they're claiming they're going to be done in 4 years, I guess, 25, 26, 27, 28. I may be, because they don't have that many amenities. All they have is a lot of open space and pools, as far as I see. Creating basketball courts, tennis courts, and all that doesn't even really take that much time. But they're not making man-made beaches. They're not making, anything special. It's just a condo project as far as I'm concerned. So we will see what that means. But cruise on land, I don't know about 10 years, but yeah, it's going to take some years. First phase is only like 2 buildings or 4 buildings. They've expanded to 15 buildings. So let's say 4 buildings on the first phase. I don't know. But then they got 15 more to build. So we know that's taken 4 years, 5 years. But in the meantime, let's just put things in different perspective. So when somebody says they're going to have the roller coaster, the go-kart, and the buggy track in the first phase, they're going to have a casino, and they're going to have some, the buildings and all that. That is in first phase. Over at Vistancia, even their first phase, are they going to have all their amenities? Doubtful. And especially since they're talking about a year and 9 months, it's not going to happen. I don't even know what they're even talking about. Unless they've started already, which they could have. If they started already, I understand. But they are not building. Come on. They're not building hardly anything in a year and 9 months. It's not going to happen at Vistancia. Not going to happen at Larimar. Not going to happen at Cruise on Land. These guys will not be seeing the light of day in 2025. First phase. Not going to see the light of it. They'll see parts of it, but it won't be built. That'd be a miracle. But out of everybody, Vistancia would be able to go quicker because their first phase is whatever, 2 buildings, 4 buildings, and that's it. They're only going to be 5 floors or 6 floors high, if that. That's easier to do than be building man-made beaches and your buildings and your sports complex and your casino. Come on. That's a whole different ball game. It's a lot easier to build just regular old condos and pools. You can do those in probably a year and a half. So there's a night and day situation. All right. Maybe she knows. She's saying access control means if you have an owner's badge, you can use your digital pass for the electronic gate to open. If you're a guest, you need to see security. I hope you're not saying that. I really, really hope you're not saying that. You are not. Please tell me. Okay. First of all, see, right here, Doobie. This is where we need to see the master plan. Let me go see if Vistancia has it. Maybe they have one. This is where we need to see their master plan. Because when you start talking about controls, what I'm trying to figure out is with their limited amenities, how is there going to be controls? When you walk out, the whole place should be open to people to go use all the amenities. So when you say access controls, what is, oh wait, we have video here. Hold on a second. I didn't see this right here. Let's go see what they're, okay. Whoa, get out of here. When you say access control, this is looking like a condo project. Oh, it doesn't show too much in the renderings. This looks like entry. Yeah, this doesn't show us much. Looks like parking underneath. This doesn't show us that much. When you say access controls, what do you mean? Hey, look, this looks nice. But I mean, this doesn't mean much. It's just renderings, but maybe we can find out more about this, because I'm curious about access controls. Once you come on the property, okay, Cruise on Land is going to have access controls. Cana Rock has access controls. What do we? Vista Cana does not. Once you're inside the complex, you have access to all the amenities. Like in Vista Cana, the sports complex, the beach clubs, the walking trails, the cycling trails, the 2 man-made beaches eventually when they make it, but they already have the man-made beach and the freshwater lake and the saltwater lake. You're going to have all access. There's no access control, so to speak, other than the security up front or the security within, like a panorama garden, panorama lake. So you have access. I mean, there's no reason to have a badge. But on Cruise on Land, there will be reason, because they're restricting it. So that's access. But once you have your band to have access to all the amenities, there's no other control. You can go to everywhere now. So I don't know what you mean access controls when they don't have anything to control. There's nothing. There must be something else that's going on, because there's no reason for them to have access. Why would you have access controls to the barbecue area, the gym, the restaurant, the clubhouse, the spa, the multi-use court, the tennis court? Why? That's all the amenities. That's it. Why would you have? That doesn't make any sense for access control. So maybe I don't understand what they mean, but maybe I'll talk to somebody. But again, this project doesn't interest me, but that doesn't mean you invested in it. So I'm waiting to hear why you chose to invest in it. All right, here we go. We got something. Giving out some nuggets. I bought Star Phase 1. Oh, at Cana Rock Star. I invested. Oh, a superstar is amongst us. I invested in 8 different projects to spread out. I love that idea, Doobie. I commend you for that. Congratulations. That is awesome. You have put yourself in position. Buy assets is the thing we talk about here. Cana Rock charges $40 for Cana Bay, but it goes against consumption. Yeah, it's the consumption fee. That's what I'm talking about. So this is exactly what I'm talking about. That is access control to me, because I can't just walk through and go to the beach. They go, oh, excuse me, Eric. Hey, you got to give me $40. Well, it used to be $35, but okay, well, actually, hold on. It could be seasonal, but $40 now. And by the way, Doobie, that's per person. If you have a 2-bedroom and you have 5 people with you, or 4, you guys are spending $160 just to walk through to go to the beach. And then once you go to the beach, you don't have the band, so you can't walk into the property and act like you live there. That's crazy. And then if you decide not to eat at the place, I don't know if they keep it on file as a consumption fee for next time. I don't know what they do, but that's just crazy to me. So let's just call it, there really is no beach access other than you pay for it, which, by the way, if you're staying anywhere, you don't have to pay to go to the beach. And you still have consumption fee because you're going to hang out at the beach club. We're in El Cordacito, Los Corrales, going to the 365 Beach Club. I had a wonderful meal. I didn't have to order, but the wonderful meal and the drink was less than $40. And I'm right there at the beach, and I'm staying in a condo. I mean, come on. That was built by Noval. So you know it's cool. It was Coral Village. That's like my favorite place now because it's so inexpensive, and it's right there. La Bruja restaurant right there. Well, actually, there's more than just La Bruja. There's like 5 restaurants right there. An Indian restaurant, Jamaican restaurant, a fine dining restaurant, a steak and lobster type restaurant, all right there. As soon as you walk out, in 2 minutes, you're there. Then you walk down the street and there's a mini mart. Then there's that fruit stand, fresh fruit stand there. And then 5 minutes beyond that is the beach. No consumption fee needed. So again, I don't know. See, my thing is with Conner Rock, I don't know why you would stay out at Conner Rock. And Star, I don't get it. Because once you're there, you're locked. No shuttle, no commercial area, no amenities. Okay, pool, fitness center, maybe I think Star has a restaurant also, just like Galaxy. But that's it. So you're locked. And you're far away from everything, so you got to take Uber or have a car. That doesn't make much sense to me. So again, I don't get it because those are premium prices out there. We have a Victor Marrero here that bought at Galaxy, and because of the time they've taken to build it, they moved him up a floor and made an additional floor. So instead of it being 4 levels, well, it was 4 levels with the penthouse. Now they moved him to the 4th level, and the 5th level is now the penthouse, the 5th floor. And then he told me something unthinkable. He said they changed it to where there's going to be shops and stores underneath. And I was like, that's the best thing they could have done, if that is true. Because that's what I was like, why would you stay all the way down there and not be able to do anything? You can't even go, where are you going to go to a mini mart? So I hope that is for Star as well, but Star is close to Galaxy. But at least they decided to do something right because they put shopping underneath, according to what Victor Marrero said. So that's why they moved everybody up a floor. I'm very happy to hear that because this was a total disaster if they don't have commercial zone and they have all these condo complexes there and they're still building more out there. And I'm like, that's not even going to be good enough just for there. Where all these like thousands of people go. I mean, it's like there's no commercial zone. You got to go in Conner Rock. And then you find out, what do you mean it's $150 per person to come in here for 8 hours? That's insane. I'm an owner. Oh, we'll give you your 15 or 10% discount, but sorry, you still got to pay per person per day. So that's not an amenity. You can count a casino. Okay, fine, whatever. But you're spending money in a casino. You're spending money in a restaurant. That's fine. But you at least have that. And at Galaxy and Star, I believe you have yours. Conner Rock condos, I believe they have their own restaurant. But again, for a person that's renting and people stay out there and they have their family, our friend here, George's Charles, who also has multiple units, when his family stayed there, he thought he was going to buy a Conner Rock until his family stayed there. And the pool is nice because I think they stayed at the Conner Rock condos. Pool is nice. But when he thought that the owners on Airbnb said, oh, you have access to the beach, when his family walked out to try to go to the beach, he was met with, that's $35 per person, sir. He's like, what? Wait, I'm staying at an owner's place. He didn't know. And so he got upset. So then he got a little upset there when he figured out that he might have to spend $140 per day, and not even know if he's going to eat all the $35 consumption. Then he really got heated because he thought he had access to the Hard Rock. And when he went up to the Hard Rock and they said $100 and some odd dollars per person, and he has kids with them that are under 13, he was like, is this for real? And they're like, yeah, it's going to cost you $500 to come in here. And that's when he lost it. He's like, I can't believe it. So that's what happened when he was there like a year ago. And that's what generally happens when people stay there prior to anything changing. No commercial zone, no nothing other than a casino and nightclub, and you can go eat inside at the deli and that other restaurant, but you don't get none of the experiences Hard Rock. So I always like to find out why people buy in projects. And by the way, because of that, Doobie, let me show you something right now. A lot of people don't realize this because we study this. You probably have studied as well. When you start looking at this, the star, I don't even know if it's completed yet. How much did you pay for the star? You got 2-bedroom, no, at $200. Victor Marrero bought in 2019, 2018. His 2-bedroom at Galaxy was $231,000. So if you bought after that, then it's more than $231, and it's still not delivered yet. And his probably still won't be delivered for another year and a half. It's crazy. I mean, sad, really. All right, here's what we got. We got prime time. This is what we do around here, just so you understand the situation. We go to Punta Cana, Dominican Republic, right? We go there. This is prime time right now. I don't know if the Soul Fest is there, but I'm just going to go the 25th through the 1st. We're going to take a week. I'm just going to go. In fact, no, I won't do that. I'm going to go to 4. So we have an idea, because I haven't looked this year to see if prices have escalated that much. So look at this. For 4 people. So see, here's where we're going with all of this. This is the way we look at it. Doobie, you sound like by buying 8 units, you seem like a reasonable investor. So I'm pretty sure you've looked at all this. So here's what we're looking at. You got 4 people in your party. No problem getting $99 per night. Luxury penthouse in the Hard Rock. Funny. This is funny. So here you are spending hold on. I got to hold up first, because some 2-bedrooms used to be, if you got Cana Rock condos, your 2-bedroom was only like 100, and you could have in first phase gotten a 2-bedroom for like 117, somewhere like that, 117, 120. So you're not going to be too mad at $99 per night and all that jazz. But let's see what this is. Is this star right here? What is this? Yeah, no, this isn't star. This is no, this might be. What is that? Wait, they have some new buildings out here that I don't recognize. All right, anyhow, it doesn't really matter what it is. All I'm trying to illustrate here is there's no amenities. Oh, wait, hold on. I messed up because it clicked over to another screen. I don't know what this is. Is this, what is that? That might be star. But this is a penthouse. We know a penthouse was not 117,000, 120,000. This is a penthouse at Cana Rock for $99 per night. And this can sleep up to 6 people because they have 3 beds. This is what I'm talking about with no amenities. Well, first of all, welcome to the SSN Nation. A pool, a fitness room, just throw those out. They're not considered amenities any longer. Hotels have those. So you don't get any pluses for that. You can stay at AC Hotel, which will cost you more, by the way. it's going to cost you more than $99 to stay at the AC Hotel than it is at Connor Rock. That should give you an idea. You don't have any amenities here. So people who stay here have to spend car and money to get a car every time they leave, which starts adding up. The way they do people now, since it's high season, you're using Uber, and Uber is doing stuff like $30, $35 each way. So when you start adding $70 to go downtown or near downtown or go on these excursions, well, the excursions pick you up most of the time, all that starts coming into play. So you can't charge $300, even though, look at, I'm going to show you another reason why you can't charge that much. That's a 2-bedroom penthouse at Connor Rock. Here's the reason why you can't charge that much, is because this 2-bedroom, $84. 2-bedroom, $79. Look at this. People have plenty of choices to choose from. $85, 2-bedroom. This is, I'm just going under $100. This is prime time. So if this is what's happening, what happens when there's $90, another 2-bedroom? This is kind of Pearl, which actually sometimes is nice, but they're still the same vein. But everybody out here still has to pay the consumption fee to go to the beach, which everybody's thinking I'm just going to the beach. They're wrong. And look at these prices. Now, what I want to show you is, here's the funny thing. Hard Rock, Punta Cana. I'm pretty sure you know this, but this is how in depth we go when people are investing. All right. Oh, wait, that's not what I want. I want, where's the Hard Rock? Here it is. Hard Rock, all inclusive. Let's put in the same dates. I'm going to put in 4 people. You know at the Hard Rock, okay, maybe you don't know, but I'm pretty sure you know. You know at the Hard Rock, 4 people are going to sleep in a studio unit with 2 beds or a bed and a sofa sleeper, right? So we're going to put in, wait, did I put in January 25th, right? Let's go. 25th through February 1st, 4 adults. Let's see what they're charging. Now, watch this. Is it available? Yikes. Are you saying nothing's available? That would be crazy. Look at this. $2,877 per night. That's a 2-bedroom rock suite. Is that incredible? You do see this, right? And yet, out front, people are charging for their, well, okay, this ain't fair, because this is a 2,400 square foot unit. That's too big. Oh, wow. That's all that you can rent. People are going to pay this per night. And yes, it's 2,500 square feet, which is a nice large unit. Personal assistant, all that, 2,800 per night. That's incredible. Incredible. So now I'm going to have to reduce this, unfortunately, to 2 adults, because clearly this is not even in the same ballpark. But that's incredible when you think about it. That's lovely. That's beautiful. All right, here we go. Here it is. Look at this. Can you see this? You can't see it. Hold on. This room right here, the Caribbean rooms that I am not a fan. I've never stayed in this unit, and I'm not a big fan. But here we go. Check this out. This is $577 per night. And people are getting this type of room. Oh, man, I thought it was going to show the room. But my point I'm trying to make is this. they're going to spend over $4,000. It's all inclusive, true. But 2 people. Now, here's the thing. In fact, I'll just show it. Why don't we just show the price, all right? So $700 to stay in a 2-bedroom with your own kitchen outside at Conarock, or come inside Conarock and spend $4,000. And they're almost sold out. And for 4 people, they are sold out, except for that premium unit. So that ought to tell you a lot, that you have people out front charging $99 a night that can sleep 6 people, and they're charging $2,800 for the last room available that can sleep 4 people per night. You can't get $500 per night, but they can get $2,800 a night or $577 a night. And you can't compete with that because you cannot give them 2 people. You can't let them go for $300 per night because you can't charge them $500 per night. So this is one of the reasons why you do not. All right. So this is going to be a long one tonight, ladies and gentlemen. But anyhow, you saw the screen, and this is the problem when you buy in places that don't charge. So here's the other thing. So you saw these 2 bedrooms for $99 per night, and it's worse for 1 bedrooms because they got to be less than that, right? 85, 90, 79. I can stay in a 2-bedroom at Conarock. I'm not. But for me, I'm not. But let me show you what else happens. All right. I'm pretty sure you know this, but I'm going to show you what else happens. Because now I'm going to go with, what is it? Single one. This is funny. Single one residences. I think that's what it, whoa, not the one in Aruba. Punta Cana. Isn't it single one? I was driving on the freeway and I found single one. Let me show you something. This is going to drive you nuts right here. Single one condos you could have bought for $99,000, right? For example. Now, I don't know how they operate because I would, again, not advise people to buy condos that only have a pool and a fitness center. But, oh, this is renderings. Hold on. That's not what I'm looking. Oh, wait. What is this? Oh, cool. Single one. Let's go. Single one official website. Is this it? I think this is it. Hotel and residences. This is what I'm looking for right here. Look at this. We are going to put in the same dates. The same dates of the 25th through the 1st. Oh, wait. We're in prime time, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, January 25th. So we got apples to apples, so nobody thinks I'm playing games. We don't do that here. So look at this. Single one, 1-bedroom apartment. Oh, they don't even have anything available. What if I told you that they're charging 100 and wait, did I put in the wrong date or something? Are these, oh, no, whoa. They're not even available yet. Hold on a second. Let's see, when are they available? I thought they were available already. Okay, well, then I'll go with someone else. Single one, if I'm not mistaken, they are charging $134 per night for their 1-bedrooms. Just to give you an idea, they're a little closer to downtown. Yes, they are not quite. But they're going to charge you. They're going to charge for a 1-bedroom more than they charge that you are going to be charging at Conarock for a 2-bedroom. That's how crazy this is. And that's because they're close to downtown, literally. As soon as you come up to the light, you can go downtown. they are, I would say 100 yards from this light. If they're not even on the light, I think they're closer to this crossroad here, this light section. But even if they're not, you can almost walk. But I don't know. But all I'm saying is, I can't believe I wanted to show you the price. They had them up for like 134. I could have sworn, but maybe it's later. So I don't know if they're going to say it anywhere, but that's what I wanted to show you. But I won't show that. What I will show is AC Hotel downtown, which is interesting because you know what AC Hotel has? The same amenities damn near as Conarock owners presently. A little place to eat, no biggie. There's nothing downtown except, guess what? Cocobongo. Fitness center to work out. Also, you got to pay. But look at this, $146 per night. You have to pay to go to Cocobongo. You have to pay to get drinks, is just like you would anywhere. Your consumption fee tax to go to the beach. People don't care about the beach. So they're sitting here paying $146 plus tax at the AC. Oh, whoa, hold on. Let me do something else. Let me get apples to apples. Hold on. Let's get apples to apples so I can get in the ballpark. Okay, so 151 because we're in prime time. That was April. Well, they still want to go to April. Why? Okay, nonetheless, 146 a night is what they're getting for a hotel room. And all they have there is a pool, a little eating place, but they're downtown. They don't have a Cocobongo. They don't have all the nightclubs, although they do have the casino and nightclub at Conarock, but they're now downtown. So now downtown, when it gets built up, AC Hotel is going to be charging more money. They're going to be at $200 per night probably next year because they have the Caribbean Lake Park. They have other things downtown that people can go to and go hang out. Yes, they have to pay, but you have to pay at Conarock too. And they don't have to spend the money to come downtown. And that's why they can get studio prices for $151. Hopefully you understand what I'm saying. All right, let's go. Also get great rental in Conarock, 105. Yeah, you already can see you can get less than that. Just go on Airbnb. I mean, it's $79 a night, $80 a night, $84 a night for a 2-bedroom. I don't even know how much 1-bedroom would cost at Conarock. It's less than $79, I imagine. That's a travesty. That really is a travesty. I got to say, I can't even believe it. All right, let's go. I have a 1-bedroom. 1-bedroom. Okay, 1-bedroom costs $89,000. Doobie. Here's what I tell everybody here because it looks like only me and you are on. But here's what I tell everybody. 1% is what we're looking for your rental values. So if you buy that 1-bedroom at Conarock, well, you said it's at the Star, so I don't know if it was 90,000 or not, but maybe it was 99. Then we're looking to rent at $99 plus. So the fact, and that gets us into the 15-16% if you do a 60% occupancy. But you can't very well have a 1-bedroom and rent for $99 per night. I mean, you can try when 2 bedrooms are $99 or less. That puts you in a category of possibly having to rent out at a lower price than 2 bedrooms, clearly, right? So, and again, Doobie, I'm hoping there's a person that came on before and they said people have told them not to buy 1-bedroom units. The Conarock thing is why you don't buy 1-bedroom units if you're going to buy in just a regular old condo complex. Because if you have 2 bedrooms for $89, $79, I mean, $85. I mean, sure, somebody might rent your place for $99, but when all these other 2 bedrooms are available for less, why would a person rent your 1 bedroom unless they don't care and they're just like, yeah, I'll stay in a 1 bedroom for $99 a night. Even if it's me and the wife and I have just me and her, if I have somebody selling or renting a 2 bedroom in the same location for $85 a night, I'm not going to turn and say, hey, you know what? I'm just going to get the 1 bedroom for $99 a night. I'm just going to go, oh, we're staying in the 2 bedroom then. The extra room sitting there, okay, great, but it's still $15 per night less. So you have to think about those type of things. And this is going to be a long one too, because we have a few people. I've done late nights every now and then. So let's see here. What else we talk? I don't buy to rent to large families. I rent to professionals, big business. Okay. Doobie has said something that's very important for everybody that's going to watch this on replay. Everybody on podcast. See, Doobie has done something that I've talked about a lot. She says, I understand what I am doing. She is correct. If you are doing business where you're not on Airbnb in the open market, but you have rentals for business people, then therefore that is major because they pay more money per night. That is awesome. So those are the type of things that you have to think about. So I love it that she has that. But she says, I don't buy to rent to large families, but I rent to professionals, big business. She is absolutely correct. If you have a conduit, like I'll give you a perfect example. You guys know I was talking about Sundance Film Festival in Park City. If you know the industry people in the studios, they will come and spend $1,500, $2,000 per night. No problem. So if you have a 3 bedroom, 4 bedroom in the ski area in the canyons, then it's not out of the question that you're going to be able to rent for $10,000 for the week. But if you have a 2 bedroom or 3 bedroom that is on the outskirts of downtown, not in the ski area, okay, you won't be getting $10K a week though. See, there's a difference. So there's location matters and there's a difference on who your clientele is. So some people like, okay, give you another example. I'll stay with Hollywood, right? So in Hollywood, they all have their own celebrity travel agency, so to speak. So that's why they all are going to Bali. They're all going to wherever these locations and they stay in these high-end places. They don't mind spending the $4,000 per night, the $8,000 per night, because they're celebrities. That's where celebrities stay. No problem. We'll spend this crazy money. You want that clientele. Now, at the same token, she is exactly right about the big business. If you can lock in on the big business. Now, the only question I have though is, when you're doing business professionals, they normally don't travel just one. If it's, usually there might be 2 to 4. And you're right. Sometimes they don't care about sleeping on sofas and this and that. But all I can say is when we have the event down in Anaheim, the NB, I can't remember the initials, but it's the musician thing. And other events, when I have a 2 bedroom, 1 bath at Dolphin Cove, or they have the choice of a 2 bedroom, 2 bath at Dolphin Cove, and there's 3 people, or there's 2 professionals, one's a woman, one's a male, 4 professionals, 2 women, 2 guys. They don't want to hear about the 2 bedroom, 1 bath because they already know what's going to happen. You have females. So they're saying, we got to get dressed in this bathroom. Females need to get dressed in the other one. We need that 2 bedroom, 2 bath like yesterday. And we need a sofa sleeper or 2. Well, congratulations. The 2 bedroom, 2 bath can sleep up to 8 people, has 2 sofa sleepers. So now everybody has their own sleeping bed at least. So they can stay in that 2 bedroom, 2 bath. And yes, we charge them. We're spending, they got to spend 400, 450 a night. All right. I think it was the NAB. I think it's what it is. Anyhow, I can't keep track of all the events, but I have so many different things I do in different areas. But this is the exact example that you're able to exploit. And I have to use the word exploit. It's high season, low season events, or it's business. Just like right now in San Francisco is the Chase Week. What you can charge any other time, $250 during the week, $200, $179 per night. No. This week, or last week, I should say, you can charge $399 during the week, not on the weekend, off the charts, because it's high demand. So if she's dealing with big business and she has the high demand weeks, she gets to charge more. And traditionally, they pay more anyhow because it's a business write-off. So she's in that right location, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Doobie says $184,000 for the 2-bedroom penthouse in COL with jacuzzi. That's fully furnished. 184. That's pretty good. Because it was, yeah. That's about right. It was 157 or somewhere thereabouts. You got to pay about, that's about right. $20,000 more, 170. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, plus the price probably went up a little. Depends on when you bought. But, congratulations on that one as well. Because here's what's going to happen. If you own it, this location, you have I don't know what you're going to have at Vistancia, if it's a 1-bedroom, I think you said. But anyhow, I think personally that at Cruise on Land, I personally think, because we have other people that own it, Cruise on Land, you should not be getting a studio unit there. You should be getting a 2-bedroom or higher. I think they're going to be charging like close to $295 per night for a 2-bedroom penthouse unit conservatively, because it could be higher, because once you realize how much you have to pay to go use these other amenities, $500 a day for a family of 4. If they want to go to Caribbean Lake Park, $500 for one day. You want to go on those excursions for zip lining and all that, $500. If you want to, this is crazy. And you could sit here and spend $295 a night. And I think that's what's going to happen. More than Conner Rock, more than 2-bedroom units downtown. That's what I think is going to happen at Cruise on Land if you can stand their contract. Okay. Oh, and Vistancia. Yeah. $95,000, and you're still going to be spending. That's fully furnished right there, I know, for the 2-bedroom penthouse. So for you to have a fully furnished penthouse, or you're going to have to spend like, I don't know, we did the numbers. It's like 130, 140, but you're still going to be in Vistancia. I don't think you're going to be able to charge $250 a night at Vistancia. I don't even think you can charge $199 a night, quite frankly, because there's no real amenities. But Cruise on Land, congratulations. I don't know what phase, but 184 would indicate phase like price increase 3 or something. Okay, Vistancia. Okay, access controls refers to the main entrance. Okay, but that doesn't count. Why even say that? Because when we start talking about security, all the complexes that have amenities have security. What this access control I'm worried about is the one like at Conner Rock. Consumption fee to go to the park. That's access controls. Access control like Cruise on Land. If your person that owns the unit didn't pay that monthly fee, then you have no access. Or I'm sure Cruise on Land is going to make them or have a package plan where they say, well, your owner didn't make you pay, but we have a package. I'm pretty sure that's what they're going to do, because I know what's going to happen. The owner's not going to pay. People are going to check in, get the wristband that gives them no access. They're going to walk out thinking they have access because they see all these people. Then they're going to get stopped saying, I'm sorry, what are you doing out here? You can't be over here in the water park. You can't use it. You don't have the right wristband. They're going to be like, what? Same thing that happens at Connor Rock. What do you mean I can't pass through? There's other people over here. So then they're going to go, well, how can I get access to all this stuff? Then they're going to say something crazy like $75 per person per day. And then next time they stay there, they're going to stay with an owner that has the member badge and charges $295. I mean, come on. That's what's going to happen. So that's what we do here. We evaluate and then we figure out what our best percentage is. Now, I don't understand this. I'm hoping you have more than just the 1-2 bedroom, because Cruise on Land is not going to be built until 2026. Well, first phase, that is. I don't know if you're in the second phase or first phase, but first phase is not going to be completed until 2026, in my opinion. And that might even be being generous, because they haven't started anything other than moving dirt around either. So we will see how this goes. But thank you for being here with me this long. I overstayed. I got to get up early in like 5 hours, but it's been a pleasure, Doobie, because I appreciate you coming in and talking. And I thank you for giving me heads up on Vistancia and letting me know a little bit about it. But again, I would not be recommending it to any of the SSN Nation members, but to each his own. Everybody can study it. We talked about it. They can go look for it themselves if that meets their criteria for purchasing. But I applaud you for getting 8 units. That is incredible. You have set yourself up for the rest of your life. In 2 to 4 years, you'll have already reaping the rewards from your investments. And hopefully, I've been using 50% lately, just so to give you an idea, because of the increase in visitors, I've been using 50% occupancy rate. So 50% means roughly 180 nightly rentals. So you can start doing some mathematical equations on 50%, which is high. So I might drop it even lower, but we haven't gotten there yet. But just to give you an idea, I mean, no Google calculator. Just to give you an idea, I don't know your business model about the big business guys, but at least you have different properties that you can always spread around. So that's a great thing. So if we do 180 nights times this, let's just use your, I'm going to use $99 per night. See, that's 17.8. You'd start doing things like who's going to manage it. And then, well, Cruise on Land, if you're in the rental, okay, first of all, if you own a Cruise on Land, you know there's going to be restrictions on doing outside rentals. So I'm assuming that 185 is fully furnished. The fully furnished means you could be in the rental pool, and if you're not in the rental pool, good, because they charge 35% management fee at Cruise on Land. It's 35%. That's crazy. So what we're going to do is go 0.25 management, right? So we're going to have to take away 4,400. So now we're down to, what is that? 13.4. Let's call it 13.4. Well, I'll round down to 13,000. So that's that. Then we have, well, if you buy for over 170, well, it doesn't even matter. That's minor. Your HOA fees are going to be $2. I think you're going to be paying like $160, because if you have a penthouse unit, they charge you $1.25 per square meters. So, but anyhow, let's call it 180. So we're going to say 2,000. Okay, so we're down to 11,000. All right. So as you can see, we're down to 11,000, and we're probably, I'll just use 11,000. I'm not even gonna, go into any further things. Oh, yeah, our $80. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're at 10,000. I forgot. Our $80, that's 960 a year. So we're down to 10,000. So 10,000 divided by 185,000. Hold on. 185,000. Now that's only 5.4% return. So that's why you can't buy overpriced for what you're going to rent for. So let's change this up so everybody understands. I think you're going to be renting at $295 per night, quite frankly, which makes this a steal. So when you start really realizing it, that's 53,000. And when I start doing 0.25, that's 13,000. So we're down to 40. And I start taking away about another 2,000 for HOA or member management thing. And we take away 3,000. So we're down to 40. All right. So now 40,000 divided by 185. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, 21.6% or 20% or 19% or 18% on a 50% occupancy, by the way, in a high rental location, no doubt. Now you understand I cannot get this at Vistancia. I will not be getting, I'm predicting, I'm just guessing, but I think 250 to potentially over 300. I just can't see how it's less than that because of all the amenities. And a lot of those amenities are going to be in first phase. So it's going to be very, very interesting. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've been on here for like 5 hours. This may be a record, but only because Doobie showed up, and I have to give her credit. 8 properties. She's one of the highest known individuals. We have a guy that's doing 10 all over the island. Boca Chica, Santo Domingo, Punta Cana, by eBay. I mean, all over the place. 10. We have other people, 5, 6, 4. Crazy, but great. That's what we want to see. Buy assets that you rent out so that way you never have to work. Your assets pay for all the liabilities. That's what we're looking for. 50% occupancy and you still can do 20%. Do you not understand? Another 10% means another higher, over 20%, plus you get another $4,000 or $5,000 annually on my example of 295. And if things get real crazy, like a 70%, now we're getting really ridiculous where it's $50,000 for something you bought for $184,000 annually profits. Well, congratulations, because I believe Doobie's going to be there. I believe Paul Castillo is going to be there. Georges Charles is going to be there. All these guys are going to be there because they also have 2-bedroom penthouses or 2-bedroom units that they purchased at a great price at Cruise on Land. Now, if Cruise on Land can deliver, remember, you guys have contracts that say anything over 3%, you're going to be paying. But the good news is you're only going to pay on what you owe, the additional percentage cost, inflation costs. So that's one good thing. The other things I don't like, just in case Doobie doesn't know, with Cruise on Land is Cruise on Land has a clause in there that they have right of first refusal. Cruise on Land explains to me right of first refusal is just no big deal. It's basically if you think you're going to sell your property, you can tell them, hey, I think I'm going to sell my property. Now, notice I said think, because that's what they lead me to believe. I don't look at right of first refusals like that. I look at right of first refusals like, hey, I'm going to sell my unit. Oh, wait, I got to go see down here if these guys are going to buy my unit for what I want. But this is going to be an interesting area because what people think their home is worth and they want to list it for may not be what somebody's going to buy it for. You think highly of your property. So you might say, I bought that 2-bedroom penthouse for 185, but man, I think it's worth 350. So you go down and say, hey, how much can I get for this? I want 350. They do their evaluation. They say, hell no. Then you go and put it on the market and somebody says, hell yeah, I'll buy it for 350. So does that mean they have the right of first refusal then? According to them, they say no. But here's the problem. The second part of their contract. They have to approve your buyer. So if your buyer says, hell yeah, I want to get it, they have to approve it. They said, Eric, no big deal. It's nothing hard. We just want to make sure that there's no money laundering. And I'm just like, so wait, the HOA, the approval committee is going to decide about money laundering? So, okay, hold on. I don't think that's going to be the only thing, because I'm thinking most people are going to have a loan, which means the money laundering thing's out the window because the bank has already verified their income and everything. So I'm thinking it's not just going to be about money laundering. I think it could be like, I don't like the way they look. They're the wrong color. They're from a country I don't like. That's how I look at it. But they're claiming, oh no, it's innocent. No. I don't count that as innocent. What's innocent would be, if I'm going to sell my property, you shouldn't be involved. So basically, cruise on land is nothing more than a timeshare, because you control nothing. You don't control the HOA. You don't control buying and selling. They can hem you up. They can say, we don't allow your buyer to buy here. Go find another buyer. That's crazy to me. Okay. So any property that restricts that, has that restriction in, I can't rock with it. I don't care if you're trying to sell me that it's innocent or not, because I know in practicality, in America, in Europe, and around the world, this has turned into, we don't want this kind to move into our neighborhoods. That's what it has turned into. So I'm not putting it past them. They're acting all innocent. That's because it's a timeshare. You are building their property over there at Cruise on Land. They control everything. And the rental is still, I forget how they do the rentals if you're not in the rental pool. Oh, if you're in the rental pool, you only have like 30 days a year that you can use your property. Okay, you heard me. It's in your contract. Okay, they have all kind of stuff in there that's wacky. That's all I'm going to say. That's another reason they can't be in the top. They got 5 things in their contract that's unacceptable, in my opinion. So that is some of the little drawbacks that I feel about them, but it's going to be one hell of a ride. But you are actually paying to build their unit for them, and then you are under their control for buying, selling, usage of the property, because they can raise that up anytime they want, just like a timeshare does. They can say, you know what, it's $80. That was introductory. The member price is now going to be $150 per month, $200 per month on top of your HOAs. Your HOAs, we're going to have it at $2 a square meter for inside, and the terrace people, you're going to pay $1.25 or whatever it is. But now we didn't expect all these expenses, so it's $3.50. I mean, that's what I anticipate is going to happen at Cruise on Land. They have no way to know how much all these amenities are going to cost. Let's face it, that's the reality of the real world. You can think on paper, we have enough units, but they're not going to have enough units. The first phase is only going to have maybe 500 or 600 people. So you know how much it's going to cost to run a water park? They say that's going to be in the first phase. The roller coasters and the go-karts, you have to man people, have people working and doing all this for 7, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. All this stuff, the cost of pool and man-made beach with the filtration systems. And I mean, this is no joke. So they're giving this prices, but it could escalate quickly. The only reason they have a good side, my side, I call it the good side, is they're going to be able to rent. I mean, it's open to the public. So people can come use the water park, come into the casino and lose money. They can come in and use the rides and stuff like that and pay extra. So that will help keep the cost down. That's what I love about them. They have a way to keep the cost down for the owners at Cruise on Land. And I don't know if they're going to actually do that, though, because they have no reason to when they're controlling the entry and the exit. And you're like held hostage potentially, just like a timeshare owner. I want to sell my property. Oh, wait, we have right of first refusal. Oh, and we're going to charge you $1,500 whenever you want to, in the transfer fee. I mean, that happens in the timeshare industry. So I see these type of things that down the line may not start that way, but we're going down a path when you start telling people these type of things. Then they come up with new rules because somebody bypassed the rules somehow. Then they come up. I mean, it's just it's just an endless cycle. Instead of you want to sell your property, you own it, sell it. Why do we care who's going to live here other than we need their name, ID, and this, that? I mean, normal stuff. But we're not going to reject anybody if somebody wants to buy your unit. They qualify. They have the money. Come on. I can understand checking, doing background check a little bit, but that ultimately is what they're going to do. And now you might have a buyer, 350, 400, and they go, sorry, we're not, no, he's not going to be good. And then you can have a second, not good. Third, not good. And oh, by the way, how long do you have to wait? It was going to be 30 days. I mean, 60 days, I think, but they dropped it to either 2 weeks or 30 days. 2 weeks or 30 days is already too long. They should already know how much that they want to pay for units. There shouldn't be any, we got to wait 2 weeks or 30 days to find out when I could be having it on the market. It's just crazy. But anyhow, ladies and gentlemen, I've been on a long time. I got to get up in a few hours. I enjoyed Doobie coming in. I thank you so much for giving me something to talk about a little bit longer. And congratulations to you, your family, and everything for getting into these units at a great price. And just for the record, for everybody listening, I do not recommend one bedrooms in just condo areas. A condo that only has a small amount of amenities, that may be 20 to 25 minutes from outside of town. If you want a condo with only a limited amount of amenities, then you might as well be close to town. I mean, they're going to cost the same, because if you have to pay for your $10,000 for your kitchen, $3,600, let's say, for your AC units, that's $13,000 more automatically. So then how much more is it? A one bedroom, if they're charging $45,000 or $50,000, that's $63,000. So that's a good price. But now you're going to have to look in the contract and see if they have what their clause is for increasing the price. Because if they don't have a clause in there, then don't be caught being like Christopher buyers or Epic buyers, where there's no clause about any increase or no addressing of any increase, because that means you could find yourself with 20, 30% increases like they did at Christopher and Epic. So again, just because the price is real good, there has to be a balance. That means there's something in the contract that you need to pay attention to. All right, just keep that in mind, because they are not going to be finishing anything by December 2025 in the first phase. That's a year and 11 months. Unless they broke ground already and have some sort of foundation already set and already have pylons for the first building set in, any notion of a year and 11 months being your first phase delivery is ridiculously crazy. All right, so just keep that in mind. Don't let these people keep suckering us back into this nonsense that they're going to be building things in 24 months. Nobody's done it. Zero condo projects. Okay, even from the best of the best. Noval doesn't do their own structures. So they're behind on all their projects. The Lagoons is still sitting in Vista Cana undone, like nobody cares. 4 years. That's crazy. All right, I'm going to wrap it up. Thank you, everybody who's been here. Thank you, everybody who's going to watch the replay. I appreciate that. I love you guys very much. And with all that said, make sure you stay safe out here. Make sure you watch your back. Make sure you invest, for your financial future is at stake. The cost of living is not going down, and it's going to start escalating up. And there's nothing you can do about it unless you have assets to stay ahead of the game. You're not going to be able to earn the asset money. You can't use earned income to stay ahead unless your job is giving you 10%, 15% annual increases, which they are not. So there's no way you can keep up with your food that you walk into a store was $4, and now a year later, it's not just $4.40, it's $4.79. So it isn't just a simple 3, 4, 5% increase like they lead you to believe. So therefore, financially, you are getting screwed and not paying attention. Buying assets means you're going to be paying attention, because you're going to be sitting there going, man, I'm glad I got this extra money coming in so I can just pay these bills. Because my job, I'm not getting an increase in pay at the rate of inflation. So with all that said, I love you guys again. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully I'll see you on Wednesday night at 8:50 p.m. as well. And make sure you keep your head up. Keep moving. And I'm out.